among the cartel to tell you where the fish is hidden. So now I just hope and I want to believe that whatever thing that is being planned, if it goes beyond a Peter Obi and El-Rufai, or whichever way Atiku wants to come into the picture, because for me, I wouldn't even say Atiku based on our zoning system. I wouldn't say Atiku should come in now. Atiku can relax. For me, that is my own. Atiku can relax, play the big man, lift Peter Obi's and El-Rufai's hand at the political rally for 2027. Then 2031, he can come in after the groundwork has been done. Will he? That is the question now, because he wants to be president too. So now it's very dicey as it stands now. So, but my prayer, the only thing, though I wouldn't say my prayer, because politics is not about prayer, it's not about emotion. You have to logically think about it and think the right way to wrestle power. Wike is saying his own there. They know they give power, they know they dash power. You have to play that game. You have to wrestle power, collect them, play their game. So I just hope that whatever strategy the coalition is coming up with, whatever thing everybody, whatever chess we are playing, whatever chess is going on underground, should not leave an El-Rufai behind. Bro, I will still repeat myself, whatever thing that is being played should not leave an El-Rufai, behind. So that at the end of the day, at least we can just get this power out of these guys. That is the point. That is the cocoa. I rest my case. Now we're done.
Oh yes, thank you very much, Igolensei, for that beautiful submission, brilliant contribution. Let's see if Massey is there. Massey, are you there? Would you like to go ahead, please? Okay, I want to believe it's not close by, but yeah. Um, Michael, are you there, Michael? A big shout out to you. Hope you are well. I don't know if anybody can hear me. Diamond, are you out of the mall
Yeah,
yet?
we can
Are
hear
you ready?
you.
Yeah, I'm here, social.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
so
You can go ahead. If you're out of the mall, if you're ready, that is. If not, we can go with Michael.
I'm
All
so
right,
sorry.
all right, all right. Thank you. El-Rufai, the master strategist. Truth of the matter is nobody can deny how good the man is in terms of politics. Like Gaba said, I don't know if it was Gaba that said he wasn't in politics till 2015. I disagree. El-Rufai has always been a political figure and a political leader, even if he was not in an elective position then as a minister, but he has always been a serious face in terms of Nigerian politics. And that's the reason why, even before 2015, Yaradua had to do what he had to do because El-Rufai is a scary person to have as an opponent, no doubt. And I'm very sure Tinubu himself regrets that decision because we were here in 2022 when the governors were leading this fight, even took Buhari to court for this naira scarcity thing and all the things Buhari was putting in place. El-Rufai stood his ground and was leading this fight for Asiwaju, and that decision of not appointing him a minister will forever haunt Asiwaju. We don't know what will happen in 2027, but if they lose, as we all predict in opposition, though we are not serious at the moment, if they lose, I will give it to El-Rufai because in this coalition itself, when we saw the leaders and the unveiling and everything that played out, because nobody was aware, though we had rumors and like they were trying to come together. We didn't know the key actors because having an Aregbesola holding Southwest, having the likes of David Mark, Atiku, Obi, El-Rufai, Tambua, and the rest. Whoever came up with this move, I'm very sure El-Rufai has like 70 to 80%. Though Atiku has been having this coalition thing for years, but El-Rufai in that picture, I'm very sure he played a very, very big role in putting up this coalition. And you have to give it to him. As for what the opposition, ADC, because that's the only opposition in the country now, as for what they will present in 2027, I like I'm a big supporter and fan of Atiku, but one thing you just need to admit is Atiku has this he has this flaw in terms of character judgment. He doesn't pick the right calls. He might be a very good administrator if he becomes president in future, but in terms of making that political call and getting it right when it is needed, Atiku has that flaw, big flaw. So I believe whatever is being played out, El-Rufai for one they can never ever joke with him. Whatever input he has, whatever discussion he has, or whatever opinion he has in the coalition in 2027, El-Rufai, I'm very, very sure nobody will take whatever he says for granted. And
I'm very tempted to ask where you are, Diamond. It sounds like Diamond is in a chicken coop or something. Oh, yes.
Social, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, okay. I don't know why I stopped when okay, like as I was saying, El-Rufai in the coalition, we need to take this ADC thing serious because today I saw a video of Edo State governor talking about there is no opposition in Edo State and he's been hammering 2.5 million votes for Asiwaju. Even as a governor, he didn't win the election with 500,000 votes, but he's promising 2.5 million votes. You don't take threats like this or promises like this for granted because APC doesn't have a pathway, everybody's aware. But Tinubu's pathway, like 2023, will be a divided opposition. We can argue from now to tomorrow. We all know APC has no pathway. We all know Tinubu has no pathway. Even all these people endorsing him from South, the governors, the in Southeast, Southwest, it doesn't matter because Jonathan had the same thing. 21 governors or 23 governors came out, endorsed Jonathan. At the end of the day, we know, yes, they played him out, but the mood of the country then, the change mantra, the people against him, it was more like he was fighting a battalion. So I'm not moved by those endorsing Tinubu. My own worry is this rigging. Because Tinubu currently has INEC, currently has the police, and we know how these things play out. He's the one, and this man is using the Lagos templates nationally. He's destroying every institution. He has INEC. He has Wike there that doesn't want to leave power, that wants to be at least close to power. He has Akpabio that is doing everything to hold down South. He has Okpebolo coming to say 2.5 million votes. We cannot joke with these things. And that's the more reason why, though sometimes we banter, like when the obedience say Obi or nothing and articulate comes and say article or nothing. But one thing, I might be drifting away from El-Rufai, but we need to keep preaching this unity amongst ourselves because we have the numbers. We beat these people blue black, but we just need to get it right. One thing is we need to have Obi on the ticket, either as VP, as president. We need to have him. We need to have El-Rufai. Everybody knows that one. That guy, we cannot joke with that guy. That guy has to be somewhere in the mix. If he's not in the forefront, if he's not the VP, that guy has to lead. See, he's vocal. See, we need somebody like that because if you look at 2023, yes, oppositions were rigged out. We can make an argument of Obi being rigged out. Atiku will make argument of, oh, they rigged me out in some places. But look at the tickets there. They did not have anybody that was vocal. They did not have that Wike or El-Rufai kind of vocalness in both the VP and the presidential candidate. Atiku, on the other hand, is a calm person. Okowa too, it was not vocal. Obi is calm. That he was kind of vocal, but he didn't have that clout. He didn't have that political clout to even win his own ward. So El-Rufai, as a master strategist, honestly, it is no doubt we need that guy. Because this coalition of a thing, he's been the one going on Arise, going on every station, talking about it, and he's hitting APC hard. He's not missing his word or trying to maybe play safe. He's calling a spade a spade. He's hitting them hard. He's not coming to maybe make some people happy. No, El-Rufai is very brutal, and he's see this 2027 year. Every political actor in ADC has their it's like they have this lifeline of it is 2027 or nothing. It is make or bust. Because imagine a Tinubu winning a second term. El-Rufai has to leave the country because Tinubu will come all out on him. This is not about maybe he's trying to be a good president. Tinubu will face him head on. So El-Rufai is putting everything on the line here. Everybody, Aregbesola, on the other hand, from Southwest, is putting everything on the line. So we need to do everything within our strength, within everything we have, to make sure ADC, as the only opposition party, is viable for us to face these people head on. We can argue our candidates, push our candidate, but these guys are politicians. They know what is best for them because they've been having this meeting for over 18 months or thereabout. Before they came out, they've been discussing. They know the risk involved. They know what to do to win. They know who to present to win. They know this. El-Rufai cannot just come and tell you there's no pathway for APC if he has not done his groundwork. But at the end of the day, there can be pathway if the opposition is not united. Once we split our votes again, Tinubu will just come from nowhere. He had last time he had 35% or 37%, the least ever. You'll be shocked if we don't put our house together. This man will just come with 15% or 20%. Before you say Jack, they sworn him again. We can go to court, all eyes on the judiciary, foul. But let me just not stretch it and keep it as simple as I can. El-Rufai, master strategy, you have to give it to him. It is ADC coalition or nothing. But one thing we cannot get out of it is Obi has to be in that ticket. I'm articulate, but I cannot deny the fact we have to just mix this thing. Is either maybe if Atiku wants to play the elder statesman finally, because Atiku might end up, we never can tell. He might end up stepping down and say, okay, Obi go. We don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody knows the discussion these guys are having. Nobody knows what he can do. Nobody knows because nobody saw Tambuwak stepping down for Atiku. And just imagine a Wike presidency. We will not be talking about 2027 because Wike is even worse than Tinubu. Tinubu is even still, Wike is worse. The same thing Tinubu is doing, appointing Southwest, is the same thing Wike did. Equate people all through. It's the same thing he's doing in Abuja, grabbing lands and everything. So just imagine we're having a Wike presidency. Opposition will not even say anything. But now we know what is going on. We know PDP is gone, LP is gone. We just have to get this thing right. I don't know how we want to do it, but just going into this battle divided, I'm sorry, it's crystal clear. We divide this house. These people are going to. They are already in power. They have every institution. These people are not ready for election. Tinubu is not ready for election. He's just ready to rig. What we need to do, we need to minimize this rigging. Do everything to that numbers. You should not see it. We need to minimize this rigging. Because at the end of the day, these people just come. Okay, now imagine in Southwest, these governors, party members are saying they endorse Tinubu. It is giving them an edge. The moment they write 800,000 in Osun State. How do you argue that one? When you already a PDP governor is telling you he's going to support them, PDP is saying he's going to support them, APC is going to support them. If they come and write 700, how do you counter that one? So let's just keep it united and go into this thing with just one voice. Else we end up losing everything and it is back to square one. And I'm sure majority of the people on this space don't want that. El-Rufai, give it to him. Coalition or nothing, ADC or nothing. Thank you very much, Social.
Oh yes, absolutely brilliant contribution, Diamond. Thank you very, very much for that. Let's take this opportunity to say a big shout out to Dr. AI as well, who's joined us. Dr. AI, thank you for joining us. It's always a pleasure, my brother. Please go ahead.
Okay, sorry guys. I just good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're spacing from. I want to appreciate those in the speaker section and those in the listener section, and thank you very much. And there is no call for us to be worried or to be concerned, and we have to remain focused. I just had like few minutes because I'm in the library, so I decided to okay, come out and just share my thoughts on something I've been thinking recently. The leaders of the coalition are doing their bits and they are looking at various scenarios, various possibilities, and all that. And for those who think that the coalition will be done or formed on their own terms will be shocked. The coalition leaders know what they are doing and they are focused. And they've been through, based on what I've been seeing on the TL, they've been through how coalitions or alliances are formed, like in the past. And some people are looking at it, okay, one group has to come and merge, the other group has to come and merge, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, that's what I saw. And that keeps the APC second guessing and some other people. Right? And APC is trying to, any little thing, push propaganda against us, ADC in crisis, this, that. The coalition will not work because maybe some people didn't endorse it or not. No. Please don't be discouraged. They know what's at stake. They have plan A, plan B, and plan C. They could decide to go with, let's say, regional alliance. Let me just hint, a regional alliance. So win presidential election, 3-4 region, boom, you're done. If you can even get like 4 region locking, you're good. That's like what APC did and all that. So they're watching. You have the initial coalition leaders. They're now expanded. Then they go to the states. They get state coalition leaders. Then the state coalition leader will now go to the LGS to create their own leaders as well. To build the grassroots from ground up beyond what we see. Just assure us. It has gone beyond Twitter and all that. Like really, really building an organic structure. And we've seen what Aregbesola is doing. And we also have to talk about, I think we have to dedicate a space for Aregbesola as well. But back to El-Rufai. El-Rufai is doing an amazing job. And if you tell me, I think it's even the master strategy. He's a brain box behind bringing various voices, descending voices together to ensure that his APC succeeds. He did that. We have the CPC block from the Northwest and some part of Northeast and all that. Some couple of few individuals from the North Central. Then you have the ACN from the Southwest. El-Rufai was the bridge. A lot of people don't see this. I read a book, and I will recommend each and every one of us to also read it, by Segun Adeni Oso. Right? How the incumbent lost power. Right? And when you read that, right, you're going to see the contribution of El-Rufai properly. And if he says something, he wants to do something, he doesn't look back. If El-Rufai is deciding to do something, he goes all out, full blast. And he doesn't waver. He doesn't allow distractions or noise. And he goes all out. And that's what we've seen so far. So like he goes to Sokoto. Yesterday he was in Sokoto trying to activate, talk to the stakeholders. And now he's gradually reaching out to the superstructure that APC used. They don't know. Right? They thought he's joking. Right? And believe you me, beyond the things that we've heard, okay, Saran Kaduna, this, that. When you go to, I was in Kaduna, I spent like 10 days. He did amazing work. I was like, wow. Like he did so much. Right? What he has done is that it will speak for him. He's a great strategist, first class brain. Currently, even doing his, I think, a PhD in Harvard or another.
Absolutely. He's
So,
Harvard trained.
exactly. So he's not just an ordinary person. They know APC lost something. And all those things they've been doing, he's been moving gradually. So don't be discouraged. They know the game. And they are getting.
And all the reforms, right, he implemented in
Exactly, yeah, reforms. When it comes to reform as well. Like when you go to Kaduna, you'll be amazed. Just take your time.
And all the reforms are backed by data, right?
Yeah, data,
nothing is
exactly.
soft-head, nothing is like what you call it. We need to do a white elephant project. No, that's
No,
not
exactly. No, they are there, the data and what's on the ground. I was there, I was like, wow. At some point in time, there was a week that Kaduna was trying to like compete with Lagos State. I was like, I witnessed that, like based on what was coming out from. But so no, that's not true, and all that. I was okay. But visit Kaduna. He wants to ensure that Kaduna truly is the political center or headquarter of the North. So he had to also ensure that the necessary infrastructure and the reforms are implemented. So he's somebody that is very resolute, and we need to give him his credit, right? And we need to also talk about him. We need to also promote what he does. We need to promote his videos. We need to engage them. And I don't joke with his videos when I see them. When I don't update from him, I don't joke with it. And supporters of coalition should also do the same. Engage, like, share, encourage him. That's the least we can do. Right? Oh, you don't want people to. No, because at this stage, you are the opposition. We are the opposition. It is Nigerian versus the APC. He has said that, yes, he's sorry. He has apologized for the disaster they've been able to like put in power, but he wants to also be part of those people to remove that disaster. So why can't we support him? And from the day he said that, he's been doing it, and he's taking a great risk. Do you know what it means to go against Tinubu now? So please, guys, we need to promote him. We need to retweet. We need to engage with his tweets. An update from him. He's doing a lot. He's doing a lot in the Northwest. And believing by the time he's done, APC will be shaking. Because you cannot sell APC again. You cannot. You cannot. And he knows the button to press. Oh, ADC, let's say, for instance, let me give an hypothetical example. Say, okay, APC presents PO, for instance. He knows the buttons to press. And people that will sell him in the North. You understand? So he knows. When we talk about the North, corn off, let me just be specific, corn off. Because part of the North Central is like a battlefield, like politicians like kind of like go there, get their chunk of votes and all that. Right? So it's like a battle, like swing states. We have swing states, just like in the US. We have swing states in the North Central. Everybody goes there to battle 1 or 2 states, 3 states, and so you can't really say much. And the last election, 2027, 2023, there was massive voters apathy. not West. But if they decide to come out, if they decide to come out and they're against you, it's a game over. And then, APC knows that. Not even the governors will even save him. Not even the governors. Guys, let's get focused. The way they want to build it is different. And it's not, I would say, you can't even predict. And thank God they're not making so much noise on the tiers and on the social media and all that. But a whole lot is going on. You're going to see a lot of distractions, APC. So please don't give in to that. And some people who feel that it has to be on their own terms, congratulations to them. It's not going to be. 2027 is going to come. It's going to be Nigerians versus the APC. So we have to put Nigeria and Nigeria first beyond whatever we are looking at it. You come, fine, we'll work with you. You don't, we move. Just to put this out. Thank you so much, Shosho. I decided to stop by just to share my 2 cents on the great work that El-Rufai is doing. We need to give him his flowers. He's a great strategist. He, like, when coalition was struggling, I was watching the coalition for months. As soon as he stepped in, boom, everything changed.
Oh, absolutely. You're
Oh,
absolutely right, Dr. AI. And just to
yeah.
point out a few things based on what you call it, what you've also said. I mean, when it comes to technocratic precision, right, and comparing him to Tinubu, he is Harvard trained, policy driven, and like we said earlier, all his reforms, both in Abuja, while he was the FCT minister, and in Kaduna, were backed by data. It wasn't no offhand project like let's just go and renovate ICC for 39 billion. No, nothing like that. Everything was backed by data. In Kaduna, he introduced electronic voting, one of the most successful what do you call it, voting elections that has happened in Nigeria, particularly at state level, right? I don't think
Absolutely,
there's
you're right.
anyone that has been as successful as that. And he introduced electronic voting. But the
Exactly. I
new
think
guy that
INEC even
who's
got
not
that idea from me, if I'm not mistaken.
exactly.
So let me so that's what I'm saying. And he's a technocrat in the sense that
Exactly.
he
Exactly.
looks
But
he
with Tinubu, you see, Tinubu, he's more of a political guy than technocratic, right? And he doesn't rely on data or any policy. All he relies on is patronage and legacy networks. People like Cardoso and that. Nothing new, nothing fresh, no reform. He doesn't know how to change anything new. Like, you get me? He
exactly.
always sticks to what he knows. But that is why you can even see what you call it, even in his history, since he claimed to have finished from CSU, he hasn't improved himself in any way, shape, or form. No training, no education, nothing.
Absolutely. So let me just speak a little bit about his technocratic tendencies or where he stands. He's a technocrat, and he's not the usual kind of politician. And when you promise to do something, he wants to see that he delivers it or you deliver it. Otherwise, he will withdraw his support. Right? He will withdraw his support. Even prior to 2027 election, it was more 2020. It was more of a party something, but he actually pushed back. He didn't want Tinubu, but Buhari, and some other people wanted it, and he can't go against those people. So he's more of like a technocrat. Deliver what you promise. Do what you say you want to do for the people. If you don't, you lose his support. He's not with you. And if the thing is affecting the masses generally, he's not patient again. Just like the Naira redenomination, the Naira issues and everything during Buhari, he stood his ground like, no, you understand, millions will be affected. He's a technocrat. He's a technocrat first before even being a politician. And sometimes if he says something, he wants to do something, he goes out. If he doesn't favor his own people, he pulls out. And we can see it. But believe you me, we need to, you see, we are the opposition and coalition will work by his grace. They have plan A, they have plan B, they have plan C and all that. When he came into the quality, when he became the opposition, that was when we begin to see a headways. If anybody has been following the coalition for more than 14 or 16 months, I have been following it. And we know APC people are using the handles, like the pictures, everything of the ADC coalition, ADC, blah, 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 and everything, and pushing in this divide. P2B, Atiku, the president, P2B, the VP. I reached out to one of them yesterday. I was like, hey, you're not doing us a favor. No. This guy is not even, he's even from Lagos. He's not connected to Atiku in any way. But they are pitching their tent. Right? I said, no, guys, don't do this. Don't. Stop it. So some people are pushing that narrative, articulate. If it were to be articulate, there is no point for people or others to even be there. No. And some people are looking at picking ones. Some people are putting on their social handle, blah, 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 pitching their tent with article scam and saying that is the position of the coalition. This is not true. And some of them are APC. Some of them are sponsored. You have to know this. Differentiate. Because they want coalition to be weakened. And if they want ADC to be weakened, and if ADC is weakened, we are all cooked. There is no opposition party that has not been compromised. Imagine today, we are having the PDP Southwest endorsing Tinubu 2027. And someone is telling me that P2B should go back to the PDP. Then I ask, you and who? No, be me and now. It's very difficult to do opposition. It's very, very difficult in that country, on that Tinubu. And now they are trying to penetrate ADC. That's the only one we have. And we must put our heads together. If truly we
Doctor,
want.
yeah. Doctor, you are actually telling the truth. I really appreciate your voice, I swear. I'm from Kaduna State, so that talk you talk about El-Rufai is true, no be lie. Well done.
So
Thank you
guys, so
very
thank you so
much.
much, bro. So people, no, some people like to sugar. I don't sugarcoat. I don't do it. I won't tell you what you want to hear. Sometimes, there's some people, I'm done with that. I'll tell you what is on ground. How we can penetrate in Northwest, tell me. We can go into it, but I won't see it on spaces because APC people used to follow, they track me and all that to see what we say. As people like, you understand, and a few others. How to penetrate Northwest is we know how to do it. How to penetrate North Central, I was there. Right? We can talk about that. How to
Of course.
penetrate, yeah. So I'm familiar with those three. I'm familiar with those three
All right.
and
All
the
right.
nuances. So let me yield for now. I just decide to get the mic to encourage us. You understand? ADC will become stronger and stronger and stronger. They have given us 6 months. We're in August now, right? By December and January, if we're still there, then APC forget. Let's prove them wrong.
Of course.
Oh, absolutely. The ATC is not coming anywhere. The APC can continue dreaming. Yeah, we're coming to use their own broom to sweep them out. Yeah, because we're tired of the rubbish. Yeah, that's going to say
So,
nonsense.
social, what we're doing because sorry guys, and His Excellency El-Rufai, any moment from now, because he's looking at the by-elections in Kaduna State. Once that election is over, right, he can conveniently, let's say, pick up the ADC ADC membership. Once he's done that, it will be a game over again. It will be another game-changing thing, like seriously. So we're waiting for that. PO also took some excuse also for that of the Anambra election. So we are watching. APC doesn't want this thing to happen. They don't want, they don't want it. You want to win APC? You have to win with a wide margin. The people have to reject APC completely. So it will be very difficult for them to They don't want that. For anybody that doesn't see all this, you'll be living in a la la land. And I don't want to be part of that.
Oh, absolutely brilliant, Doctor. Thank you very much. Sorry about my voice today. I've got a bit of a cold, so I've got a blocked nose. Yeah. Um, let's quickly check out my brother Michael. A big shout out to you, Michael. How's it going, man?
Sure. So, sorry, busy on my laptop. Okay. What is it? Excuse me today. See, I feel the coalition can do this. The APC camp is shaken. They are doing what they can, whatever they can to get people by their side every day. And that's the honest truth. I have information. Whatever happened in their summit, what they did in their summit, not really most of the influencers that went there. Few of them had a meeting after the whole thing and they discussed how to move and capture the social media space. It was probably more about the social media space anyways. But I'll go back to the topic before I go back to that. El-Rufai, if there's one thing, sorry, someone's mic is on. Sorry, is that social?
Oh
Social
yeah,
media.
sorry, my bad. Yeah, Abbas, can you mute your mic, please, Abbas?
You
Abbas
see?
Omar. Yeah, can you mute your mic, please? There's a little bit of noise coming from your end.
Okay.
Oh, thank
All
you
right.
very much.
All right. Thank you, Abbas. So like I was saying, if there's something the 2023 election taught us was you have to make do with what you have. You can't do it alone, and that's just the honest truth. We go into this election, we need everybody, and El-Rufai, a genius in the game. As a matter of fact, El-Rufai was very instrumental in bringing up Tinubu, and that's why he begged him severally to stay in his government. I feel El-Rufai is the brain box of this coalition. Yes, we have other brain box, but it's one of the most important brain box we have in this coalition. He has his positive and negative sides. Yes, we want to eat with him with a long spoon, but he has a lot to give to this coalition, and that's one thing that's sure for everybody. So I believe him working with us will bring a lot of strategy, bring a lot of the northern people to our side. Because what I heard El-Rufai been talking to some of the traditional rulers in the north already, and you're making it big. But I don't want to spill much here. So I believe with El-Rufai on our side, coming 2027, we're going to have a lot. Have it in mind, APC coming 2027 are going to spill lots of things on El-Rufai because he has a lot of packages on him, to be fair. They're going to spill the bigotry side, they're going to spill the ethnic side, they're going to spill lots of things on El-Rufai. It's left for us to know how to counter this narrative. I mean, that was just the sole purpose of their summit. The important ones were moved to somewhere they could have some conversation and know how to strategize. The 20K own that they give online money and they just give likes for them to sacrifice their dignities to do nonsense online left. So we just have to be ready 2027. So for me, I believe El-Rufai being in the coalition side is a very good thing, and we just need to push, and that's the honest thing. I had a lot to say, but I'm working on my laptop and social, so lots of things keep my mind. But 2027, I believe we need to start pushing. We need to start scheming. We need to control the social media space because, like it or not, that's what won us 2023 elections. At least we gained a lot of momentum from just social media spacing, influencing online, spreading the good news online. And that's what we should do. We shouldn't just change the fact that we sit down there and wait for people and not do anything online again. So, guys, let's keep the heat down. Let's wait for the coalition to come together to give us a perfect answer. Whatever leader they give to us, we have to take. And that's just the honest truth. Gone are the days we're shouting Peter will be or nothing, or Tico or nothing. We've crossed that bridge now. We need to take out Asiwaju. He's desperate. I mean, you can see your man going about giving $100,000 to people who want cops. Then what happens to the police who are being owed pensions? I mean, that's six of desperation. That's desperation for me, anyways. Is that how it's going to be giving every sporting, what do you call them? Sporting arm that wins something. Okay, now let's say our women go again and win something, maybe some other things. You then give them $100,000 again. And I heard a little girl from Zigombe State just won some national debate abroad, winning almost 20,000 contestants. We're going to give that one $100,000 again. I mean, these are things you see, there are risks of desperation in this government. So we just have to wait, like AI said. There are lots of things going down the line. We just have to wait and let the leaders lead. Enough of the fighting, and let's do what we have to do to make things work out 2027. I'm so sure we'll have to run back to work. I need to do some things back online. Thank you.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you very much, Michael. I truly appreciate it. But yes, still back on the what you call it topic at hand. El-Rufai, a master in strategy, right? And I think it's only right that I go to my very good brother Ibrahim, who has been working very closely, right? Recently with El-Rufai, right? Very closely. And he has seen firsthand, how El-Rufai operates, So I'm very happy that he's here with us. Ibrahim, thank you very much for joining us. I truly, truly appreciate it. Please go ahead. The mic is all yours.
Yeah, sure. Good evening. Please confirm you can hear me.
Oh yes, loud and clear, my brother. Loud and clear.
Right, fantastic. So, I think a lot has been said about His Excellency Malam, and those were lovely comment. Honestly, he is a master strategist, as you put it. For some of us that has been in a way closely working with him recently, we have seen how focused he is in this coalition. I think if there is one person that you can say is giving his all into this coalition is Madam Nasu. There are other leaders of the coalition that are doing a lot as well. But if we want to talk about who we know that we are close to, Madam, he's putting a lot of effort, honestly. And it will surprise you that from all the times we have had conversation around the coalition, I've never had him talking about anything personal ambition on it. The whole idea is how we can come together, put in effort, and make sure this bad governance doesn't continue. We have the picture of the national picture at mind, and all effort that is being put in place is to ensure that they don't go up, they don't go more than 2027. If you come up to meet him to talk about maybe him coming up to contest or something or around that nature, he will tell you that is not the conversation for now. The whole idea is we have to make sure everybody is in place and everybody is bringing his own effort to ensure that we don't allow these people to continue what they are doing. We know he has contributed when he was governor, supported the current presidency, but of course he have come out to explain to everybody that he was optimistic. He has it in mind that the current president is going to do better, but it's unfortunate that upon assumption of power, almost everything has changed. Number one, from the setting of the cabinet, there are no people that are supposed to do the right thing for the administration. So at that point, the president has failed in not assembling the right people in his team. We have known Malam for making harsh decisions sometimes, but then those harsh decisions have been taken to make sure that people later on enjoy it. I've seen what happened in Abuja. Some of our friends cried that their parents even were affected. Some cried that their mosque has been demolished. Some churches has been demolished, but years after, you still come back here to appreciate what happened in Abuja. he is one of that people, one of those people that are always willing and ready to do or to take the harsh decision for the betterment of the people. That is who Lam is. For those of us that are from Kaduna State, they can also testify to that. A lot of policies were done when he was governor for 8 years. Some are affected, but then later on, you need to appreciate him. We know
Oh,
quite sure that the
absolutely.
APC,
Sorry, Ibrahim, just to add to what you're saying, right? Because anybody who's been to Kaduna before Malam was governor, right? And then you didn't go again, and then you went after he was governor, you would see like nobody has to tell you, nobody has to sit you down and give you a lecture. Your eyes, right? And the whole atmosphere of the state, right, and the Kaduna city, right, will let you know that yes, somebody who was intentional, who knew what he was doing, was here as a governor. As in, this is the literal, you know, the go and verify.
yeah, that's for sure. So even before he became governor, we know the history of Kaduna State. You hardly Kaduna in the limelight of news before he became governor. We don't know. We don't know what was happening then. Mostly the former governors were just busy paying salaries, and that is
Yes,
all.
and
When
also
Malam
Ibrahim,
was,
there's one
yeah,
important part that I don't think I've got enough knowledge to talk about, but I know you do, which is his focus on the youth, right? His focus on the
yeah,
youth
I'm
and how
coming to
much he
that.
values mentorship.
Yes. So before he became governor, we don't know much about the governance happening in the states, but upon his assumption, we have seen how he has touched different sectors. Let me start with the youth inclusivity you talked about. Most of the guys that work with Malam are young people, everybody knows. Most people here that followed the activities of Malam in Kaduna State will remember the fellowship, the Kashmir Prime Fellowship. A lot of young people that participated in that fellowship today are in different positions in different places. That alone will tell you how he respect and bring young people close to him. If you are with Malam in any way, you will know that most of the people that are working with him are young people. He respects you. He don't care what your age is. If he understands that you have something to offer, he will definitely have. He will definitely give you that listening ear. You will discuss things with him. Um, it's unlike the other leaders. I don't know. I'm not trying to look down on them or say anything negative. But I must tell you this, that Malam is that one person that even if you go to his house today, you will not see that kind of psychophancy attribute in people around him. He will first tell you to sit down on the chair. You guys should just discuss. It's not something that, with your excellency, somebody will be falling down, somebody will be falling on the ground. No, no, that is not his approach. He is welcoming. He will allow you to feel comfortable. He will allow you to tell him what you come with. And that moment of you being relaxed will give you the opportunity to say whatever is in your mind. That is the kind of person. He is very open-minded person. Young people feel free each time they are with him, and he will support you. Unless if somebody don't want to go further forward. That is one thing I know. And in Kaduna State, we have seen some of the infrastructures he has done in the state. And we've seen some of the policies he brought into the education sector. Before now, we know that you go to primary or secondary schools and you realize that a teacher cannot solve a primary one arithmetics, and that teacher is a teacher that is teaching people up to junior secondary school also. He set up exams for them that by expectation somebody in primary school should be able to, to answer those questions, but unfortunately they were not able to. Those are some of the drastic decisions, some of the harsh decisions he took, just to make sure that the system is working out well and it's for the betterment of the society. It's not just for personal interest. He don't have any person. He can be governor for 8 years, even if there is chance to be more than 8 years. But if he does that, nothing will happen to him. But he feels there is a need to make sure that things are working well. He always says that if you have something in this particular sector, he and the likes of Ngozi are those kind of people that you can reach out to. They are technocrats, they can come and fix it for you. They don't care what people will say. As far as those things, that thing is going to work well. That is what exactly matters. And I think that part of him is what is really affecting him in a way, because people will feel like some people will like you to just them and then do what they want. But then he is not that kind of person. He's blunt. Let me just use that word. You can permit me. He can just tell you if he has something against you. Those things he say on TV, he mean it. He will come and tell you like he will not hide and be saying different thing and then come to TV and say different thing. No, no, no. And recently at the meeting that produced the Northwest leadership, the coalition leaders from the Northwest, you know, when the whole discussions around coalition leadership started, the ADC, geopolitical zones, we are saddled with responsibility to go back and put together their representative in the national NEC, let me put it that way. So every geopolitical zone went back, sit down with their own stakeholders, agreed, and then make. I was there for the Northwest. Of course, Malam is the focal person or the representative from the Northwest, the national leadership of the coalition group. And when the different groups were set, different states were asked to go and come up with their nomination. Of course, he has to come back to the state group, and discussion were proposed there. And he made it clear that I am a national leader now. You guys should decide who you want as your leader, and then let us have the name. If there's somebody else, what he would tell you is, this is the man I want, and you must produce him. I was there, and I what happened. He allowed people to choose the name and produce who we want from Kaduna State. And the same thing happened with Kano and other northern states. I'm bringing this up just for people to have an understanding of what his focus is. He's not there for any selfish interest, I can tell you this. And what he wants is for the country to work and to work better. And his support, I assure you this. I just want other people, other leaders of the coalition, to do the same thing. Right? Again, coalition discussion, because if we don't do that at the end of it, will thing. I listened to Festus yesterday, another day. I don't know if they are obedient, close to be. I'm thinking it's good to keep on reminding His Excellency Peter Obi not to listen to the likes of Festus Keyamo. What they are advocating for is to see a way that they can frustrate you out of the coalition, let him stand on his own. And at the moment that happened, the coalition will continue to stand, but it's going to be a negative effect entirely to the coalition. Continue to advocate and say that the ADC is Atiku Abubakar party or whatsoever. That is what we continue to say, just to make other people in the coalition angry and make sure people go out of the coalition. That is their agenda, and we must make sure that we correct that narrative as people that believes in this coalition, we need to tell them, like what Bolaji Abdullah is doing, His Excellency, and trying to tell people that the coalition is not for one person. And of course, that is what His Excellency David Mark is also doing. Each time that meeting is holding, all other leaders are on the floor, and only the leadership are on the high table. Nobody is allowed to talk until it's given opportunity to. Atiku inclusive, Peter Obi, El-Rufai, and others. So the ADC is not about Atiku, it's for everybody. So let me just pause here. Maybe I'll come back later. Thanks.
So, Shosha, let me say something, Ibrahim. So once
Oh,
in a
oh,
while,
oh, yes, please go ahead.
yeah, Ibrahim, please, once in a while, if we're on space, you just come and share, even if it is 30 seconds or let's say 1 minute, just say something regarding that, right? So that will help because you are also like, you've been following it and all that. And we've been telling people, APC, we shouldn't fall in for APC talking points. I've seen a lot of people creating APC talking point. APC is also magnifying that. We shouldn't do that. APC is in a crisis, but they manage a crisis, right? And CPC arm is about to pull out any moment from now. We know that. We are very magnify those talking points so that at least you put your house in. No, 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 no. People latch on. Even people go to APC spaces and believe what the host is promoting against the coalition. And we, the coalitions, we, the supporters of the coalition, we that have been following the coalitions, they see us as if we've been bought over. So once in a while, please just come up and share because it's going to help. This coalition is bigger than any single individual. It's bigger. It's way, way bigger. Shosho, the mic is yours, sir. Mazi, thank you, Zilke, thank you for hanging around with us. We appreciate you guys. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Um, Social,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
engineer, before you continue. Yeah, engineer, before you continue, right? So we'll be
Yeah.
having like a general discussion on Saturday, and it's going to be very interesting. We're going to talk about ADC policy development framework, then the ideology of ADC as well. So some of the coalition leaders will also join us as well. And we'll also look at how we can douse the tension and everything, right? Then how we can also achieve the unity of purpose. Then ADC ideology, they are reviewing a whole lot is happening on the background. Believe you me, if you have not heard from the south, southwest, or from your own region, it is the 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 leaders that are there that have not really, like provided update. If they provide update, you're going to see it on TL. So it's not Atiku or B. It wasn't formed around any individual. APC is the one pushing that, and one of them. I reached out to him. I said, "Why are you doing what you are doing?" I said, "Okay." I reached out to him. I was like, "Oh, I apologize." I said, "It's not helping the unity of the coalition." And I noticed that the guy is even from Lagos, really, and he wants to pitch. So why do you do what you do? I said, "What exactly is your motive?" Because you're giving a picture that you are with Atiku and you're not. So he's pitching his tent trying to. So if you're doing that, should you do that at the expense of the fragile unity of the coalition? No, you're not doing us a favor. I went to his tail again. I said, we discussed this yesterday, right? And this is a challenge I'm having. Some people go look at those things and they go to those spaces and they go spaces for 6, 7, 8 hours to magnify what this guy has nothing to do with the coalition. He is not part of the coalition. He's not even you see, so he's also looking for his footing, looking for cheap let's say trying to farm or engagement, whatever and all that. And I told you guys, believe me, if you're falling for this, it's a game over. The coalition cards are limited. The earlier you know, the better. It's not going to be on your own terms, but on the terms of Nigerians. I yield. Engineer.
Yeah, Dr. AI. Yeah, absolutely. What you just let me make emphasis on that because I think there's a lot of this mess going around. You would see a handle and you would think maybe this person is for Atiku or Peter Obi, but then you dig in, you would find out that he's actually for APC, and we all know the game APC is trying to play and has been playing, which has worked out for them thus far until ADC gain momentum, or until opposition actually gain momentum. And that was when El-Rufai began the opposition job, because before that SDP move, I mean, it was just APC doing their thing. I mean, without having to worry about anything, because they know nobody is going to choke them. I mean, PDP, like Dino Malai said, is a parastatal within APC. LP was hijacked. I mean, there was no any activities within the opposition going all around the polity. But then, as soon as Malam El-Rufai started gearing up, I mean, everywhere become heated, and then um, coalition talks began to gain proper and real momentum, and this is where we are. The only thing they have left right now is to continue creating that division, which is not working for them at the moment, and I don't even see it working even in the future. So, I mean, we are in a good place. We are in a good place as it is right now, and this coalition is bigger than any person in that coalition. It's bigger than all the candidates, all the leaders of this coalition, anyone that is planning to run for any political office. This coalition is not a discussion around any singular politician. And you even have the person we are talking about right now. He's not even coming out to tell you he is interested in anything. His only interest in Nigeria, his only interest is removing this anti-people's government. I mean, because if there is one thing that is out there, is that all Nigerians are going through hard, and difficult times. And this is a rallying cry that El-Rufai and the others have been doing, which I don't know. I mean, I'm just excited. I've been a little bit demoralized for the past couple of weeks, because there has been so much toxicity within ourselves, which that is not how it should be. But then at the end of the day, I mean, even in your household, you do fight with your brothers. If it's children you have, you do fight. But at the end of the day, I mean, we all know what we want is to remove this administration, which is why I'm just excited. I mean, this topic has just made my day. I mean, all the grievance I have had for the past couple of days, man. Right now, I feel like the Boxing Day of the announcement of that coalition. You know how excited everyone was when the leadership announced the ADC has been adopted as the coalition party. Everyone was excited. I mean, everyone was just happy. The APC were all over the place. This is the feeling I'm having right now, and this is what I want each and every one of us to have, because this is where we are. APC cannot sleep. Tinubu has only one game, which is flopping right now. It's not working that division. I mean, we are identifying all these accounts, all these voices that they've been using behind the scenes. You thinking that this is an obedient speaking, or this is an articulate speaking, or this is an El-Rufai speaking. But it's becoming clearer that it's all APC. They've tried with the political parties. Now you've seen that it's clear that they are failing. Now they are releasing the throttle in the necks of LP, for example. Now the PDP is saying we are going to zone our ticket to the south. The LP is saying now the INEC is rejecting the Abure-led leadership. Is now Binani. I mean, you see the game they are trying to play, but we are no fools. I mean, we see what you guys are doing. Is all this panic that everyone is seeing is as a result of the shape, direction, and the momentum this ADC has been gathering so far, and this is where they don't want to see us. And by the grace of God, this is where we are heading. Coalition is here to stay. We are here to fight it out with this administration. You see, just yesterday or day before yesterday, there was this tweet that someone made with the president. grasping for oxygen, like he was sick. Within few hours, that thing. I mean, I've never seen a tweet that has so much tag on DSS. That has much traction than that one. But then you see, within couple of minutes or couple of hours, they were able to arrest the person that was responsible for that tweet. So this is to tell you that what we are going through in Nigeria is actually deliberate. It's not as if they cannot do anything about it, but they just weaponize everything. As clueless as they are, even the most clueless person should have one or two ideas on things to do to make Nigeria work. But because they don't want Nigeria to work, because they want to keep dividing and dividing us, you can even see the way their appointments have been lopsided. Even of recent, I mean, what they are doing, what they want to do with the airports, the way they are renaming street, all these things. I mean, this is their game. I mean, they will fail woefully at it. I don't know, man. I don't even know how to put the words. I'm just excited. I'm just excited. I'm really happy where we are as the opposition. I mean, social, who is supposed to go next?
Yeah, can I make a quick response?
Oh,
Yeah, sure.
absolutely, Ibrahim. Please
Yeah,
go.
thank you very much, Dr. AI. So I understand the point you are making, Dr. AI. We try to join spaces, but then sometimes it's not easy trying to do your normal business of the day and be available to join spaces all the time. But we'll continue to join and then share our own part of all the discussion that is ongoing around coalition. And that's what we commit ourselves to do as times goes on. But Khalid, the issue around being demoralized, I think most of these things that are happening are much expected. You cannot have giant leaders coming together to work under the same roof without having back and forth, and at the end of the day, you have agreement. That is much expected, honestly. We know all these guys are senior guys in their own right, and they have achieved a lot. You can imagine a governor, a former minister, a governor and a minister at the same time, all those kind of people. They are very high stakeholders, and this is politics. Definitely, everybody will come on board and they will discuss how to achieve a certain goal. And at the same time, while doing that, we will look at other interests around it. So there will be back and forth. But what I want to say is that shouldn't demoralize us. The fact that we have agreed to achieve one thing, that should be what will keep us committed. And that setting that particular goal is to take out this bad governance and bring in good governance. If we are looking at that all the time, it will keep on giving us the energy we want to continue to push this forward. The issue of the campaign that the APC are doing currently, they will continue to do it. They have launched it already. They are going to use people within the APC and people outside the APC. Let me give you an instance. Within the PDP at the moment, we know what Wike is doing and some other people within the within the PDP. Just of recent, a spokesperson of Atiku Abubakar, somebody I so much respect, Shogun Showumi. I've been listening and following his the discussion and what he has been saying. But it's obvious, and anybody that understands this game very well, you understand that what he's pushing is nothing but trying to divide the coalition, because if not, you cannot be coming out, you are in PDP and be telling Peter Obi to come to PDP, go out of coalition, come to PDP, you have a ticket and you make it sick of it. It doesn't make any sense. Nobody will tell us today that he can win election and take Tinubu out of power, him alone. I don't think there is that single person within the coalition that can do that. What we have established is we need to work together. And if we have agreed to work together, we must continue to do that. We shouldn't allow any form of distraction to come within the coalition. will continue to put in our effort and strengthen and also support our leaders. I can see Mazi here. I think Mazi is close to PO. Some of these messages, please, you help us pass it to His Excellency. And some other people that are here. I was going through it here. I think I saw Royal also. You can pass it to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. What we want is our leaders should continue to remain united. We want this thing to work. We, the young people, will continue to put in our own effort. But of course, we want our leaders at the top there to remain united. And I've said it clear here that we, our own leader, is ready to do this. El-Rufai is ready to make sure the coalition works. So we want every other leader to do the same thing, please. We need to be committed. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Ibrahim. What you just said. I mean, if there is any form of direction I want to see from the leadership is the direction El-Rufai is taking. I mean, just selfless. He had like there is no any form of interest with regards to leadership or anything. He just wants to remove this government. He just wants the opposition to work. I mean, for now, this is all that is required from everyone, all the stakeholders, whether you are a leader or you are a follower, stakeholders. I mean, the only thing that should be more important than anything right now is the unity and having this common goal that we must not allow by any means we must not allow this administration to have another 4 years. This should be the goal. And for now, I urge each and every one of us to continue doing what they've been doing. I mean, I know of people that have been working day and night, and some of these guys are not even in Nigeria with us. Uh, they don't even have directly something to benefit. Maybe indirectly, they would stop getting all these requests from Nigeria to send me urgent 2K from family or friends. But genuinely, they just want Nigeria to change for good. And you look at all these efforts and the one you are putting into all this coalition, and then you wake up and you see something that is discouraging. I mean, we'll keep fighting, but I just have to tell you, man, I'm excited. Really, I'm excited. I mean, I've never been this excited since after the announcement of this coalition. This is the second to the that excitement that I have right now. So, good times, good times. Let's try to keep the consistency and maintain the momentum. Um, so sure, you can move
Oh
the
yes.
mic.
It's absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm not doing a lot of talking today because I've got a bit of a runny nose. But we'll.
Have have some bro, have some orange. Have some orange.
Oh yes. I'm overloaded with oranges. You know, at ADC we have to represent. I've even put on my orange jersey, right, just to make sure. Nobody gets confused about it. It's all about the orange revolution, right? But yes, going forward, I'd like to say a big shout out once again to Massey and also my very, very good brother, Royalty. A big shout out to you. It's always a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us. But yes, moving forward real quickly, let's go with Henry. Henry, thank you very much for joining us. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Social, can you hear me?
Oh yes, loud and clear, Henry. Thank you very much
All
for
right,
joining
thank
us.
you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Dr. A and Engineer, greet everybody. Well, El-Rufai, I think I want to apologize to, because, the APC, I didn't really listen a lot because the APC, in the last election, were telling us, wonderful things about El-Rufai, and I didn't pay attention. A lot of people on this app, El-Rufai was there. In fact, the way they campaigned for the APC using El-Rufai. But today, most of them are hypocrites. Today, now they are now reminding you about what happened in so place. But in the last, just this last election, they are telling you that this is the person that fixed Kaduna. He touched every angle. They told her that is the best thing. A lot of them even said that they are supporting Tinubu because of El-Rufai. Said a lot of a lot of things. But today they are now attacking the same El-Rufai, saying different things about him. Well, I know he's a smart person. I've never been to Kaduna, so I don't know. I only listen to what a lot of them had to say about, his governance at that time. So, but he's a very smart guy, and I think a lot of you are saying is the brain boss behind this thing, but I think there's a lot of work that is going on, and I think the guy is a silent achiever. I like people when they speak, the APC trembles. Anytime, look at the way APC has been releasing statement upon statement just because he says something. Their spokesperson released it was not amplified. The APC and came on and tried to amplify. A lot of things were just coming up. But these are the kind of people that you need their voice. These are the people that you need them to speak. These are the people that will be telling you if you rig, we in fact this country in fact we will blow a lot of things in this country. And when they speak, they carry a lot of weight. And before you know it, if they are planning to do something, when voices that matter speaks, they listen. And these are the people that you need to work together if you feel that you want to win election. I don't know. I know last election, Tinubu wouldn't have made it without El-Rufai. Because this guy, and when he believes in something, he works 100% for it. Yesterday, I met with the world chairman of the ADC in Akure in the Okijebu War 2 yesterday. And we were just having this. It was the first time I met him because the last time I ever came to Akure, I was not around, so I couldn't attend the meeting. But personally, I was in the office. I met the chairman yesterday, and we were just having a conversation. And the SSG of the Ondo State government have been trying to bribe this man. The man said categorically that APC, chieftains have visited his house several times, trying to force him to join the APC. What they are doing now is they are going around looking for the leftover, the ones that have not decamped to the APC, and they are looking to buy them. The man said it that he has been in PDP and he doesn't believe that he believes that if the last person joins APC, he will be here, he will never join them. Because he cannot see himself joining the APC who has plundered Nigerians into poverty. His wife sells, provision store just in the front of his house. And this man was saying to me that if we are still here before 5 o'clock, we are going to see people coming to beg. A woman with kids will come and buy 2 cups of gari with with this small wrap of granuts. And that's what they're going to eat for dinner. And this man was saying that in all his good conscience, how will he support this evil party? Look at what these people have turned Nigerians into. Gari and Epa for dinner. A family. That's what they are going to eat. If you stand on the road, you see people begging, asking you for what they want is now what to eat. People are not even asking you, they're just asking what to eat. A lot of people are too hungry in this country. And in all conscience, you join the party. If it's not for your own selfish interest, who is going to join APC and he believes this person has a good intention? And you join the APC, the party that has dealt with Nigerians. And I think that this is the angle. And he said something that I picked yesterday, that he was saying that the ADC in those states is from all parties, from APC, from PDP, from all political parties. And these are angry Nigerians. A lot of people who genuinely voted for Asiwaju in the last election, and he has failed them. A lot of people are very disappointed. You wake up in the morning, when you go outside, you listen to people who voted genuinely, and you are disappointed. They are cursing him every day. And this is what I want. This is the party of the ADC. They are, harvesting the anger of Nigerians, the movement of the people. ADC they are gathering people from the APC and the PDP, and also the Labour Party. We are joining hands together, entering into the PDP to chase out this evil government. So when they tell you that there are people, a lot of people will tell you that in the Southwest is case closed. There are a lot of people from the Southwest who do not believe in this government. I've never joined the APC, and I'm not going to join them. A lot of us want we want our people, do not vote this person. Do not vote in this line. They did not listen. But now they are crying. The hunger in this country is too much. So when I see people, from diaspora shouting Obi or nothing, it annoys me. Because if you tell me that instead of, if it's not Obi, let Tinubu continue, it's annoying. Or you say instead of Atiku, let Tinubu continue, it's annoying. Let both people come together and save Nigeria from this mess. I don't like a situation where somebody will come in and the person will be using it, and the person will be feeling like he's guaranteed 8 years. If somebody comes in and spend 4 years and you don't do well, Nigeria should vote you out. If it's possible, let's vote a goat. So that at the end of, after 4 years, if you do not do well, you get out. Don't come in with the mentality they're going to use 8 years. When you do 4 years and you don't perform, know that you are going back home. Not that somebody will come in and be talking about 8 years. The 4 years that you have done, you are a failure. You're talking about 8 years. So if Nigerians vote this government out and the next one don't do well, they will still vote them out. But I believe that nobody can be worse than this one. So if Nigerians vote this one out, the next one, if it comes, if it doesn't perform, we vote them out again until we get it right. So I do not like this idea of somebody comes in and you're talking about 8 years. When your 2 years is already failure. So we were having that conversation yesterday, and he was saying that if at all we can, fix from the word to word. We are having a meeting on Thursday again. And what we are doing is that we are speaking to our people. There is a way out, because a lot of our people have given up hope. They are defeated. And we are telling them that we are going to we are giving them inspiration that there is hope. Come out and end this government. He was even saying that once APC loses in Ondo State and Ekiti, there's nowhere it can win. because he didn't win Lagos in the last election. He lost Osun. So if he doesn't win in Odo State and he doesn't win in Ekiti, how is he going to win in Southwest? But we need all hands together. We gather the anger of Nigerians, the ones that, even though a lot of them are defeated already, but we will speak to them. We continue to go from word to word, and he even said that a lot of cats are coming in from, I think he said close to the end of the month, cats will come in and we roll it out. And this time around, we will not need to, gather a lot of people, but we just have people, structures who can speak, and people will listen. I know this man delivers his, if you ask of Okijebu, he wins Okijebu in his polling. These are people that can deliver. So, and the man said a lot of things that I said, wow, he has never left PDP. So these are people with conscience that you can never buy. These are the kind of people that you need. Not these ones who are always selling out on election day. People will roll their heads out for this kind of people. Because either you like to, there are people that listen to them. And when you have this kind of people, when they tell you that this is what you're going to do, you are going to do it. So I like what is happening because I was even thinking that I've not even seen a lot of things. But when I made my findings yesterday and I met this man, I discovered that, in fact, he even told me that this conversation has started for a while now. So we must continue to speak to our people, the ones that are outside the country. Speak to your people back home. Continue to encourage them because a lot of people are, if I look at it like that, people that rejected 5,000 in the last election, if you give them 2,000 naira, they will collect it. Because a lot of people are too poor now. Too poor. So my own issue is, how do we battle this vote buying? Because there's nothing that they are saying that they are going to bribe people and they're going to buy their votes. Once they give them money, I don't know what happens to our people on election day. Once they give them money, they are gone. So we need to continue to encourage Nigerians. This vote buying is one thing that bothers me. Because people are too poor. And that's why that's the tactics of APC, to make the people poor. So that when they give you 2,000 naira on election day, you collect. Because people are so poor, they cannot feed, they cannot have, a lot of people are even finding it difficult to eat once a day. Before this, now we know the people who are doing the begging. But now people are begging too much now. It's too much. How about you cannot park your car? A lot of people will come to be begging. Why? Why they have a government who is just lavish? Don't say that there's no project going on. The one that Akeredolu was doing before, this man came in and abandoned it. And said he wants to do one flyover that he cannot even complete in 6 years. And you have psychophants all over the whole place, partying up and down in the states, lavishing state funds, paying different SSA, appointing them up and down, doing several rubbish in the states. And we will not keep quiet, we continue to speak. And God will help us and we get that victory. There's nobody who can win alone. There's nobody who can win alone. The problem is not that like somebody can win an election, but it's vote buying. So you need to join hands together and send this man back. Thank you so much, Social Aid.
Oh, absolutely. You're very, very right, Henry. Thank you very much for that beautiful contribution. I truly, truly appreciate it. Brilliant stuff. So yes, before we go with anybody else, let me say a big shout out to Oxley Technology, my brothers. Always a pleasure. Oh yeah, let's get that. So, so yes. Let's go with Maynard, and then we'll go with Oxley right after that. Maynard, please go ahead. Let me pick up.
Okay. What I'm going to say is, Gaskiya, like seriously about the issue of insecurity, the poverty that we are facing in this country is too high. Me, I'm living in Sokoto. You will see a lot of people begging. Teenagers, people you will see them begging. Today, the thing is being worse. I see one guy, one little boy, who is not up to 2 years. He's together with his sister. They are begging for food. This guy, I have cried for that. The thing is worst. Our governors, they are just stealing our money here in Sokoto. Our governor Ahmad Ali Sokoto, instead of him to put the money in the put food stops, but he put the money in the and he said he wanted to build Sokoto, to make it into what they call to look like London. A lot of people they are suffering. My contribution here is I wanted to me and a lot of followers to vote for the ADC because we are seeing that inshallah El-Rufai will try to make it by God willing.
Sorry, Minor, before you go, please, let me ask you this quick question. Some few months ago, even though it's out of what we are talking about, but then it's all about Nigeria. A few months ago, there was this declaration by the state government of Sokoto State that they have these provision stores that are subsidized. Whatever you are buying, if, for example, bag of rice is selling for 100,000 naira, you can buy it in those stores for 40 or 30,000 naira. So what happened? Are those stores still visible, or is just another propaganda of APC?
Seriously, that one is just a rumor. I even went there. The shop, they just build the place, they paint it, they write that Amara Ali provisions to, but they what they call it, they give some card that you must come with that card, and you must belong to APC party before you get that card. I even went there. My father said I should go check if it is true. I should buy a bag of rice. But when I reached there, I got scared. The thing is not like that.
Wow. So this is what we are fighting. I mean, we can all see the direction these people are going. So even in the APC, you have to be someone that knows someone before you even get that ticket. When I mean, after election, it's supposed to be about Nigeria and Nigerians, not it should not have anything to do with your party lineage. As long as you're Nigerian, whether you voted for APC or not, if there is anything good, because all the bad policies that this administration have been putting in place is affecting all Nigerians. It's not affecting just the ADC people or the PDP or LPP. It's affecting each and every one of us. So if there is any incentive that anyone should benefit from, it should be for all Nigerians, for all people of Sokoto State. But then this is what we have, and this is another reason we are fighting to remove this administration. So thank you so much for that one. Susha, over to
Oh yes, absolutely brilliant submission. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, engineer, for that as well. Yeah. Let's go with Oxley, and then we'll go with Abaca effects.
Hello, social. Can you hear me?
Oh yes,
Hello, social.
loud and clear, Oxley. A
Yes,
big shout.
yes, yes.
Sorry, I had a network glitch. Okay,
Oh yeah,
so I
no
think
issues at all. No issues. Okay.
yeah. So I think the conversation is a good conversation to have. Well, the way I see Malam Nasir El-Rufai, without any doubt, Malam Nasir El-Rufai has a very controversial. Is a very controversial person. You can't take that away. He's a very controversial person. Um, People have different opinions about him. You know, his person, his antecedents, and all of that. But for me personally, I see him as a very intelligent person. He has a very, and obviously he's a very controversial person, and I agree with that. You know, and he's somebody that if he supports you or if he's on your side, you can say that you have somebody on your side. So if he's into you, you can be rest assured that he's going to deliver, right? So that is a credit to him. I do not agree with some of the things, the roles that he has played in the past politically, you know, because of course we are in the other side of the aisle of the political divide. So he did whatever he did to make sure that his candidate at the time, you know, get to the villa. So I'm not going to take it personal with him. He did what he had to do. Okay, the way he supported Asiwaju, the role that he played, some of the things that he said, you know, during the previous election seasons, you know, quite controversial, quite whatever, but he had to do what he had to do. And no offenses, I'm not taking it personal. Now, for as far as I'm concerned, our interests align as we speak, which is a good thing for me. You know, I'm willing to take advantage of this alignment, you know, to the fullest. So what I expect from someone like El-Rufai, and he has done it very effectively, is to come all out again to play the role that he needs to play in this season. The same way he has played the roles that he has played in the past. When he was with the PDP, when he was the APC in 2014, 2015, even in 2019 and in 2023. So I don't expect anything less from him in terms of his commitment. He has done it. You know, the few times he went on air, we know the buzz that came out of it. It was, you know, his punchlines are very effective. His punchlines are, he lands he lands very effectively, and he gives the right blow, you know, to the other to the other side. So El-Rufai, as far as I'm concerned, is an asset to the coalition. Is an asset to the coalition. Is somebody that you need to have on your side. Now, in the coalition, we all know the state of the coalition as it is today. El-Rufai is one of those persons that, same as Peter Obi, that has not fully joined the coalition. Yes, you can tell he moved from APC to to SDP, and I've always told my friends. I was talking to my friend the other day. Sorry, I was talking to my cousin who lives in West Virginia. We're having a conversation. I'm like, I always knew it that the SDP is a party that is acting as proxy to certain people in power. I always knew it. I always knew it, that they had that penchant for it. I saw it. The only thing is that the guy that was the APC, the SDP chairman, that was recently removed, I've forgotten his name. He doesn't look like he's that proxy. But within his NWC, is full of APC proxy. Even the guy that contested under the SDP in the presidential election of 2023. I look at him. There's a way I look at him. He seemed to be working for somebody. I don't want to make any accusations here. He seemed to be working for somebody. So I knew that SDP, yes, it's one of those legacy parties, but I knew that they were just like the Abure and the Arabambi role, the role that they are playing in Labour Party. I knew that SDP, they are just a proxy people holding forth for people in the ruling party. So once El-Rufai moved in, they played their hand. They played their hand immediately, and it showed us that SDP was a proxy party for some people. So, because why come after El-Rufai? Why would SDP not see El-Rufai as an asset, just like the way the coalition is seeing him as a major asset? Immediately, El-Rufai moved in there, they upended everywhere. They everywhere busted into flame because it looks like an enemy moved into SDP. All of them started the presidential candidate of SDP in the last election. Start from the day he moved in, he was attacking him, going to arise every time. El-Rufai this, El-Rufai that. Why are you attacking him? If you are a credible candidate and you claim that you are a credible candidate, you are not a proxy of anybody. Are you not supposed to be happy that El-Rufai moved into SDP? They were attacking him until they played their hand. Now, what we are hearing is that they have suspended him and banned him for 30 years. Very, very, very ridiculous. So it just tells you the kind of politics that we play. Now, El-Rufai is, as far as we know, I don't know about whether the suspension is, whether it's the position of that suspension. He has not joined the ADC officially, and which is okay. So the going forward, I want El-Rufai to be committed. I want him to continue to do his media rounds because we need that his media rounds going to channels. I don't know whether channels is a home is going to be a good place for him to go because Shehu Akimbaloye, the way his line of questioning sometimes when Shehu is doing certain things, I shake my head. But maybe a good talk for him will be Arise or maybe AIT. So let him continue to make those media rounds because we need ammunitions that are going to be coming out from El-Rufai who can give us a very good punchline to bring these people down completely. So I want to see more of those media rounds, whether they are the guy in Arise, whether it's Charles, invite him. I don't know. I've gone to Arise website and Channel's website. I saw that people appear on the show and they have to pay some money if you want to appear. Also, sometimes the presenters invite means there is no cost. So if El-Rufai needs to be making those kind of rounds on invitation, let him continue and do that because doing that frequently will give us a punchline, talking points to be able to challenge these people effectively and put them in the defensive because the APC needs to actually be in the defensive. When this coalition talk came in and they launched the coalition in the ADC, APC went into a defensive mode. But it looks like they are trying to push the coalition now to be in that defensive mode. And it is not good for you strategically in strategic communication. It's not good for you to be in a defensive mode. So we want APC and all the Tinubu guys to be in the defensive. Let us remain on this attack. And occasionally we need El-Rufai to be going out there. Make those attacks, make those punches, so that the Boalas and the Onanugas will continue to defend because that is what we need them to do. We are not the ones that should be on the receiving end of this conversation because we are not the ones in power. We are not the ones in power for crying out loud. We are supposed to be on the offensive. It is the person that is holding the power that should be defended. That's the way it is. So anything that will make opposition to be on the defensive, what are you defending? Are you holding power? You're not holding power. You're not supposed to be defending anything. It is the man that is holding power that the pressure should be on. He's the one that has the questions to answer. What is he doing with the power that has been given to him? So I want our strategy in terms of communication, in terms of influencing, in terms of punchlines. We need to put these people in the defense. Let them tell us what they are doing with the power that has been given to them, or the power that they took. Nobody gave them power. They took the power forcefully, as far as I'm concerned, in 2023. Let them tell us what they are doing with that power. And if they cannot tell us, this timeline will not contain all of us. We will continue to make them uncomfortable. We will continue to make them. We will continue to make them uncomfortable. We will continue to make them pay. For the power that they have taken without doing anything with it. Look at how Nigeria it is today. Everywhere is so fucked up and messed up. People are hungry, and all the people that are in power, all they do is to share the spoils of of the country without giving the poor people, anything in return. So for me, if El-Rufai is hearing us or people that are close to him, they should tell him he shouldn't be discouraged. I know that the powers that be are after him. Me, I know. I can tell. The powers that be are after him clearly, because what they did to him in SDP shows me that the powers that be they are after him. They have not been able to hang on to anything that they can use to take him to EFCC. I don't think they have gotten there yet. They are still searching to try to link him to something, whether through his age, through his former commissioners, his former aides when he was governor. Maybe they have not gotten that thing that they need to get into EFCC, because that is actually what they are trying to do, to get into EFCC, so that once the news break that Malam has been invited to EFCC or has been arrested by EFCC, then at that point we will also be in the defense, and that is what we don't want. So until then, I know that day will not come. Let's believe that there will be nothing that will make Malam to go into custody for whatever reason. Let's believe that day will not come. But let Malam come out. Let him not be afraid. Let him not be discouraged. Is the price that you have to pay to be in this game. Obi used to be a private person in 2014. Going out after he served as governor, he was just going around his own until May 2018, when he went to the platform, and brought himself out. And since that time, I know that his life has not become the same. But that is what he signed for. So if you are going to play in this political arena, you have to be ready for anything. You have to be ready for the ultimate prize. So Malam should not be discouraged. He should stand up. He should continue to fight, because him keeping quiet, if they're able to keep him quiet, they will finish him. So let him continue to be out there. The goal is to bring this whole thing down. Let us bring this whole thing down and enthrone a leader that is going to fight for the people. And that's where I will leave it. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you so much for that wonderful submission, Oxley, as always. Ibrahim, I'll give you a few minutes before we go to the next speaker.
Thank you, Engineer Khalid. So just to quickly respond to Oxley, thanks a lot, Oxley, for that good words on Malam. Um, uh, I think just trying to make things clear, Malam joined SDP. He believes the SDP is the good platform for opposition, as at when he joined the party. Unfortunately, things happen within the party, and some element within the party are probably in bed with the current administration. And that is why we are seeing what we are seeing at the moment. That suspension, it doesn't make any reasonable sense to anybody that is sensible enough in politics. So it's not even something that somebody can be disturbed about. That is why you never had Malam even responding to that suspension. For membership in ADC, I know we all know that there is a by-election that is happening in the next few days, and once that by-election is done, most of the opposition leaders are going to join the ADC, and probably that is what we thought is in their mind. You don't want Malam to just jump out of their party and then join ADC. They want to be like, okay, they suspended him and he has gone. But we all know these games. It's obvious that they don't have what it takes to even annoy Malam or whatsoever. We know nobody is talking about SDP until Malam joined the party, before Malan joined SDP. I don't know if people are talking about the SDP. The Prince Adebayo, the guy that contested in the SDP in 2023, the guy did not even flag off his presidential campaign. You are a presidential candidate and he's a presidential candidate and he's following the Tinubu ally up and down. So whatever he was doing that time, it was expected. So it's not somebody that people should even be taken serious in the first place. I mean, there are people that are in opposition but don't want opposition to succeed. Maybe if the opposition succeeds, one or two things they do in the sideline of their opposition will end. We know a lot of those kind of people, and we just have to be careful with them. But I will assure you that Malam is committed in this coalition, and nothing is shaking him. He'll continue to put in his effort, inshallah. Thanks.
Right, absolutely. Thank you, Ibrahim, for that clarification. Moving forward, Mazi, are you ready to speak? Okay, seems Mazi is not close. I will go to Engineer Sani.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Walaikum salam.
So, good evening,
Walaikum salam.
my fellow Nigerians, and to every patriotic citizen listening across the country and beyond nation tonight. So, thank very much for having me, for giving me this opportunity to speak. But I wanted to speak concerning the Nigeria and call attention for Malan Nasir El-Rufai tonight. And this is not about defending a politician, it's about defending Nigeria. Malan Nasir El-Rufai, we all know is a man, we all know him across this country. He's educated and experienced and understand the art of governance and political strategy. And he has built coalition, shaped policies, and held key positions of power. But with all this brilliance, El-Rufai has failed in Nigeria. Just like Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, another expensive product of Nigeria, who are shining on global stage. But let us wonder why have brilliance never fully transformed our local realities. You see, our problem is not that we lack educated and brilliant people. Nigeria has them in abundance. And our problem is that these brilliant individuals often fail to convert their knowledge into people-centered actions, which they become expensive products admired abroad, but ineffective at home. Malam Nasiru have recently apologized for bringing APC into power, but that apology is a start because Nigeria need more than apologies and need actions. We all know you have the capacity to be part of the new solutions, and the coalition you helped us build before were built on political survival, but now we need a coalition built on Nigerian survivals. And you know the depth of Nigerian political decay, and you know the manipulations, the tribalism and the religion cut, both the so much infrastructure politics that have hijacking our democracy. This time you have a chance to build differently, not for ambition or not for self-redemption, but for the sake of a nation that is bleeding. Nigeria are not fools. We see the betrayal happening in broad daylight. The PDP, we even see PDP in Ogun State, even rallying, declaring support for Tinubu re-elections. while planning again they are planning their awareness convention in OU. So this is the height of unseriousness, and this is how transactional politics has reduced parties to mere bargaining platforms. And the political class has failed us, and they must be held accountable. But this conversation is bigger than El-Rufai. It is bigger than either APC, PDP or APC. It is all about the survival of Nigeria. And we have a young star like Nafisa Abdullahi, that a 17-year-old who defeated the world in English proficiency. Yet, last 2 3 weeks, we celebrated victories for the Super Falcon with dollars and flat, while academic excellence is ignored. This reflects a nation that has lost its priorities. If we do not start rewarding intellect and integrity, we will continue extorting our best to countries that know their value. Back to Nasiru. I say this with a respect but with a firmness. You have been a builder of coalition now. Nigeria needs you to become a reformer of those coalitions. Use your influence to rally a new political front, not for personal gain, but for national healing. And the real apology is not in phrase statement, it's supposed to be in action that correct past mistake. You and every brilliant Nigerian who has benefited from this nation owing it's us to build a Nigerian that works. And this country does not need more fan club. It needs builders. Whether you love El-Rufai or hate him, Nigerian broken system is a challenge for all of us. To my fellow citizens, we have to stop being spectators and stop defending politicians blindly. Stop demanding action, real actions from those who know better. And as I close, let me say this from my heart. Nigeria is not beyond repair, but it is beyond deceptions. We have been deceived enough and we have been patient enough. But the future of our children is calling us to rise. Every day we delay, more dreams die in the village and in the street and in the classroom. Yorubai, Ngozi, and every Nigerian who has walked the corridor of power, this is your moment to be remembered, not for the failure you were part of, but for the courage to fix them. Let's build this nation and heal this country, because if we fail now, history will not forgive us. Because our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, peace be upon him, say, each of you is a shepherd and each of you is responsible for his flock. This is a responsibility that no apology can wipe away. Leadership is a trust, and betrayal of that trust lead to regret this world and punishment in the hereafter. The time for excuse is supposed to be over. The time for fulfilling the truth is now. Thanks everybody. I still remain Sana Aminu.
Thank you so much, engineer. I would want you to continue, but then, what do you see as action, like fixing the rot that we are already in your own perspective?
You say?
You,
Hello?
hello, can you hear
Hello,
me?
can you hear me? I can hear you.
Okay,
Okay.
mute your mic.
Mute your
Yeah,
mic. Yeah.
okay. So, in your own perspective, what do you see as action? Because I believe what Erufai is doing and his likes right now is my own definition of action. Coming out to admit that uh, I made a mistake in campaigning or playing a role in bringing this government into power. But now, if this will be my last fight would be about removing APC. So, in your own perspective, what do you see as action? Because, like you said, we all want to be remembered as a success story, not as failure. So, what do you see as action? What do you see as fixing the mistake that you've made in your own perspective, in your own terms? Can you define action? I mean, we can unmute. Wait, sorry, Engineer Sani, you can unmute and.
All right. So for my own statistics, you know, when somebody came out on media to or on the press to seek for apologies and which even Islamically you have to be said it, but you have to accept it and giving him more chance. But my own perspective is to call the attention of Nigeria to look at it and be considered, because when he made that statement, people were hosting space, insulting him, this and but these coalitions is the only way forward for everyone, for the Nigeria. If they fail us, so we'll wait till 2031, which we are not friends so. Or if they gain the power and use it like this one are doing, so please, for those that are close to him, please, we know he's among the front tier of the ADC, and he has have something over to be. He have something to he have a role to be play much. But please, you hear everything that we are saying. So I say thank you. We pray.
All right, thank you. Ibrahim, quickly before we go to Ugo Lindsay.
Yeah, engineer, apologies. You are talking about Malam Nasri El-Rufai, and we are here. We need to respond to questions, probably. Sorry for coming in almost all the time. So it's good
Yeah,
to set.
that's why I always give you opportunity to address some of these concerns that people are talking about, because I know firsthand
Yeah,
you
thank you
are
very
very.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
thanks for that. So it's good to set some of this records straight. You know, Malam is one of the members in the CPC block of the APC. Let me put it that way. And that block consists of former President Muhammadu Buhari, like Afrata Masa. So as at then, we know that there were a lot of discussions around who that bloc should support within the APC, and the president never mentioned, I mean, the former president never mentioned who they should support as the presidential candidate. And eventually, Tinubu emerged. The expectation of every party man is the flag bearer of your party, you should support him. And it has been a tradition for Malam. If he's going out for you, he's going all out for you. And that is exactly what happened. He supported Tinubu, and Tinubu emerged as the presidential candidate for APC. He supported Tinubu, and he made reference to what Tinubu has done in Lagos. And he see that from his own analysis, if Tinubu becomes the president, he's going to do better. But unfortunately, it turns out that the expectations are not met. What we expect the president to do is not what he is doing. So there is a need for a check on that. That is exactly what Malam Nasir El-Rufai has done. He has evaluated and he has seen that they are not following the right trajectory. If he go back and fold his arms, he's not being fair to the generality of Nigerians. He needs to come and be part of a movement that is going to change the government he supported to come on. But a lot of people are saying, yes, he supported Tinubu to be president. Yes, he supported Tinubu to be president. Yes, everybody knows that. And he has to do it. As a party man, you need to support your presidential candidate. And he made a lot of references of why he supported him. But if the presidential candidate is not doing, the president is not doing the right thing, it will not stop him from coming out to say it. I mean, you can remember what he did during Buhari's tenure. Before the election, the Naira, whatever they did, he is the one at the forefront of taking the federal government to court, and then him and other governors. And that was Buhari's government, and Buhari is somebody he respected a lot, but he has to go and fight for the people. And then the Naira was restored. Everybody can use his old currency. If he can do that to Buhari as at then, somebody he respected a lot, I see no reason why he cannot go against Tinubu if Tinubu is not doing the right thing. And as part of that measure is to make sure that the government should not continue to stay. He has advised them. He has a lot of some of the guys within the government. They know him. They are just called away. He has done whatever he needs to do, but they are not changing. They remain what they are doing. They still continue to do what they are doing. But what is the last option he have? The last option is for him to team up with the people that believe the government need to go out and bring in a good government. And that is exactly what we are doing in the coalition. The APC has to go, and we need to come with a government that will fix the issues of the country. Thank you.
Sorry, pause. Uh, Engineer, I heard everything that you said, but I have little small to be said, and it's no challenge. El-Rufai is not powerless, and he knows the system inside and outside. And the solution is simple. Let him use his influence to build a coalition of national reform, not political alliance for election, but an alliance to fix the rot in governance. You know, we need people like El-Rufai to stop hiding behind regret and start leading a movement of corruption. Nigeria is bleeding, and the people who know where their wounds are most at the forefront of healing them. The solution is for El-Rufai and others like him to come out, not with speech, but with actionable steps as he's doing, and we appreciate. Support electoral reform, champion good governance initiatives, and mentor the next generation of principal leaders. And most importantly, stop being silent when the system is failing. I believe he is not. He's doing his own best. As a citizens, our solution is to keep the pressure on and to refuse to be fanboy of failing politicians and to demand accountability. The apology means nothing if no action follows. This is not about forgiving, it is about compelling him and others to fix what they broke. That is the real solution from my own perspectives.
Yeah, so I think we've gone past apology with El-Rufai. I think he's already showing the workings. He's doing the workings. You ask me personally, I think he's doing it better than each and every one of the leaders of this coalition. So I think we've gone past apology with El-Rufai. He's already working the workings, and that's the least anyone should expect from him. So move forward. Ugu Lindsay. Sorry if I murdered your name. Ugu Lindsay. Let's have what you have to say.
Yeah, I've been here before actually, so I just decided to stay more longer, listen to other speakers also. So like I will still reiterate with what I said before. I am in total support. El-Rufai, a master strategy, being in our midst. No matter what, as an obedient that I am, let me state that very, very clearly because forget about whatever people are saying, whatever some people, few folks are posting online concerning this or nothing, this and that or nothing. You know, I will really take those with like with a pinch of salt because a lot of folks post election, I mean pre-election, a lot of folks that was when they joined politics. They knew about what was happening in the political space of Nigeria, actually. So I wouldn't really take, but I wouldn't really take that much. So the only way forward, it's we coming together as this coalition. A lot of people might maybe listening to this space, maybe listening to me speak, might want to say, oh, the same man who brought this same person on board, who was the fourth front runner for this person destroying the economy today, how suddenly he has become a saint. No, the fact is, you see, we can all say that, we can sit here today and argue on that. He definitely has his bad side. Everybody does. But the fact is, what we intend to achieve as it stands now, he's on our side. That is the fact. For a caliber of an El-Rufai to be on our side, it's the most important thing we need right now. He can likely be with the APC. He may have been with the APC actually, and maybe whatever he wants to do, he will get it there. But the fact still remains that now he's on our side. How do we utilize this opportunity? Because all we need right now is to get as many as those big wigs we that are available to be on our side, so that we can get this power, like Wike will say, so that we can grab this power, so that we can grab it. Because definitely they are not going to really see, like somebody was saying the other time, APC has the mechanism. You can't win an incumbent in Nigerian politics. You can't win an incumbent just like that. Forget about what happened with GEJ, Goodluck Jonathan, the last time. GEJ, there was a coalition that took Jonathan out. So that is the only way that it can happen in our political space. You can't sugarcoat it. We are not America. We are building. It's a democracy that is building. And this is whatever we're doing now, whatever coalition we are trying to get now to uproot these guys out, to take these guys out, is part of the building process to get the best, that democracy, that better democracy we are looking up to. So whatever way it comes, we are definitely going to take it. It's not going to be based on maybe this person or not, or blah 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 or not. No, I did my part. A lot of people where they even talk, that claims to be obedient, many people didn't do the groundwork during 2023. But I can beat my chest that I did on my own, in my own field. I did my own part on ground. So for me to still come out and tell you that, see, wrestling power from APC, you are definitely not going to do it with a Peter Obi alone. It can't work. It won't. You can't even. It's going to be a free work for Tinubu. So what we need, it's either an El-Rufai will be on that ballot with a Peter Obi, or whatever way the coalition wants to go about it. Because we can definitely, we are looking at zoning here. Next, in 4 years, the North is coming out, 2031. So Atiku might maybe decide to say, okay, fine, Obi is talking about a one-term presidency. Okay, 4 years, let's see what he can do. Okay, let me shove my plans and push them. But whatever we are going to do, an El-Rufai must be there. That is it. He is with us now. That is all that matters. He is there with us now. Whatever, forget about whatever he has done before. He was playing what he was supposed to do to make his candidate win. And that is politics. You have to understand it. So now we have them. We have those same people in our side. Aregbesola is doing his bit in the southwest. Alegbashola is not just is a big wig too in the southwest. So El-Rufai is going to do his part in the north. Peter Obi already, we know the southeast is locked down. So whatever are we looking at? So what we should now focus on now is to push and let us die whatever this person or nothing. Let us come together and push this coalition. That is the only way. The APC is gone. They know they are done for. So the only option they have is rigging, which we all know. So how do we fight it? How do we be on ground on that day and make sure that if they come with tools, we are coming out with tools, because they know that they are fighting against Nigerians. So that is the only thing me I'm in support with. So I just hope that many of us who are new in this political space now, who are interested now in politics, maybe don't understand how it's played in Nigeria, should start having a rethink and understand the game at play, that this is how you have to do it. You don't, emotions doesn't come in. You have to play it, play your cards very well. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ulize, before you go, so now for you, all this preaching of moral high ground that APC has been doing, that this is what you've been fighting, this is what you've been saying, APC have been doing wrong. So for you now, you are ready to do anything to grab this power, right?
My brother, see, like I said power is not given. APC in 4 days time, I think custom. There's a news I saw recently, about an increment in duty. Cars will triple. The prices of cars will triple. See, these guys doesn't give a hoot about you and I. It's all about the cabal. They share the positions among each other. So whatever happens to you is none of their business. So the fact is, they have destroyed the economy beyond repair. They have destroyed the economy. So the only option now is to grab power from them first, collect it. Whoever that is going to be there, which I'm strongly hoping, which is going to be a Peter Obi as the flag bearer. I'm hoping, because I know definitely it's not all about Peter Obi. He has weight. He is him who he say he is too. He's not a pushover. But I hope that whatever coalition, whatever talks that are in place should also center around him. At least for whatever for this he has said, which he said one term, maybe a continuation of the South, so that in 2031 everybody comes for the North, as in we all still come out massively for whoever the North will bring out, and the whatever foundation he has laid is carried on. So as it stands now, my brother, that power grab is what I'm interested in. I don't care anymore. Get the power from them. That is me.
Yeah, get the power first before anything else.
Engineer, can I say something?
All right, Dr. A.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for that and all that. For those who have also joined us, we appreciate you guys and all that. And I follow keenly the Nigeria politics closely as well, and also let's say geopolitics, global politics, U.S., Russia, China, just name them, right? And when the power that be sees that their authority or dominance or their sphere of influence is being threatened, they can cause some chaos for you. And we've seen it, right? And when it comes to power as well, when it comes to power, The power that be do not negotiate it on our own level. And I want us to get it very clear, especially when it comes to presidency. From across the world, and Nigeria is not an exception. Right. And when we look at what happened to Jonathan, you could see how they use the singular bring back our girls campaign to discredit his government. Right? Even to see that the governor that was in charge, whatever it is, I said, let's just, you understand, right? So if the power that be want to cripple you, they can just allow insecurity to fester, well, whatever it is that is there in your state and rubbish you and all whatnot. And if the media is against you, that's another whole thing again, because they also, let's say, sponsor media campaigns against you. We understood how they play it very, very well. When you look at what is happening from around the world, if you watch global politics very, very well, US, Russia, Ukraine, trying to control information, propaganda, whatever it is that is there. Why am I giving all this? Just to give a background how power thoughts work among the political elites in a country, in a region, in a state, you understand all that. Look at what is happening in Borno State. And they won't tell you the book what's happening in, let's say, Sambisa and all that. Sambisa, I did some research in the past. Right. It has to do with hydrocarbon before I switched. That Sambisa forest you have, it has hydrocarbon accumulations there underneath. And there are interests, competing interests within Nigeria and also outside the country and all that. So the Chad Basin part of the Chad Basin, it's producing oil and gas. It's already producing. And that of Nigeria also holds some potential, it also extends to that of the Sambisa. But they don't want you and I to know that. And we keep fighting. Believe me, it's something huge, something massive. And also, there's also plans to also destabilize the northern part of Nigeria. We know that. And trying to look at, Borno, when you look at Maiduguri and Kano and one other state, boom. So they tried it. What am I saying in essence? For the case of El-Rufai, I listened to him carefully. I followed him very well, closely in the last 3 or 4 years, even when he was a governor of Kaduna State as well. I followed him closely, read his speeches, his this thing, because of his eloquence. I love eloquence. I love good speeches. And what he does. So what he did in Kaduna, I went there, spent like 10 days, and I saw it with my eyes. Right? A technocrat. So, and when he was a minister of FCT, he may have stepped on toes. He may. I'm not holding a brief for him, but this is my personal opinion. He may have stepped on toes. Security, military generals, whatever it is that is there. And when you step on toes like that, and you now become somebody like a governor, do you know how to come to also have their own pound of flesh to ensure that they destabilize the government and all that? And if the media is also not with you, you're in trouble. And I'm careful with what I read on mainstream media these days. Check the names of those people that are writing some things before we begin to digest some things. It's important. Someone will be writing let's say, South, for instance, and he won't capture the reality of the South, but just few things. Whatever he wants to pull through. So they have their narrative. They won't present like the real stuff, right? And security is something that is very critical and very sensitive. In the US, if there is anything that has to do with security breaches, people just present something sketchy without really running into conclusion that these are the people that are involved. No, they wait 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, everything becomes clear. Boom, they start. It happens in Nigeria. Some people just run to the media. They want to write. These are the people that are involved. The journalists, some of the reporters are now becoming like, okay, investigate. They have already did the investigation within 30, 45 minutes, 1 hour, boom, they set it out. And if they are against you, in trouble. I follow security something very well. Spywall, CIA, KGB, whatever it is. Sometimes 7 days before you actually even know what actually even happened. Who are those that are involved? Oh, some people are pushing some propaganda. Recently, now they're saying, okay, no, well, that of the Maiduguri, the Benue state killings, blah, 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 headsman has something to do with something even bigger than even the issue of Islamization agenda. Okay, like they're looking at, okay, now, GMO, right? Because the journalists, the reporters want to sell something that can resonate with Nigeria. Otherwise, they are not even interested in either consuming it or talking about it. Back to El-Rufai. Right, he may have stepped on toes. And he said in one of the interviews that when he was governor, they changed commissioner of police like 8 times. He wasn't in charge. He wasn't in charge. Right. He tried all that he could to the extent that even Jaji, they will now be attacking Jaji. He couldn't. The security architecture and all that wasn't under his control. And we've seen it recently, like some state governors that are struggling with security. And now some people can choose to pick those news and begin to like say this person is this, that person's that, and they go all blasts. They go ballistic or nuclear about it. And a typical Nigeria was like, oh yeah, you understand, pick that and take it and believe it hook, line, and sinker. Without actually looking who is verifying what. And I've seen that okay, some reporters from certain part of the region of the country who are like kind of whatever comes of the norm, maybe nothing serious, nothing positive like news. They don't really pick those ones mostly. They are good at picking some things and boom, they send it out. I was like, okay. And that even I also for the victim. And when I see those trend and those patterns were like, oh, they said that Southern Kaduna issue has been there for more than 2 decades. It has been there long before. And so what can you say? So, and that's how I started like, no, okay. I went to Kaduna and I looked at this, and honestly, what I saw on ground was different. He did his part, he did his best, but the power that be, the people that control the security were, you understand, not on his side. And anything can be written or said about you, and there's nothing you can do. You'll be everywhere to defend. Believe me, this is what I came to conclude. And when it comes to politics, they want to rubbish you, do rubbish. They just ensure that the security architecture in your state is compromised. And whatever people wrote about against you, boom, it just flies. And people now see it. We've been telling people, plateau, something. Okay, they are building some narrative, middle belt, this, that, and it's resonating with some people, and especially some people from the southern part, and also from those few states. We understood the game. One of these days we'll open and really talk about that. I've been following that as well. I'm not trying to discountenance what some people's views and everything. These are my personal views. These are my personal opinion and my observation. Right? And that's my stand. When the power that be is not with you, they'll see how they will ensure that at least they cripple the security architecture of your state so that they will now paint you black. They have people that will also riot again, and it's going to be magnified across various channels and all that. And I think this is what they did. I yield, engineer.
Thank you so much, Dr. AI. You see, even though you made it clear that these are your personal views, but then these your personal views, they are valid. I mean, we need to be very careful what we eat with this mainstream media. I mean, they are all owned by the state, and whatever agenda they want to push, they go through this mainstream, and that's why we have social media, we have other media platforms, and we talk to ourselves, we talk about the realities on ground, and then nobody can gaslight us with the reality that we are seeing every day and night. So thank you. Ugu, hang tight. I'll come back to you. I have some questions, but let's take new speakers before we circle back to you. So, Ponty,
A quick one, engineer. Do you have time of ending this space or it will continue to be on?
we'll be around for a couple of minutes. Yeah, so the discussion will continue. It's very important that some of these narratives are changed because I feel most of the things that have been flying around are all APC arrangements, and we are here to debunk whatever lies they are trying to put out there. I mean, we cannot let them control the discussion. I mean, you could see from yesterday and day before yesterday, everyone was talking about Peter Obi because he came out to say that if he gets the ticket, he will only run for one term. Me personally, I don't see anything wrong with that. But they always find an angle. They would always find something to talk about. Uh, would preach it among the coalitors, and this is one thing we are not going to allow. I mean, it's either us or them. We are fighting this fight like El-Rufai is fighting. We are all out. So whether you are in the mainstream media or you are here in the social media trying to push an agenda or paint a narrative, bro, we are here for you. So we'll be here for a while. Ponty, okay, I'll go to the next person. Said, what's up?
Yeah, yeah, engineer. Just to add a line to that thing you just mentioned, I think it's good to let people know that the president have a lot of percentage coverage in terms of the the, the, the media we have um, in the country at the moment. In fact, before now, Garba Shehu was mentioning it at an event that President Tinubu, current President Tinubu, then before he became president, supported President Buhari in terms of media because he owns a very big percentage of the media houses we have in the country today. Um, so that was then before he became president. So what are we expecting when he's the president? A lot of narratives are going to be controlled by his boys, and he owns the chunk of the media houses we have in the country today. So it's going to be difficult, but we need to stay strong and we need to be resilient in this. We will definitely have to use all the platforms available to us because if we are going to stick only to the mainstream, probably we might not get access to it as some people might be thinking of. That is why not everybody is granted opportunity to speak in places like channels, NTA, and other places. Most opposition, you see them on Arise and probably AIT. So we need
Yeah,
to stay alert, and we need to be ready for that.
yeah, absolutely. You heard what Garba Shehu said the other time that the issue of was it snakes or rat that ate something in the villa
Yeah, he
was
said
like
he is the one that put out that just to give a distraction to Buhari's sickness at that time, right? And
yeah,
a lot of stories, there were a lot of stories they cooked within the villa and take it out. It was Tinubu that was helping them now. From the way he put it then, at his own book launch here in Eradua Center in Abuja. I was I was listening to that. Yeah.
yeah.
So that
So
is to
that's
tell you that they can just sit down and cook things and then put it out on the on the media. It's just to
yeah,
feed people and change the narrative.
absolutely, absolutely. They just want to control what we are discussing. Wherever we are discussing, they want to make the headlines for us, but we say no to that. Said, what's up?
Okay, good evening. Well done, everybody on the speaker session and the listener. So, my own perspective is different on that OB comment because I look at his track record when he was governor of Anambra.
Said, don't derail our topic. We are actually talking about the man, the myth, the legend, El-Rufai, what he has been doing, how he has been rattled with the way he has been doing. I mean, that's what we are talking about. Not
Okay, let me stop because my comment, the reason why I picked the mic is for that OB. Thank you.
All right. So thank you for showing up. You're always welcome. But lately we understand the hard way that when we are discussing a topic, you just have to stick to what we are discussing. Because now, if you bring that issue of PO, I mean, this will derail um, all that we've been talking about. So thank you for coming up. Um, this is New Africa, Tina.
Yeah, yeah. God. Um, Happy birthday to Malam El-Rufai. Well, I was not even aware today is his birthday. I saw it all around the timeline and people coming around to celebrate him. That's good. A whole lot of people came out from Kaduna about his transparency, allowing election to flow. You understand? Like this man there now, like he has hands off in Kaduna politics and he allowed things to take the natural course and his importance. The guys that know his importance is within his equals. When I mean like fellow politicians like him, you need to understand how they revere and respect him. So if you are highly respected and revered among your equals, that shows a lot about your character and to an extent, uh, you keep on standing on the side you keep on standing for. I know a lot is happening in the north, at least from this year till even the next upcoming election. It's going to be a lot of alignment, realignment. You understand? At the end of the day, um, everybody is coming out to really show that I want to lead this country better. So, um, being for the kind of person that he is, the manner at which he has came to address the issue after everything that happened in the APC, his approach, to a large extent, the man has been quiet and calm. And whenever he needs to speak to the situation, he is actually very valid with his own facts. You understand? And one of the words that he always tell a lot of people in the coalition is that, look, when you are criticizing the leadership or the guys in power, your job is to make sure that you intensify your effort in trying to demarket them. Even when they did something wrong, you still criticize. You understand? So it's all politics and nothing else. So he has played his part, how far this coalition has come, and he still keep on doing it. So at least in the long run, and we can see one of the reasons why the APC guys are just going several news. You just be seeing because they are just going. Those guys are just going AYR. Every one of them, even when they are granting an interview to speak on a topic entirely that doesn't have anything to do with El-Rufai and the coalition, they will still look for a way to just sneak in the coalition into the argument. So you understand? So it looks like this man is living rent free in their head. It's going to be interesting because at the end of the day, 2027, I think for the first time in the history of Nigeria, I've never seen a seasonal election that is going to happen like we did politics for 4 good years. As in, politics started immediately after May 29, 2023. Politics started, calculation started, realigning started. It's going to be interesting because it will go in history as one of the most hotly contested elections. So, at the end of the day, we see the end will justify the means. Thank you.
Yeah. So you see, this is where we are as a country. I mean, it's just sad. I mean, we've never gotten it this bad. We've never gotten it this wrong. I mean, few months into your administration, we're already talking about the next elections. Nobody is talking about governance. Nobody is talking about policies. Nobody is talking about how you intend to improve Nigeria and Nigerians. We are all talking about how to win elections. And it's just who the president is. I mean, he doesn't have it in him to govern Nigerians the way we all deserve to be governed. Everything is politics. I mean, you should know that we are gone in those days that they did the, is it LDCA? I don't know if you remember when he created additional 37 local governments in Lagos State, where he,
LCDA, when he was fighting Obasanjo.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
LCDA.
Yeah, Obasanjo told him not to, due to allocation. I think they have an issue from there. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that was where their problem started because he thought by creating those local governments, then there was a kind of local government autonomy. You get all the money straight to local government. So he thought he could get away with getting more money from the federation account. Uh, they had 20 local government. He created additional 37 local governments, even though it was purely political. But then those days are gone. I mean, we are talking real politics. But then we are even seeing those footprints. I mean, even in Nigeria today, you can see how he's driving unconstitutional arrangements. I mean, forgetting what we have as character commission. I mean, everything is just abusing, going all over the place. But then reality will check him as well because this 2027 that we've been talking about since 2023, we'll get there and we'll send him back to Lagos, God willing. It is well. Moving forward,
Kali,
uh,
the last speaker said Malam is doing birthday. It's his wife's birthday, Hajia Asia, and the 26th wedding anniversary. Malam birthday is 16th of February every year.
um, Tina, I hope you get that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So what I saw was a family celebration. That's what I saw. I didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was
Okay.
actually
Yeah, it's wedding
celebrating.
anniversary and
And one
birthday
of
of
the
his wife.
children. Okay, okay. That's good. That's good.
Malam's wife's birthday.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. So, thanks. King David, how far? King David, are you there? Okay, so Ugo, let me ask you this question for you now. Because someone spoke earlier about electoral reform. Me personally, I'm against any form of electoral reform because I think that would be another mistake we would make as a country to actually believe these guys are going to improve on what we had in 2023 because I mean everyone was deceived with this IREV, BVAS, electoral transmission of election results. At the end of the day, they used that to rig each and every one of us. So, what's your stand? Do you want to see a reform in the electoral process? You want us to status quo?
Yeah, good evening once again. Well, uh, like, I would say that depends on what the electoral reform will be, you know, like, because I wouldn't trust a Tinubu presidency, an APC presidency to do anything about electoral reform, because even though they are going to even touch any aspect of the electoral reform, it won't be to their own it will not be to their own this thing. So you have to look at it in both ways. Will a Tinubu, an APC government, do, as in pass an electoral reform that will enable a free and fair election? The answer is no. So the thing what I would say is we need to do our own groundwork as a coalition. They have everything. It's not the first time. It's not the first time an incumbent has been, as in that has been that has been chased out of the villa. It's not the first time. It has happened before, and it happened through a coalition. So how did the past coalition? How did they achieve whatever they did, which is the APC? So a Tinubu will not be new. though we know who he is, we know what he believes in. But an electoral reform, I don't see an electoral reform. I don't see a Tinubu, an APC government passing an electoral reform to enable a free and fair election. It's never going to happen. That is why I said, you see, that is why I said before that we have to remove emotions aside and think about that grab power mentality. Now, let's say, for example, let me say, um, maybe Tinubu rigs the southwest, successfully rigs the southwest. The south, we get maybe 60%, 50% from the south. The southeast, we get maybe 90%, 80% from the southeast. North central, maybe 50, 30% from the north central. Then the north, the whole of the north, both northeast, northwest, maybe we're locking that place down due to the El-Rufai effect. Now, if maybe in Lagos, maybe we are disenfranchised, people in Lagos are disenfranchised based on his ground. This is his home. Lagos is his home. Now, if at the end of the day, Beavers and the same thing that was played out during last election tend to start happening in the course of the election, do you think maybe do you think the South has the ruggedity to stand firm and say we no go gree? The answer is no. The ordinary man on the South can, sorry to say, apologies to the South. I'm part of you. I'm an Igbo man, but I go straight to the point. I don't mix word. We are scared down South. There are a lot of things that has happened in the past, both when it comes to protest and co. The South is easily manipulated, and they are easily defeated. So now, if you don't have the coalition, probably you don't have an El-Rufai and an Atiku in this mix, and you want to collect this power, and you've been conquered down South, who is going to help you down North? So, if anything, peradventure, it happens, because definitely it's not going to be an easy ride. Definitely. So, peradventure, it happens, 2003 replace the North alone will boldly lock itself down because everybody is involved. Then whatever is happening there can at least now as in ginger people from the South to rise and demand for free and fair election. So see, it's not too, there's nothing like, it's not a two-way thing. Electoral reforms or no electoral reforms, Tinubu APC will not pass, an Akpabio-led Senate will not pass any electoral reform. Let's just get that out of our mind. Let's focus on what we believe, we know as a Nigerian election, what we believe. We're not going to fight. Nobody is going to destroy or cause havoc on election day. But we all know the game. We know what a Nigerian election has been for the past years. And we're not definitely going to shy away from that. So we need to, while we are preparing, civility, we're also going to be looking the other way around as plan B. And that is where this coalition and El-Rufai and Atiku comes in, whether you like it or not. So that's just my answer. That's just my answer. Thank you.
Yeah. So I was expecting this answer from you because I think people are delusional with this electoral reform. Electoral, what we should be fighting for is electoral reform. I don't believe in any electoral reform is going to change anything. At best, they would use it to take us by surprise again, just like they did in previous elections. So let's manage what we have. At least we know some of the loopholes that are there, some of the angles that they will try to explore with regards to rigging these elections, because we saw it play out. I mean, look at what happened in River State. What INEC announced and what is in the IRF is still not the same, still different tallies there. Wiki and his goons, they just sat down and write down the whole results of River State, and that was what they ended up announcing. So let no one deceive you with any agitation for electoral reform, because it is not going to favor you as an opposition. Because whether we like it or not, Tinubu is not going to put himself deliberately at disadvantage for the sake of
Oh yes, I totally agree. The whole idea of getting an electoral reform from Tinubu is just a wild
so
goose chase.
okay. Susha, are you there?
Yes, yes, yes. Can you hear me? Sorry, I did step away. I had to go get some tea.
Yeah, yeah. So we are back. I saw your network fluctuating. I was thinking
Yes,
maybe.
yes, yes. But we're good now. We're good now. We should be good.
All right, all right. So absolutely. So M Abubakar, I don't know if that's actually what you wrote, because it looks like
Same thing. I had to check it. I thought it was a South African name initially.
so I'm reading M Abubakar from here. I don't know what's actually the name,
Yes.
but
I think you're right. I think you're right. Yes.
okay. But
It's
I
the way
don't.
he had the V in there. It got me confused initially.
Yeah, but I don't think he's with us.
Yeah,
So
I don't think so as well. Maybe he's a bit shy. Mr. Abubakar, are you shy? Don't be shy. But yeah, I think we've got Diddy.
yeah. So, Ibrahim, let me ask you this one. If I ask you now to play me how the pathway will look like in your own perspective, like how do you see these elections playing out? Like, what are the places you would focus on in winning these elections?
Engineer,
Yeah, come here.
please can I take that? It's like talking to someone on my other phone.
All right.
Yeah.
So, social. Hope you've taken.
Yes, engineer. I don't know if I could answer that question.
All right. Let's hear you.
But I think what you call it, the easiest pathway, right, is once we can get Tinubu to be as unpopular as possible in the north, that is what you call it, the northwest, and the Northeast particularly. Just the way it's going now, the momentum, maintains, because everywhere you go, people are not happy with the APC and Tinubu particularly. So if we can capitalize on that and turn those sentiments into votes, and we can get the Southeast as well. If we can get the kind of at least anywhere between 65 to 70%, right? Then battle it in the south with Tinubu, because with the governors I'm sure it's going to be a bit of a battle. It's not going to be as easy as it was in 2023. And then the North Central as well. There's going to be a battle there. I think it might be a 50-50 as well in the North Central, because it's got a lot of people dead. I could do some work for him, particularly around Benway, because he's got Akuma and some other people there that are willing to impress Akuma.
But David Mark is there. Don't you think
Yeah,
he would?
David, that's why I said it would be 50-50,
Right.
But because, definitely we're going to, we're going to beat them in Plateau, right? Benway will be 50-50. Nasarawa, I think that would be an APC thing, unless the people really stand up. And Niger, although we might get some good numbers there, but I see APC taking that one as well. And then Kwara and Kogi might come to us, right? Kogi might come to us, but Kwara's APC. And Kogi's because we got Muri, right? I have a what do you call it? I have this hunch feeling that Natasha might join the ADC, right? Which will be good, because I don't see what she's still doing in the PDP right now. So if we can get Kogi State, and yeah, Tinubu's definitely going to struggle. Definitely going to struggle, because beyond the southwest, right? A few numbers from the north, because it's not going to get the kind of numbers where he got before. If he gets 50% of that, he should be lucky, right? And then maybe some of those states, but they could use state power in the south, right? I don't trust any of the governors there, anyways, right? So my goodness, all mothers have them. I think that's the best way to explain the current governors we've got in the south, innit? Not the best of the bunch, but yeah, they're there. And I'm not sure if they're people focused anyway, right? Because any governor joining the APC, I don't think they're people focused. So yeah, so there's that. And Lagos might be a battle, right? I have a feeling Tinubu will try and pull out all the stops to make sure he wins in Lagos, right? So I'm not sure we can win Lagos like the last time. But it will be a battle. It will be a battle. Because the Lagosians are not just going to sit down and fold their arms as well. They rejected him the last time. They'll reject him again. But, there'll be a bit of a bigger fight, because there was the element of surprise the last time, right? So this time they might put up a bigger fight. But overall, he hasn't got a pathway. There's no pathway for Tinubu. None whatsoever. So that is why I think the unity of the coalition is the biggest strength what they can have. Beyond any other strategy, that unity has to be number one strategy. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because you
Because I even saw some Kwankwasia people doing videos saying Kwankwaso should not even think of going to the APC, right? That if he's thinking of going anywhere, why hasn't he even joined the coalition already? right? So the people are already speaking one way. And the last thing you want to do as a politician is to go against the people in it. What Tinubu has already done, and he's going to pay the price for that.
Yeah, I mean, Kano is another thing. The Concosia people, they are on, they are still sitting on the fence. I don't really know where they are tilted, but then me personally, my mind is already made up with their national politics. I mean, you see what El-Rufai is doing right now. That's something that I thought Kwankoso would have done because he should be,
Exactly.
yeah, he should be like the second generation because like right now you have those in the class of late former President Muhammadu Buhari and people like Atiku Abubakar. Then there is the generation like before them. That's the class of the El-Rufais, the Konkosos, and the rest. And at some point, Konkoso was actually the leader of that pack, that class of politicians.
Exactly. He was. He. I think. He dropped the ball, didn't he? He dropped the
Yeah,
ball. He let his own ego get ahead of him.
I don't know the kind of politics he has played, but I thought,
Honestly, but because he was supposed to, a lot of people, before 2023, they were looking at, whenever you look at the Northwest, right? And after Buhari, people will look at Kwankwasa,
yeah,
right? They thought he might have even been the one who would inherit, the legacy of Buhari. But the way it seems, it's like, nah,
nah,
he didn't see that vision.
yeah, he didn't have that vision because he should have been the person we are discussing right now. He should have been the person that when you look at the Northwest, especially, it should be Concourse that we are talking about. But then some
Exactly.
political,
Well, I think another thing that demystified him was coming out in 2023. Right, he came out and although he won Kano, right, but it was an underwhelming outing,
yeah, yeah, like
and
you
I
need,
think it might have affected his confidence as well. Because all of them he was very proud, didn't it? In the lead up to that. Yeah, he was ever calling the Peter Arabi movement like, yeah, Andrews, liver salt and that, yeah, effervescent. They're just going to evaporate. And boom,
you see pre-election.
it turned out the other way around, like, you get me? So I think even them kind of statements, them kind of unguarded statements are hunting them now, innit? Because like the same Peter Obi got over 6 million votes, and he was struggling to even get to 2 million votes. Like, you know.
Yeah,
So I'm
you see,
guessing that's one of the reasons why we haven't even seen him come out and do a lot of opposition. Because he's thinking, if I come out and tell people who say, "Hey, shut up, you got 1 million votes."
you see pre-elections, but like a lot of people thought Konkoso would perform even better than Peter Obi. That was actually belief of a lot of people, but then he didn't have the spread even within the Northwest that I expected him to perform much better than he did. But then when you talk about national politics, as we are talking right now, I think Northwest El-Rufai is already ahead of him right now.
Oh,
El-Rufai,
absolutely. Rfi is way ahead, way ahead.
that's really bad because that's why sometimes it's very very important that
Because you see what it is, yeah. It's usually how the people receive your messaging as well and how they respond, right? Because I don't think Kwankwaso has got that kind of aura that if he goes to do an interview like the one what El Rafai done, right? He's going to shake, things. No, I don't think he's got that kind of influence right now, right? But El Rafai, uh, let him just say he's going to do another interview now. The anticipation would break. I swear down, it's through the roof.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I don't know how he got it. This maybe his advisors or its ego, whatever it is. I mean, it didn't play in his favor. I mean, he had to have had this spread, at least even in the north or even in the northwest. But then now, when you are talking about national politics, all you hear in northwest is El-Rufai, northeast is Atiku Abubakar, even the likes of Tambuwal that has been very popular nationally. Now El-Rufai has edged people like him. Southeast, Peter Obi, and then South. This guy has also lost it. I mean, a former VP candidate to, moving into APC. Hi. So now South is Wiki's. I mean, there is no one I could foresee right now that is ahead of him. Then Southwest, you have the Bala Blue. So then it's interesting. But social, how do you see El-Rufai? Because a lot of the discussion has been around he has this national spread, but the numbers, some people still have this conviction that how is he going to bring the numbers? What do you have to say for this, for those people talking in this direction? Where do you see is like the real political value when it comes to voting side of it?
Sorry, I had a phone call coming in off my phone there. So what do you call it? I just got the last bit of the question. My bad.
Okay, the question was so like there is a lot of talks going all around. El-Rufai is only valued um, as the naysayers would want to say
Yeah.
nuisance, which I feel is actually wrong.
Absolutely. That I think that is a disrespectful tag for anybody to use.
Exactly.
You
But
know.
then yeah, but then from
No,
your perspective,
El-Rufai has a lot of electoral value, right? And I've been trying to point that out, right? Because for one, you have to look at his own electoral history, right? And even in terms of the people he's supported, right, for major electoral positions, how many people have lost since he actually got proper active? I don't think a lot of people have lost with El-Rufai's support, right? And he won his own elections. The people he supported also won. He supported Buhari, Buhari won, and he also won his own elections alongside, right? And he's also got this so much social capital, right? That even what do you call it? His kids got some, benefited of it, and what do you call it? Bello is now doing very well for himself. He can now stand on his own, what do you call it? On his own 2 feet, right? Without even if he takes the El-Rufai name out of his name, he will still be able to deliver, right? So that alone shows you that yes, what you call it, El-Rufai is definitely what you call it, a strategist as well when it comes to electoral what you call it, success. Right, he's been very very successful. All his elections he won, and even the one what he supported Ubasani. Ubasani won not because of what he had to offer, but because of what El-Rufai offered, right? So Upasani knows. He knows he didn't get elected based on his own merit. He knows he got elected based on Malam's merit. Because everybody believed he would continue what Malam was doing because everybody
enjoyed. Well, most people did, anyways. Outside of the political opposition, right? Most people who believed in El-Rufai also believed Obasani was going to be on the same track as Malam, and that's why he got the votes what he got.
Yeah, and one of the mistakes people keep making is thinking Bello got into the National Assembly because his father influenced anything. I mean that guy.
No, I mean, outside of the name, outside of
Yeah,
the
but
name, I don't think there was
it's,
that did anything for Bella,
it's
outside of just that name and raising him to be also, a very brilliant young chap and also a fighter, right?
absolutely. If there was anything, Bello, it was the opposite. I think Bello also helped Ubasani in winning the elections. North.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely,
Yeah,
because he gave him that youthful vibe, right?
exactly,
A lot of the
exactly. You get
youths
the point.
believe that they're like, okay, so well, you worked with his dad, right? And he's working with you, so you must have some sense, right? So
Yeah,
that's why he got that co-sign. He got that co-sign. Yeah, he got the Malam care package,
yeah.
right?
And from 2015, right? El-Rufai supported Buhari. Buhari won the elections. He contested for governor. He won his elections. He won two senatorial seats. He won most of the House of Representatives.
And he was able to get what you call it um what's the man guy? What's his name? Sheikh Sani. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
He removed Sheikh Sani and replaced him with Ubasani. Tell me that is not electoral value, please.
exactly. It's not even just Shehu Sani. There is the other one. They call him Sule.
Hunkuyi.
Yes, Hunkuyi. Hunkuyi was actually um, a powerhouse in that zone one because he defeated former
And once he got into that state politics, all right, he decimated everybody. Right, nobody was even hearing about the. We have people like even McCarthy was kind of silent, right?
yeah,
Once you
you
talk
know,
politics in Kaduna, people even forgot that McCarthy existed.
yeah, actually, McCarthy was the undisputed politician in Kaduna State.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make, right? And once Malam came in there, it was like nobody had been there before. The level
Yeah,
of clout what he had.
and he came and he matched that with governance. You see, even that he was able to defeat McCarthy, but he then whatever happened in court arrangement and all the rest, McCarthy still came back to that Senate. But Hunkuyi was the one that defeated him and then served as a senator. But then he fought with El-Rufai, he fell out with El-Rufai, and El-Rufai removed him and removed Shehu Sani, and he still won the elections. So
Exactly. So I
when
mean, if
when
that is not relevance and political, electoral value, I don't know what else is.
and you see this current governor Ubasani, that El-Rufai did everything for him because he was not the favorite person that should be the candidate of governorship with the elections. But then, me personally, I campaigned and worked for the former chief of staff. That's the current CBN deputy governor, uh, the Tijo. Like he was the one that El-Rufai had in mind that he wanted to give that governorship ticket, even though he was young, he was in his early 40s. But then, for one reason or the other, El-Rufai at the last minute decided to give it to Obasani, and then they seated the Tijo with the Senate ticket for Kaduna Central. After all that, fighting tooth and nail for that man. but he's what they are using. But then Tahir is here. Uh, Ibrahim, I think he's also done
Yeah,
with the phone
yeah,
call. So let
sorry, I was on a call. Sorry, let me respond to that question you asked earlier about the
Also,
pathway.
before you do, let me just say a big shout out to Tahir. You know, it's always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us, Tahir. Yeah, go ahead, please, Ibrahim.
Yeah, thank you, Tahir. Welcome. So, the pathway, Engineer Khalid, you see, there are a lot of factors we need to consider, and some of these factors are no longer there. Tinubu winning 2023 election in the north here, they leverage on that Muslim ticket. That is what they use to get a lot of votes. And as it stands today, nobody cares about that Muslim ticket. What people are talking about is the fact that there is hardship and people are going through a lot. And I don't think that Muslim ticket will work again for them to get the, the number of votes they got the last time. And another thing is the former president's factor, late Muhammad Buhari. May his soul rest in peace. He's no longer there, so they don't have that person that probably might say go and vote for APC, and people will go and vote for APC, or people might be scared of going against APC when he's alive, he's watching them. So a lot of people within the APC will not support the APC. Some of them did because Buhari was there, they cannot go against him. Uh, they believe that he is their leader. These two factors count a lot positively for the victory of Tinubu in 2023. And what Tinubu did, from my little understanding, it's not uh, uh, the it's more of looking at getting the required percentage. And not only him, the other candidate also tried to do that, like having the 25%, more than 25% right in two-third of the Nigerian state. That factor is also what they considered. So it's not only about the number of votes, but they look at having the required percentage spread across. If you look at it very well, I think he won around 12 states, and Peter Obi also did the same thing. Atiku did the same thing. So at the end of it, it's only Kwankwaso that get one state. So at the end of the day, you see that aside winning that number of states, getting the required percentage in the number of states, he also get a lot of votes more than them, because he won with uh, just 8.5 or thereabout. I'm not sure of the figures, but it's around that number he won election with. And Atiku following him is around 6.9 or so. And I think Peter Obi is around 6.2, 6.3. So you see that the gap are not much. So now, if you are talking about the pathway, if these guys, Atiku and Peter Obi, are in the same camp, uh, let's not talk about who become the presidential candidate now, but let's assume they are all in the same camp. Indirectly, we are saying those number of votes that they acquired in 2023 will be in one basket as against the vote that Tinubu had, which is 8 million. This is one. If you look at this way, the opposition is going to win it against Tinubu. And even the spread, from what I can remember, the spread of the state he won, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I think he got some in most of the north central states. In the northwest, not all states, he didn't win all states. I think a lot of states were won by PDP in the northwest. States like Sokoto, for instance, Kebbi, Katsina, Yobe, Kaduna, Bauchi, Gombe. All the Gombe is northeast, Adamawa is northeast, Taraba is northeast. All those states were won by PDP. But in the northwest, he got Zamfara, Jigawa, and Borno in northeast. And I think Niger State, Kwara, he got them. The FCT, it was for Peter Obi. Everybody knows. Nasarawa, it was also PO that got it. Plateau was also PO. And we are not seeing the dynamics changing. People are not, no, nobody is, I don't think people are appreciating Tinubu. If you go to the street today in these states, it's still the status quo. People are not supporting him. So unless if they do one thing or the other, allegedly they are saying they are getting money from here, there, here and there, just to buy people, to buy people's interest to vote for them in 2027. But if that doesn't happen and that doesn't stand, and we campaigned massively, I don't think they are going to win us. From the spread, the state that Peter Obi got and the state that Atiku Abubakar got, I think we are going to win the election. The, the, the coalition team is going to be ahead of Tinubu because he cannot penetrate these states. I don't see him penetrating. And forget about these governors. They are talking about governors. The governors will tell you different thing, but when you hit the street, they will tell you entirely different thing. And some of the people on the street are telling you that no governor will come and tell them to vote anybody. They will shout against him. So for me, from what I'm seeing, and if the coalition continue at the way it's going, definitely that guy is going back to Lagos. Maybe he can use the remaining 2 years to do whatever he needs to do for Lagos to make it a small country for himself. But he's going back there.
Yeah, thank you, Ibrahim, for that analysis. Tahir, we are talking about the man El-Rufai. I mean, this is specifically for someone like you that is a believer of Malam Nasir El-Rufai. So tell us what we don't know about El-Rufai, what he has done in governance with regards to coalition. I mean, why people are happy and glad with the way he has been going about this opposition coalition.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Social Kahuna, Dr. AI, Engineer Khalid, and my elder brother Ibrahim, other speakers, including the listeners. Good evening, everyone. Quite all right. People have said a lot about Malam, and it's obvious that his works and his presence is well known from right from Abuja down to Kaduna. My own concern is this issue of religious and bigotry that people keep throwing at him. Recently, I was opportune to meet with someone who is contesting for a political position for the by-election, for the coming by-election this August. That is the constituency of Kajuru and Chikun constituency. So it was my first time in Sabon Tasha, somewhere that is a Christian dominated environment. And still, this is the first time that I traveled to Kafanchan, the same, I think, a month ago. So, part of my discussion with some Christians in those areas, I keep asking them, why do they allow southern Kaduna and Christian dominated environment to be the story coming out from the environment is all about insecurity, but I've seen a lot of potentials. I've seen land where they can farm, they can contribute to the national economy. And I asked them, is it because there are some people behind this clash uh, and this religious issue within you guys and even within the other religion sect? Oh, there is an economic sabotage intended to just keep the followers of let me say the poor people in those dominated areas to be poor. And I asked somebody, I've seen a lot of development developmental project in those places. Like when I was traveling to Kafanchan, I met Kaswan Magani. I've seen There is a road, even though it is uncompleted, that Malam started. There are some bridges on the way that it to connect Kaduna and the southern Kaduna axis. So the reason why I try to bring up this conversation about Malam, I believe people like Malam, even if today, let's take for example, Engineer or Ibrahim get to win an election in Kaduna State, if he try to follow the footstep of what Malam did as a governor, I believe some forces will hate you. They will use all forces to divide the state, or to make you an enemy to the people. Now take current governor now. All that is coming out from Kaduna is that the governor is doing well in terms of security work and this and that. But what about investment? What about infrastructure that will bring real development to the people? What about education? What about health sector and all these indicators of development? We don't have them. During Malam, he brought investment. Just take example of Olam. I keep saying this. If you want a peaceful environment, if you want a peaceful country, you must make your citizens to work. You must you shouldn't allow them to live in an idle environment. Now, if you take Olam for example, if you go to Olam, you will find employees who are Christians, who are Muslims, who are Birom, who are Hausas, who are Fulanis, associating with each other. So I keep saying, someone who goes to work by 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. and close by 5 p.m., he's even tired to even start thinking of killing anybody or trying to talk anyhow about somebody, religion, or maybe tribe. So we must, if it is a matter of development, we must think through the way the likes of El-Rufai think to bring development, real development. And in terms of coalition, uh, when Malam moved out of APC, I think is one of the reason why we are even having a lot of conversation about this coalition, because other opposition leaders were silent. Very few of them were at least trying to counter the government propaganda. But Malam resigning, when he resigned from APC, it was just like an injection. The whole country, the whole political leaders decided to, it is time for this conversation, because there is nothing ongoing in the country, unless if someone is just being the normal but idiot idea of saying that Tinubu has made an a comatose economy, that he's trying his best, he's laying a foundation. But what foundation? People are dying there, the country in terms of education is somehow, I don't even know what to say. Recently, I saw one of the presidential spokesman, posting a student that they're sharing for a loan. So El-Rufai is playing a very significant role. And one important key thing that people need to understand is today, if you look at the kind of appointment, the kind of people Tinubu appointed from northern Nigeria, these are people that are not competent, they are incompetent. Because he understands that if we have competent people in his cabinet who are from northern, disagree with some of his policies, especially policies that will kill the economy of the northern Nigeria, like the and people think that the ruling party. Sometimes I would just laugh, because all these villagers, all this blame game that has been going around, all this smear campaign on farmers that they were selling food at an exaggerated price. They hood food and all this nonsense, and still we are buying data. 1 gig as of today is around 1,005, some 1,002. But when Tinubu came, it was 300 naira. So it is only a farmer that shouldn't increase his the price of his farm products. Meanwhile, we have the inputs And all this input of farm product, if you take a fertilizer today, we're buying urea 45,000 naira. Meanwhile, during the MFLA era of Uncle Bora, they were selling 10,000 naira to farmers. So all this conversation is going on already in northern Nigeria, and people look at El-Rufai as an idol, as hope, because they know that he will not disappoint them. That was the reason when Tinubu, pleaded with El-Rufai to be among his ministers. People were hopeful. Okay, maybe if they appointed, hadn't been they appointed El-Rufai to head the Ministry of Power, people, maybe there will be significant progress in the power generation. But what we have today is just propaganda upon propaganda. People are now saying we have electricity 247 in some areas because it is raining season. Yeah, we expected that. Let's wait during the dry season. Let's see what they have. So let me just stop here. I will just hang on so that we can have others to add something to the conversation. So thank you, engineer. Social covenant. Thank you too.
Thank you so much, Tahir. Since Ibrahim has been here for quite some time, and whenever you're having these conversations, like nobody has no negative side. I mean, some people can come with their lies, and some people can come with their constructive criticism. If there is anyone that can address some of these concerns, I believe you are one of those people. So hang in, because I believe we will still have more of those people.
Yeah.
So
No problem.
Okay, let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick. Okay, engineer, before continue, right? Yeah, we can also handle that as well. It's just that okay, sometimes when you go to some spaces, you read the room and you try to, because some people just open spaces and they just want to like the host and the speakers and they just want to like one-sided argument and all that. And you begin to like tell them some things and they will like, are you sure you understand? And all. Sometimes they even label you all sort of names. So, which may not be pleasant, right? And what I saw in Malam vision of Kaduna was to create a state, to have a state that will compete favorably with even Lagos State. Like you understand? And he took the necessary steps to ensure that the necessary infrastructure is there, rights, electricity, different sector, education, just name it. Then in terms of also business, he brought this Olams. Go check Olams. They are one of the let's say, biggest players when it comes to cereals across the world, right? And he tries to see how he was able to like convince them to also come and invest in Kaduna. Go and check it. Olams is really big. It's massive. It's massive. The investment is very, very massive, right?
$600 million, Doctor. Yeah,
Oh,
$600 million.
so some people don't know. And he made Kaduna to be. He made that okay. If you're an investor or an entrepreneur, he tries to make it very easy for you to start your business. And one of the things that I noticed is okay, like you want to settle, you need a land, you need this and that. He makes it very, very easy, right? And the only thing they were using against him was like this insecurity. He wanted to like really do something, like into like getting investors, cardiverse, and getting the current the emir of Kaduna, the emir of Kano, to also head the cardiverse, right? The chairman of cardiverse and all that. And we know the game. So, but it is underreported. And people don't come to spaces to tell all this or to tell people some of those things, right? And it's a problem. So he was positioning Kaduna like for real, to the extent that then I picked interest in startup innovations.
Do you think it's fair to say that since 1999, honestly speaking, I don't think there's been any governor who can match up to what El-Rufai has done?
Okay, yeah, so that's debatable, right? But based on the state that I've visited, honestly, I have not seen. Based on the state that I've visited, not in the south, not in the south or southeast, but even the Lagos they're talking about. I was in Lagos and just few places, just concentrated and all that. He did well. And at one point in time, the IGRF was kind of like, it was like getting closer to even that of Lagos because he made giant strides. And he tries to also position Kaduna to be like a tech hub in the north. Tech innovations, startup innovations. And whenever you talk about tech innovation, before the first thing is Kaduna, I was there. Startup innovations. And we also helped to also build some. One of them was what we call the Schooler, right? Award-winning startup, which I was also part of those that also supported that. So I'm not speaking like I was on ground. We know that. And there is no like everyday construction of road network, one project or the other, like until from the beginning of the administration to the ending. And the road network standard, he doesn't compromise like Julius Berger standard. No, you don't just come and give him anyhow. No. You understand? He doesn't take that. And I could see that. Like he had a vision, something he wants. Right? He was really focused on that. Right? And he doesn't really believe in psychophancy or getting like, okay, because we win, let's come and share the beauty of Kaduna. No. If you're ready to work, you come in, you understand, bring you on board, and you deliver what you promised to deliver, which is in line with what he has also itemized. And he kind of like created a roadmap or a blueprint that whoever is coming after him, you understand, if he continues on that, believe me, Kaduna will be something else. Kaduna will be something that I saw that. Right? When we begin to talk about all these on spaces, no, you understand? He's a killer, he's this, he that, blah, blah, blah. This, that, anything from the north, they don't see anything from the north. They don't see, some people don't literally, they don't want to see, they don't want to even hear anything from the north. And we know that, we know those biases. And some of them will now come and be telling us, okay, that they are the one that even love Nigeria more than us. But we know based on something. You take a few individuals, for instance, now, people, I don't like mentioning names, few individuals that will now be like looking at, okay, as if they are the gateways, are the gatekeepers in the north, and try to promote bigotry and everything. And you want to use those people to also label the north. That's not fair. Those guys are political. We know them. They are political jobbers. We know them. I don't even engage them. The first time we were on spaces with them, some of those guys that are pushing propaganda against people, against the other people from the south and all that, trying to like denigrate the southern people. The first time I engaged with, I discovered these guys are some of the youths that are coming up. Very, they're just coming, and I try to engage them, like seriously, but they have this polished pose and trying to be divisive. Look, a typical northerner, we're not like, you understand, like we are informed. Even if it's in the like in the village, or that radio is there for global news, what's going on and everything. The information is there. But some few individuals trying to like paint us as if we are this. No, that's right. And some people hit back. So a whole lot is going on. But I can tell you for free that he's someone that is very visionary. Very, very visionary out there. Right?
Absolutely, because I believe what you call El-Rufai is a departure from the traditional northern leaders, right? He like what you call it? It's not even a stone's throw. The distance is a miles. It's in miles, right? It's not even a mile. It's in miles, right? Because I don't think since somebody like Sardona, right, when it comes to the north, somebody who is intentional, somebody who has a vision, right? Because it's okay, you can have a vision, right, but not be intentional or have the political will to accomplish that mission, right, or that vision, right? But Orifai, he's got that vision. He's intentional enough to have the political will, right? And he also knows the plan, because there's the vision, there's the will, and there's a plan, right? And once you can put all this together in one place, then what you call a strategy is breakfast for you, and
God
that is
bless you.
what
Thank you
you've
so much.
got in El Rufai.
Yeah. Shosha, let me say something. He loves to work with a plan, with a blueprint. He doesn't like haphazard way of doing things. When he was
Exactly. That's why all his reforms are data backed, right?
exactly,
When he did the thing for the teachers, it was because of data, right?
yeah,
Everything he has done in Abuja and Kaduna, he's used data. He doesn't
Mhm.
do things off the top of his head.
No,
That's
no, no.
why you'll never find a white elephant project with El-Rufai's name on it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because even when he was before he was made the FCT minister, he looked at it before he even assumed that he looked at it. Okay, he was like, FCT was designed for like a population of 600,000. Right, so there was a so and he looked at it, he looked at the blueprint, he looked at what was on ground, you understand, and look at, okay, the projection, how the population will also grow, you understand, and all that. And it didn't really fit into the original plan. He was like, no, look, you know what, we have to go to the original blueprint and see how we can find a way around that. And those demolitions and trying to get Abuja to work, that is El-Rufai for you. You understand? And he doesn't care. You understand? If he's doing, he doesn't look back, you know. And that's something about him. And yeah, that's just what I can say about him. Like, he could be like, where is the plan? Is there a blueprint? Let's follow it. APC had a plan. They say progress. He had a plan. You understand? Based on that plan, he was sold, and he was part of those that build those plans. But APC deviated from that, and no, it doesn't work for him. It doesn't work for him because he needs metrics. He need metrics to feed on to say, okay, this is where I am. This is where we started. This is where we are. This is where we are going. If he doesn't have that, no, 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 he's out.
Dr. AI, you see, one thing that is interesting with El-Rufai is we, um, he had this plan for transition. I mean, pre 2015 in Kaduna State, we used to have 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds running even for councillors, chairmen, House of Assembly members. In your cabinets, you barely see a young man within and close to governance. But as soon as he came into power, I mean, you could see people younger than you heading MDAs. You have a young local government chairman, you have young councillors, you have young people all over. I mean, 70 to 60% of his cabinets are all young people, people we can call our age mates, some a little, a few age ahead of us, some even our junior ones. So, I mean, what is more interesting to me, because that's why I find this ADC fascinating, because you can see the blueprint. I mean, it's all built mostly around young people, even though you have the leadership being the older generation, but you have a setup that has 50% of young people. And this is what we want to see, because we've been crying. I mean, since I was in primary school, we've been singing leaders of tomorrow, leaders of tomorrow. But then that wasn't coming. That wasn't coming. I mean, even before you were born, late President Muhammadu Buhari was head of state, and even in your 30s, I mean, they are still running for all that. But now you have a platform that is deliberate at transitioning this leadership to younger minds, because whether we like it or not, when Nigeria was actually functioning, when we had good governance, it was when we had people in their 30s leading this country. No, we have right now. I mean, you have older people. Not saying that the older ones are bad or anything. I mean, huge respect to them, because all we are doing, I mean, you need to mentor to learn from them. But then now you have a setup that is very easy for young people to go into governance. I mean, to even be interested in being a part of what is happening, a part of the discussion, part of contesting for office. So you see, this how these two ideologies merge with that of Erofai and that of ADC. I mean, this is refreshing. Actually, we can't continue. I mean, handing over our resources to the older generation.
Absolutely. And I don't know if anybody is aware of this story, how El-Rufai stopped Tinubu from defrauding Nigeria. Right. I don't know if anybody is aware of that story. This was from back when Tinubu was the governor of Lagos. Right. It was about the Enron proposal. Right. So Enron is the infamous American company, which is very popular for its collapse. right? So what happened was they proposed supplying second-hand barge-based diesel generators to Lagos, right? And the plan was to generate 90 megawatts, expandable to 540 megawatts, with fuel supplied by, guess who? Ocean and Oil Limited, owned by Wale Tinubu, right? Some other key figures in that deal involved Tinubu himself, his finance commissioner, guess who? Wale Edu, and his budget commissioner, Yemi Cardoso. So the red flags were one, the deal was required NEPA's coordination, which was the National Electric Power Authority in Nigeria at the time. And even though it was federally controlled, it needed some cooperation from NEPA. And it also needed a sovereign guarantee from the federal government in case NEPA defaulted, right? So we'd have gotten a serious mess. Bola Ige, the then Minister of Power, allegedly bypassed the proper channels to get President Obasanjo's approval without the cabinet review. And El-Rufai, who was newly appointed to the BPE at the time, saw this as a threat to future privatization efforts. So what did he do? He requested the vice president at the time to obtain the signed agreements for review. And who was the vice president at the time? It was Atiku. And upon receiving the PPA for that, El Rufai found it confusing and legally questionable. He commissioned, I think, was it Norton Rose in the UK and two Nigerian law firms to analyze the documents. And their findings raised serious concerns about the legality, financial risk, and the lack of transparency. And the outcome was what you call it, due to that scrutiny, it led to the deal being shelved, saving the government from a potential, what you call it, serious financial exposure and also detrimental reputational damage. Right, so El Rufai has always been instrumental, in looking out for the interest of Nigeria. So he's always been a nationalist, right? Even more than Tinubu, right? The current president. And this situation was when he stopped Tinubu from doing a scam deal that would have gotten Nigeria in serious trouble financially and reputationally. I mean, there's a lot more to it, but I just tried to summarize it, just to make it real quick.
Yeah. This is fascinating. I mean, there are a lot of things that have been put under the carpet that some people might have read or glanced, but some people had no idea. I mean, these things had happened. I mean, El-Rufai has done so much for Nigeria. Even just recently, even recently, when the president came out after the inauguration to lie that subsidy is gone. I mean, I can remember when he came out to say that Nigeria has been paying subsidy all.
Exactly. Exactly.
So apparently, it was an arrangement that the federal government has been doing with this issue of Malta, the Owando and the Ajip, the refinery company in Nigeria, the Owando, I mean the Malta one, and then it all circled back to the Tinubu and his cronies. Apparently, the president and his family they bought and they owned the refinery in Malta. So Nigeria were paying subsidies continually in billions of dollars. But then what happened? They will pay the export, they will pay the subsidy, take the crude oil to Malta. In 1 year, Nigeria gave Malta crude oil that we have not given them in 10 years. And then they will refine it there because Nigerian government is still paying subsidies when you bring back in a refined product. They will still pay that subsidy and then it will still go back to their pocket. I mean, El-Rufai blew that whistle. So, I mean, you can understand why there is this heat around him with Tinubu and
Yeah, Tinubu will never like him. Tinubu will never like him because he has stopped
absolutely
Tinubu from scamming Nigeria so many times. He is
so many times.
Tinubu's nightmare because anytime Tinubu wants to do some scam on Nigeria, like he turns around and El-Rufai is behind him like Batman. You know, it's like, yeah, stop right there. You know, I see you. You're not getting away with that. You know, he tried it with the Enron thing, and then the other one, and what you call it? With then now he wants to turn Nigeria into his property. El-Rufai popped out and he's like, nah, yeah, hold on, sir. I think we might have a problem here, right?
Yeah,
So he's like that. He's that nightmare.
yeah. So I mean, it didn't make sense that we were paying more money into subsidies than what Buhari was paying, and then we are still buying fuel at over 1,000 naira. Like it was not making sense. But then let's not monopolize. Malam has been here for some time. I mean, he's raising his hands. Malam, you are welcome. Let's have you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Social, how are you, doctor? How are you?
I'm very well, madam. It's so nice to hear your voice, man. A big shout out to you, my brother.
Yeah, thank you. This is your topic here, Erova Mastani strategy. You want to take the title from the Aswaju and give Erufai, or what are you trying to do?
But Asiwaju has never had any strategy outside of division, outside of causing
Yeah.
division. Look at his political history. He doesn't know how. He hasn't got any strategy outside of dividing people.
And he put those his economic teams. I think in the history of this country, this is the worst in terms of economic strategies that I have ever seen in this country. Look at I don't know, are these people sometimes, are they doing this thing deliberately, or they are real economists? Look at how some people are now celebrating that we have a increase in portfolio investment with 75, 67%. And it is a common knowledge. You have a foreign direct investment of less than $200 million in 3 months, while you have over 5 billion foreign direct portfolio investment. This thing tells you only two things. As an economic strategist, as a person who knows economy, this thing tells you two things. One, that this thing that you are doing, saying there's a confidence, there is stability in the economy, it is all lie. This to show you that there is instability in our economy. Our economy is volatile. Because why I say so? Because you can only see foreign portfolio investments in your country when your economy is volatile, because it is short time. It will just come and go. You will see foreign direct investment in your country when your economy is stable. You see, this thing I'm saying is not, it is not me. Those who analyze economic, why people are making invest, they are the one that said this, not me. If you don't even believe with my Aboki economic knowledge, you understand. So, but look at them, they'll be shouting this. If you look at Q in Q from the last quarter that we have minus 70 decrease from what we get from the last quarter in foreign direct investment. And Cardoso was all over the world telling you that we have investor confidence, the economy is recovering. It is all lie. And this thing that I'm saying, please, you can go and fact check me. It's not something that I'm just saying it on my own. You cannot have foreign direct investment negative of 70 from what you got last year, and you'll be telling me that the economy is in recovery. How? And over out of the foreign foreign portfolio investment that we are having, 90% were even taken away back before the evil report came out. So of what use to you? Some people from abroad just came and invest in your stock, just do one or two things. The moment they see their gain, they pull out and go. So what is the benefit of that money to you? You did not gain out of it. You did not make investment from it. They just came, the little one that you got, they just pack it and go with it. The one that they will come and make investment that will make people to be employed and other things, you are having a negative growth in it. And some idiot and some economists that they don't even know how to read economics, they are celebrating because they don't even know what they are celebrating for. So, like I said, I don't know. They don't think. They believe in all those manipulating these numbers. It is not all about numbers, it's about impacts. How does this thing impact the common man on ground? I always say this: you cannot use the model of Lagos economy and apply it all over the country. It won't work. It won't work. Because in Lagos, I don't think that a person can live in Lagos with 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 1,000 naira a day or 500 naira a day. But in a remote country, despite the expenses of things in some part of this Nigeria, with 1,000, you can eat in the morning, afternoon, and the night. You understand? So you cannot make that economic policies of Lagos and try to implement it all over the country. And I was looking at the chart from even the portfolio investment. It's mostly at the banks. And it will amaze you at even the foreign banks, Standard Chartered banks, the Stanbic IBTs, the cities banks. They are the ones that carry all the money. So with all this sufferness that our economics suffer, at the end of the day, we are not gaining anything out of it. You devalue the naira to bring foreign investors. Nobody has came. You make the interest rates to be higher, killing a lot of industry in this country. Nothing has came. I don't know. I just don't know. Just don't know. And they will be there be lying to Nigerians. He has been shouting there was investor confidence, investor confidence. Where is the investor confidence? Where is the investor confidence, please? Social, please, where is the confidence? People are not investing in real sectors in this country. They are not bringing money to set up factories in this country. Where are they? And they will be shouting the economy is recovering where? How? I think we really need to tell ourselves the truth. If not, this economy, I swear to God, is collapsing. And people that know this need to come out and be saying this. They should forget about all these propaganda statistics that they are putting. The figures they are doing, if you look at them critically and you analyze it critically, we are moving nowhere, and it will lead us to nowhere. We need to wake up. We need to look at this number, analyze them objectively, critically, so that we understand all those things. Like I always say, economics is not something that is a big thing. Just settle down, think very well, make analogy with your own life, and you will see the numbers. You will see whether they are positive or negative. You will understand it by yourself. No need for somebody to be wearing tie and be telling you nonsense. It's a social thing. It's something that you do on daily basis. I was furious today when I saw the numbers. How on earth you have minus 70 Q and Q from what you get last year to this year, and some idiot are celebrating. How? It means in the last 3 months, if you get like $1,000, this now you are just getting $30 with the huge gap of our infrastructure and the businesses everywhere. And look at how you remove subsidy, you devalue naira, you increase interest rates, yet we are not benefiting anything from it. Does that make sense? These three policies that you do, did you know how many MSCs that you have killed? Millions. And yet we are here. So those his policies are short times, and the short times are not even benefiting Nigerians. That is the most annoying part of the whole thing. The short time gain that the foreign investors that will come, the portfolio investors, they are not Nigerians. Still. So we suffered to benefit others just because some idiot will have some percentage from it. I think we need to tell ourselves the truth. Social. I'm so sad today. I don't know what to do. I'm very, very sad today concerning the MBS figures today. So social, let me not hold the mic for long. Let me allow other people to make their comments. Thank you very much, social.
Oh, yes, absolutely brilliant contribution, madam. Thank you very, very much. It's good to always have somebody keeping an eye on what the economy is actually doing, because the only thing the Tinubu government have been doing when it comes to the economy is messing with the numbers, right? Trying to make it look as though they're doing anything good, but reality is, if you look closely, they are not doing anything. They're making things worse. They're making things worse. So whoever is going to come after them will still have a lot of work to do in terms of the economy, because just 2 years in, they have done so much damage, and it's the consistency of the damage. Just when you thought they will stop there, they do another thing again to make it worse. It is pretty unfortunate, but thank you very, very much, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. So social. You see.
Social,
Okay.
Yeah,
Ibrahim.
yeah. Yes, Ibrahim, go ahead, please.
yeah, I understood that Muhammad, right? The last speaker.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Muhammad was very angry. I think we need to remind him was the kind of people we have in the coalition. Maybe that anger will go, right? We have people like Malam, and this space is about Malam. So Muhammad, relax. Don't worry. The coalition is going to take over the country, and inshallah, everything is going to be fine. When Khalid, when you and socials were saying some of the achievement of Malam, I just feel like maybe we also need to mention some of those achievements, right? Because the space is all about him, and it will make sense. We are not doing this for campaign, but then it's for people to get to know the good side of Malam. Tahir was mentioning how people are portraying Malam today, that bigotry and all those kinds of words. We know that is the kind of picture the opposition are trying to paint on him. But then you cannot take out the fact that he is one of the brilliant guys, one of the brilliant leaders in the country. That whether we like it or not, the history has it that they have contributed immensely on the development of this country in the different positions they have held in the past. Take, for instance, when he was in BPE, we know thanks to Obasanjo that gave him the opportunity, and for His Excellency Vice President Atiku Abubakar. He had the BPE, and he came with a lot of reforms, policies that reshaped that organization, and we can still remember some of his contribution were around the privatization of industries. Some of those ones that we know the country have cannot afford to take care of them, and they have to be privatized. He is part of key people that contributed on that. And telecoms reforms. I know a lot of people knows that himself, other people, and Vice President Atiku Abubakar were key around that. If you take out that BPE, you come to the time he was minister also. The Abuja a lot of us, many of us are enjoying today is courtesy of the Malam. If Malam did not put good shape in this Abuja, I don't know. I don't know the state between Abuja and Lagos, which one will be more crowded and will not people will not be able to move around. He give good picture to the FCT. We know what he has done in terms of the good planning of the environment, the urban development, and the planning around that. We know at that time he had a lot of issues with people, especially those that have properties that are built in a place where they are not supposed to. A lot of demolitions were there, but then later on, Abuja got its own master plan, and the ministers that followed after him were working um, with the same master plan. I don't think there is any other minister that have done what Malam has did until maybe now that Wike is trying to do a lot of infrastructures, especially in terms of road construction. But Malam started that. You can move around. You have very good road networks in Abuja. That also a part of his achievement, which we can all remember. And aside from that, maybe when you come to in terms of environmental reforms, before now, okay, before he become minister, I don't think Abuja is as clean as it was when he was minister, because some of the things he ensured doing is to have people doing a lot of uh, sanitation around the FCT, and that also helps in cleaning up the Abuja, and everybody is enjoying the Abuja of today. And when he comes to governor, there are a lot of achievement when he was governor. We know what Kaduna was during Makarfi, during Namadi Sambo, during late Yakoa, right? And then Ramalengero. But the entire story changed when Malam assumed power. In terms of education, one of the things he made compulsory was the primary and junior secondary school education. That time he made it compulsory and also free for children to attend primary and junior secondary school. And there are a lot of renovations of classrooms which are dilapidated before then, and also the recruitment that that got him a lot of insult. Let me put it that way. He understood that the quality of teachers we have in those schools, primary schools, are not up to standard, and there's need to take out some of them and recruit others. I remember one of my cousin lost her work, that her teaching job, and she was asking me. I say, Malam said you are not qualified, so you are not qualified. And I remember three of my guys, they graduated from university and they got employed by that teaching employment that Malam initiated. Three guys. He was paying them on time. Once the month end, you get your salary, and they are good guys and they are teaching. I think the number of teachers he employed that is around 20,000 or more. And there was also school feeding program. Yes, there was also school feeding program that he introduced in those secondary school, primary schools, I think. Uh, he launched that, and a lot of primary schools were benefiting from that. In terms of infrastructure, he identified three major local government in Kaduna State. The Kaduna itself, Kaduna Metropolis, Zaria
Three,
local
sorry,
government.
Diploma, three major zones. That's zone
Sorry,
one.
yeah, Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3. So those zones, there are a lot of road constructions. And when he left, and this guy Ubasani took over, some of those projects were left abandoned and are not continued. I think in Zaria, the current speaker tried to complete some of the projects, but then he did a lot of road construction in these three zones: Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3. Modernization of markets. Each time they talk about that, Hafiz used to come to my mind. He played a very massive role in that. If you go to Sabangari, for people in Zaria, for instance, if you go to Sabangari, before now, that Sabangari market, it used to be jam packed. Like, you will not even have a place to park your car. You cannot even go to the market with your car if you want to be safe. Sometimes you need to go in commercial. But Nasur El-Rufai, he modernized most of the markets in Kaduna State. You can go, you park, you buy your things, and you go out, the way people are doing in advanced countries. So all these are part of his achievement. And in terms of uh, digital systems, I think he tried to make his governance more of a digital government. Under him, he introduced the Geographical Information Service, the Kaduna Geographical Information Service, KAGIS. Uh, that helps in making everything around land administration digital, and it eradicate all the frauds around that. And also, in terms of procurement and budgeting, he tried to make everything modern and digital, thanks to the current deputy, is the deputy governor of the CBN, the Tijo. He also played a major role in this, in terms of budgeting, making it more of an e-governance systems. So all these are all achievement of Malam. So when Malam Nasir was the governor of Kaduna State, I know at some point the state was marked as one of the states in the country that have ease of doing business. You can come to Kaduna State and run your businesses without having a lot of problems, unlike other states. And the introduction of the card invest, that also um, made a significant impact in terms of the revenue coming to the state. That is also another um, achievement. Yes, I think, engineer, you mentioned Olam. Olam, I think, is the largest poultry or feed industry in Kaduna State. Not even in not even in Nigeria. I think in the West Africa, probably, if I'm not forgotten. So talk about the health sector. His deputy governor, he worked with his deputy governor to ensure that the primary health cares are, uh, are upgraded, and also I think he did some recruitment for health workers just to ensure that we are having good health systems in the states. And yeah, these are some of the things I can remember. But if you are talking about the man Malam, he has a lot. You cannot even exhaust them. And these are the kind of people you have in the coalition. Just imagine having them at the center of the affairs of this nation. Things will change positively. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Ibrahim Diplomat. So, Malam, you can relax. I mean, change is coming. Change is coming. You see, some of the things you mentioned, one that hit me was the reforms he did. For
Exactly.
example,
We're bringing vitamin C, vitamin competence.
absolutely. You see, when we were in boarding school, social, when we were resuming back to school, there was this card that our parents would give us because back then, when you want to make a phone call, you needed to have that card that you would take to the phone booth, and then you insert and then dial whatever number you want to call. And then that was El-Rufai that revolutionized everything. And then the monopoly was killed. Other telecommunication companies came into Nigeria, the likes of MTN, Airtel, and what we have right now. I mean, one of the biggest achievement you would recall in Obasanjo's administration was the revolution he did with telecommunications. A lot of people don't know El-Rufai was actually behind that revolution that we have, and that's why now you have options, and you would see the companies competing with each other. If this one reduces, that's before this administration hiked everything up. If this one reduces their price, the next minute the other one will reduce their own. I mean, he sold Nitel, then became Mtel, and now a lot of people, Gen Zs, they don't even know we had anything like Nitel. That was the sole telecommunication company we had in Nigeria. But then,
Oh,
El-Rufai,
absolutely. And it was absolutely rubbish, right? It was absolutely rubbish because you couldn't even get I don't think the kids these days know what a dial-in tone is.
absolutely, they don't know.
You know, because even with the phone, you couldn't get a dial-in tone, so you couldn't even use it, right? So outside of the deregulation and the opening up the market to competition so that it could be, more effective, um, the quality of communication also increased, right? Because now, what you call it, you were able to pick up a phone and just place a call and it goes through. But back then, you would pick up the phone and you would stay there for an hour, 2 hours, and you don't get a dial-in tone. So I mean, what you call it? He did a lot at PPE. He did a lot, right? So
Ab-
he definitely deserves all his credits. And one thing what is very surprising is how many of this information is buried, right? All this information is out there, but it's buried somewhere. Nobody's talking about it because if people knew his contributions, right, I think what you call it, they would even regard him even more than they actually do now. Because many
yeah,
people don't know what he has done. Abuja wouldn't be Abuja without his bold reforms, right? He took bold decisions, what some people, wouldn't be able to take. He was known as the bulldozer, right? He was known as the bulldozer because um, he was a stickler for, to the rule of law. everything what he had to do, it had to go, it had to be according to the law. So that was one thing as well for him that really stood out. And if you were doing anything, particularly if you were building and you haven't got the permission to do it, he will bulldoze it, right? He will bulldoze it. And that is why Abuja is as good as it is right now, because that foundation was there. People like him were there to make sure, the Abuja plan, was actually working to the Abuja plan. I'm sorry, I've got another call.
Yeah. So I don't know if you remember, because before in Nigeria we don't used to have a proper insurance when you are trying to do things. But it was the idea of El-Rufai to reform that thing we see today as insurance. Whatever you want to do, you can insure it in case there is accident or anything. You can still claim because that is insured. And that happened with was it Nikon? The man has done a lot for Nigeria. So let's move forward. Jide, you've been here for a while.
Yeah. Um. Good evening, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. I've been listening for more than 5 hours. Let me just say something real quick. I'm sorry. Uh, okay. Yeah. El-Rufai. Okay. So the topic is about El-Rufai today. Um. Yeah. So a lot of people actually respect El-Rufai. I can speak for myself personally. I've referred to El-Rufai as my own hero before. Because one of my darkest time in the history of this country was during Naira redesign policy. You know, I suffered so much during that time. Just that short period of time, I think about a week or two, right? And El-Rufai was like the only voice that was speaking, that was speaking um the the voice of the masses, right? El-Rufai, he did everything. I saw did interviews in Hausa. He went to channels. He took the government to court, right? I was like, nah, this guy has earned my respect for life because that policy, I, I don't know how it was for a lot of people, but I was going to like you go to filling station to go and buy fuel. They'll tell you to get cash. There's no cash available anywhere. I was I was buying 20,000 with like 6,000 naira. Right, money. I'm using money to buy money. Do you get? And it was just too it was too dark. So that for one, forever respect everybody that aspect. Now, when it comes to administration, I think it has been as I think it has been emphasized on this space that Erifai is a wonderful administrator, right? And what me I know about Erifai was once you come to Abuja, you see Erifai's hand, right? So that's even before he became a governor, right? So that's what I knew about Erifai. And then um him being governor, you know, and then there's something that was even particular to me because during the 2023 campaign, I was so surprised the way El-Rufai was campaigning for Tinubu. Like I was really surprised because I remember watching the rally in Kaduna, right? El-Rufai was standing on the bus under hot scorching sun, right? Campaigning for Tinubu. And I started to think, what is the motive behind this? Like, why is El-Rufai doing all of this for Tinubu? I don't think they were really friends like that, right? So when I was seeing all those campaign period, I was like, there must be something behind this. But then, all those are past. right? The whole ministerial appointment thing came and you know went away. Um, Personally, I feel Tinubu fumbled El-Rufai. El-Rufai is not somebody you do not want on your team, right? I think people have said that on this space. El-Rufai is not somebody you do not. He's not somebody you want to oppose you, right? But El-Rufai as a master in strategy, I do not know when it comes to politics, right? Because when you look at the political side, it's different. Administration side, that's a given, right? Everybody, even his enemies, will not say something negative about him performing, uh, performing in that aspect. When you talk about administration, but when it comes to politics, master and strategy, that is where I find fault lines, right? The first fault line, number one, is if you say you're a master in strategy and your successor, right? I be your successor, yeah. Ubasani, 4 months into government, is already opposed to you. Were you not? That makes maybe you don't have. Maybe you had a poor judgment of his own person and his own loyalty to you. When it comes to that strategy part, because if you do it in comparison with somebody like Tinubu will never give uh he will never let somebody that is not loyal to him succeed him, right? So political strategy, that's the number one fault line that I find, right? Secondly, I think somebody said that earlier on the space that
Okay,
um
sorry, before you go to your next point, you
yeah.
explain to what happened between Tinubu and Ambodi. What happened with his strategies since he would not allow someone that is not loyal to him to succeed.
Yeah, Tinubu and Ambode is very simple because it wasn't even Tinubu himself that was opposed to Ambode, right? The party in Lagos, the stakeholders in Lagos did not want Ambode again, right? I do not know, maybe Ambode did something to the party the party in Lagos, right? But they was already opposed to him. And I remember when Tinubu did he did that interview, you know, and he was saying, I remember, what did he say? Uh, he said him, according to him, he has no problem with somebody, that's, when you do not have people backing you again, then the quality of leadership, I don't know, he said something along that line, sha, but, it's not about, I don't think it's really about him and somebody.
No, no,
You
no.
get, I think it was more about the problem somebody had in the party.
That's BS. I mean, it's actually the problem he had with Ambodi. But then let's let that one slide. What happened with Osibanjo?
What happened with Osibanjo?
Yeah,
In what regard?
Tinubu was angry now that his boy that he put there now he wants to run as president against
No,
him.
well, I don't think that one counts because nothing happened. Tinubu was still able, and maybe that's where you even give it to Tinubu because he was still able to beat the Oshibanjo mercilessly in the primaries. So that one is a non-issue. So
But you are contradicting your statement now, saying that
how now? How?
okay, okay. You started by saying El-Rufai made a blunder because he could not get someone that is loyal to him to succeed him. In the same vein again, I brought the issue of which was also similar, and then also the issue of Osibajo, which is the same thing. So, in a nutshell, what happened with between Tinubu and Ambodi? Between Tinubu and Ambodi was
No,
similar.
but that's first comparison now. I said within 4 months, Ubasani was already opposed to El-Rufai. Within 4 months, I made that emphatically clear. You're talking
But
about Simbajo that did not.
at
Hold
the
on.
end, he had to wait
At the
until
end, a lot of things can go down in 8 years. Now you can't compare 8 years, 4 years, and 4 months. It's not. I don't. That's first comparison to me. I don't know how you see it, but if I bring some, if I want somebody to succeed me, and within 3 months the person is already acting funny, that means the person that it was never loyal to me. That is how I see it. But when you compare it with somebody like Oshibanjo that has been there for 8 years, who has been an opportunity to be president, acting president rather, allegiances must have changed. You must have met different people, different. So it's a whole lot of things. I don't think that's something you can compare, right? And if you're even comparing, the reason why Tinubu is being called strategy, political strategist, is not because of all these things we're talking. It's about when Tinubu was standing alone as the main opposition, despite Obasanjo taking out all the other AD governors, right? Tinubu was standing alone. I mean, look at Aregbesola. He won and he did an election. He wasn't giving. He lost an election basically. And Tinubu, with Oshibanjo, with the same Oshibanjo, they went to court, and they were able to reclaim that mandate, right? Well, you talk about somebody like Adams Oshomole when Tinubu and Adams Bishomole in Edo State, how ACN won Edo State. And the final icing on the cake was when that allegiance with Buhari, and then he made Buhari, and together they kicked the PDP out of power. That is when you call strategy. I've not seen anything that uh, El-Rufai has really done politically, right? For you to call him a political strategist. But that's okay if you want to, refer him as a political strategist. Everybody has their own, everybody's a king in their own rights. But then Tinubu being called political strategist, there are a whole lot of things he has done. From senators, you talk about the speaker, that how so there's a whole lot of things Tinubu have done. I wasn't really here to talk about Tinubu. Now I'm talking about El-Rufai now. So going back to my second point, right, is why El-Rufai, you know, and I've been listening on this space, and some people are saying, okay, if the coalition gives the ticket to Obi El-Rufai, me, I've looked at that ticket. I don't think that ticket can win, right? That's from a personal note. I've not been able to convince myself that Obi and El-Rufai can, actually win Tinubu. But then, so the second point actually is, if El-Rufai was backing somebody like Tinubu, and, you know, I mean, even Kaduna, they was not able to win in Kaduna State. So 2023 came with a lot of, twist, right? So, but then Obi El-Rufai, my fear is Obi El-Rufai, where they will have problem, first of all, is somewhere like North Central, right? We cannot lie to ourselves that that place will not be dicey. Now, even in the Northwest, I do not think um Obi, being the face of that ticket and El-Rufai being behind him, um, they will still be able to win overwhelmingly in the Northwest against an APC, right? So, I do not like to underestimate my opponents. And I think that is where a lot of people are getting it wrong. They are underestimating uh, they are underestimating their opponents, like the APC. APC is the opponent now, right? Uh, don't
So
underestimate your opponent. It's even better you
be clear on
overestimate
this.
your opponent. Yeah.
Sorry. Let's be clear on this. Where do you stand? Because right now you're all over the place. Are you on the side of the APC or
No,
you are?
no, no. I want me
Yeah.
engineer. I want Atiku.
It's okay now. See, you see what we are doing here. Today we are talking about El-Rufai, and we'll talk about all the coalition leaders eventually, one after the other. What we are trying to do is to make sure that whether you don't want to call yourself APC, me, I'm already categorizing you as APC. what you guys are trying to do to paint all these the wrong narratives, to paint all these images of people that are not right. We are setting the record straight. And after Rufai, we'll go to Peter Obi, we'll go to Atiku, we'll go to Aregbesola, all the leaders of this coalition. We are going to talk about them one after the other. And some of the things people don't know about them, we are going to talk about it. And the facts will be out there. I mean, in the end, the truth would set you free. We don't want to continue having people that don't have record. Nobody know where they came from. The only strategy I see is for selling the white powder. You don't have classmates. Nobody knows your real name, whether you are from Borno State or you are from Osun State or you are from Lagos State. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows your classmates. You don't have cousin brothers. You don't. You like it's only you. So that's what we are trying to correct. But then round up in 1 minute so that we can move the mic.
That's Tinubu has spirit. We just he just disappear for our midst. Anyway, so yeah, me
Bro,
for the
Jide, you are clearly an APC person. It's so obvious. It's
who
very
is that? Oxley.
the thing is jumping out of you. It's jumping out of you, but you are trying to suppress it.
Yeah, that's okay. That's your
Just
opinion.
declare where you stand. You are safe here. You are very
Eh,
safe. No, nobody is
very
going to
good.
attack
Yeah, meet your mic.
you. Instead of this rabble rousing you are doing, you knock you knock Obi, you knock El-Rufai. You are just knocking people around. Jump, allow yourself to come out and let's know where you stand. It's not stop this rabble rousing that you are doing. We actually know where you stand anyway, whether you say it or not.
Yeah, I mean that's evident, man. From the way someone is speaking, you already know whether he wants to say is for Atiku or Peter
So
Obi.
you are just all these dribbling you are trying to dribble us is not necessary. You are safe
Yeah,
here. We don't discriminate here. You have a platform.
Oxley. Oxley,
exactly.
I think he sounds like he has no idea who really Malam Nasir El-Rufai is. And he already set his mind at default to what he's going to agree to. So I will not change that, but it's good to educate him. I don't know, Khalid. You can allow Modibo to talk. Ibrahim Modibo. I see his hands up. He can tell him more who Nasir is.
Yeah. We'll let Modibo go next. Let Jide just round up in about 30 seconds because you'll be schooled in this space, man.
No,
You pass.
you can't give me 30 seconds to round up now. Whatever anybody is saying is still opinion. I mean, I'm giving my own opinion. Opinions are free, right? Maybe you do not like to hear the truth, but me, I'll tell you the truth and I'll say it as it is. We are talking. El-Rufai was a former governor in APC. Can it be even more APC than myself? That have I been in any position in APC? So when I'm telling you that I'm telling you my own opinion, you're telling me I'm APC. Well, that's your own problem. It's not
Yeah,
doesn't affect
but
me anyway.
I wanted to see
Oxley, please. Let's allow him to land in 30 seconds. I'm on my clock right now. So go ahead, please, so that we'll move the mic. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Engineer Khalid, for covering me. So my own argument actually is um run my own analysis. I think my own ticket that I wish for is Atiku Obi. I've seen Festus Keyamo on different TV station, always talking down on Atiku Obi ticket. I do not know why they are so scared of that ticket. Maybe they know that if Obi fully backs that ticket, and he's able to convince his, supporters and, Atiku, coming together, everybody, they are they know they are going to lose because I've been seeing the body language of Festus Keyamo is as if, they are just so scared of that ticket, right? So, so basically, that's really my opinion about the coalition. right? El-Rufai, I've said my own bit about El-Rufai. I don't see him. He's a good politician, right? And he has that. I even thought El-Rufai is going to be the heir to Buhari's votes, right? But how Nigeria can be. Everything's not straightforward. So I think that's all I'm going to say for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your own submission. You see, we are Democrats. I mean, we allow people to come and express their own 1 cent, but then we'll school you here. The next person speaking, Modibo, what are you doing here now? You are supposed to be with your Amaria, but then Nigeria will not wait. So this is
No,
the spirit.
in El-Rufai's camp, we always say that saving Nigeria comes first. If Nigeria is not going well, both me and my Amaria will not enjoy the country. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Khalid. Like you mentioned that this is a place where people will be schooled. First of all, I want to lay some foundation. You need to understand politics before you can analyze a politician. Always in politics, wherever you are in the world, we have different categories of politicians. We have people that are runners, they contest. That's one category. And we have people that normally fund election. That's another second category. But another most important category there is those that sit down and plan. We all know how, I don't know, maybe the last speaker doesn't have the knowledge on how APC was formed. If he is aware of that, he won't doubt whether El-Rufai is a strategist or not. If you are to mention three most important people that lead to the merger in 2014, you can't mention three names without El-Rufai. He is one of the brains behind that coalition. You can go and do your research. That's one. And secondly, if you look at how Nigerian politics is, everyone wants to do the normal thing. You want to do what will give you win easily. But if you look at El-Rufai tactics, he always comes with something new and different. Look at his 2019 re-election in Kaduna. Since the return of democracy in 99, it's always you can't win an election without the Southern Kaduna backing. Sorry, to be precise, without the Sokapo backing, who are the indigenous, who used to call themselves the indigenous tribes of Southern Kaduna. El-Rufai picked one of them in 2015, and they didn't support him. And they swear that El-Rufai is not going to return. El-Rufai went back to a history, source election records, and find out that, in this Southern Kaduna, there are still other people that are not Sokapo members. What did he do? He picked an indigenous woman who is not a Hausa or Fulani, but she is an indigenous to Southern Kaduna, but she is a Muslim. And he ran a Muslim ticket. Even people like me who was supporting El-Rufai, I couldn't believe that we can win that election. But it's mass. These are the things that you need to look. The fact that if you are comparing Bola Ahmed Tinubu and El-Rufai in politics, you are not being fair, because El-Rufai started politics after in around 2011, 2012. You understand? Tinubu has been in politics since the last republic before now. He has been in House of Reps together with Konkosa then. But to show you how El-Rufai is a strategist, today you are comparing him with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You are comparing almost 4-decade experience with 12-decade experience. And if you remember, before now, APC used to call El-Rufai irrelevant. Just go and ask any APC guy, is El-Rufai still irrelevant now? We can't we can't give, if you want to give a political analysis, you need to remove your emotions. You have to be pragmatic. And one thing you need to understand about El-Rufai, I want to answer the previous speaker's question regarding why did El-Rufai pick Obasani, who is not loyal to him. One thing with El-Rufai is that he's not a selfish politician. You need to take that into consideration before you understand him. Obasani is the preferred candidate of almost 90% of APC caucus from ward level to state level in Kaduna. So it will be very selfish of El-Rufai to drop Obasani. So he allowed Obasani to run, and now that people have seen what Obasani is made of, it's easier for El-Rufai to come back and bring his own candidate. So El-Rufai, while he play his strategy, he still look at what is best for the people that he's serving. That's why he supported Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2023, because when Bola Ahmed Tinubu first contacted El-Rufai on supporting him, he told him that, we have not been good friends. We are not even friends. And El-Rufai clearly told him that preferably he will support his friend Amechi. And his second option is Yemi Osibanjo. But El-Rufai, because he's a strategist, he knew that Amechi could not have the support he needs from the south. He doesn't have the structure in the north. So that ticket is a dead end. So he dropped Amechi. If you pick Osibanjo too doesn't have the strength, the funding, the connection to win election. Only a handful of people are supporting him in the presidential villa. So El-Rufai, out of his political calculation, already knew that those two candidates cannot win election against Atiku Abubakar in PDP. So he decided that, okay, based on this principle, one, I'm a party man as an APC member. Two, based on my own calculation, you are the best candidate to win election, because sometimes in politics, you need to look at who can win the election. But El-Rufai, thinking as at then, what he missed was that he thought since they are all party men and they will be part of the structure and everything from election to governance that is going to happen after 2023 election, he now believed that, okay, we can build competence around Bola Ahmed Tinubu after he won the election. So even before APC won election, El-Rufai have done his research and how he's going to fix issues like power and other things. You can go and watch his presentation during the ministerial briefing. So to me, actually, I believe that right now, currently in Northwest, to be precise, you don't have any politician that is as viable and as strategic as El-Rufai. And you don't have to believe this. If you look at the end game, whether coalition win in 2027 or not, El-Rufai have strategically positioned himself, whether you like it or not, from now to 20 years if he's alive, and if he's still interested in politics, is going to be the most viable Northwesterner uh, in Nigeria. Look at the permutation. Assuming today, if let's say Atiku and Obi ticket fly, everyone knows how El-Rufai contributed to the coalition. So by the time either Atiku is finishing his tenure, El-Rufai is going to be next person to be picked from Northwest, because already APC spent 8 years with let's say 4 years with a VP from Northeast. So already, if the South is going to take power after now, we are going to Northwest. We're going to have a bigger claim than rest of the region in the South. One, they have the numbers. Two, Northeast got their turn, so now it's their turn. And tell me, El-Rufai has more separate in the South and has more elite connection in the South than Konkoso. So nobody will even look at Konkoso. El-Rufai will always come to your mind. So even another aspect is, what if the coalition didn't even win the election? Which means you are going to have Tinubu spending 8 years, which South has spent their 8 years. So if power is going to come back to Northwest will still have the best the claim. And who are you going to pick in Northwest? So if you look at it, even as of now, even if the coalition win or lose, El-Rufai is still going to be your next option. So this is just to show you how strategic El-Rufai is and politically viable. I didn't prepare it. I just saw the notification for the space lately. So I think I will stop here. If maybe someone will throw a question, but if there is no question, I will stop here. Thank you, Khalid.
Yeah, thank you so much, Malam Modiwo Sunusi, for that wonderful. But I'm not even entertaining the option of even if ADC did not win, because
And you know what's beautiful? Yeah, engineer. El-Rufai, you know, what you call it, even with all the negative press, right? El-Rufai has got a lot of, what you call it, enthusiastic supporters. A lot.
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, if there's any politician out there that, especially in the north, that people are doing things without any form of recognition, even from the man himself. Like, people actually believe in the man, in his track record, what he has done in his entire career is verified. Like, people are so
And
passionate.
he doesn't even brag enough, right?
No,
He doesn't even put this thing, you know, on display, you
he
know?
does. He
Because
does.
look at somebody like Tinubu, who hasn't even really accomplished as much as El-Rufai has accomplished in terms of national service, right? Um, he keeps going on like he's the builder of Lagos, right? But he didn't really build anything in Lagos. But El-Rufai, who's actually, you know, done a lot of building, a lot of very bold reforms, right? He doesn't even brag that much about it. I mean, he's a very humble guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See, if
Socials
we,
is very
uh,
humble. It's unlike
yeah,
other politicians. Just take, for instance, in Kano, for instance, a governor of Kano who go and build an infrastructure and then paint it red. That is a typical example of what other leaders can do. But him, he believes when something is done for the public. There is no point of putting a signature on it. it's going to, if he did the right thing, it's going to serve the general public, and everybody will know what he has done.
Yeah, I mean, what the man has done, even in BP, I mean, he has done so much that people cannot even come close to him in terms of national service. So, um,
I beg, let me encourage you people. Thank you so much, Engineer Khalid. Dr. God bless you for what you guys have done and what you guys have done. I know that very well. You are presenting very, very well. That's
Odunayo, you started so loud, but your voice shifted back. It's faint.
what
I don't know.
many people many people don't know about this particular one. Not that the scholar and many
Social, can you hear Odunayo clearly?
No, I can't hear him properly. Initially, I was hearing him very well, and then he went very faint.
Yeah, yeah.
sorry. My phone Can you hear me, Engineer Khalid?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a lot better
Well,
now.
no,
A big
my
shout out
ear.
to you, my brother.
I greet you, sir. My earpiece fell from me, so I was using talking like directly. I thought I was talking to you. Anyways, thank you so much. I've been driving for about 2 hours now. I just got home, and I want to thank you guys very, very well. Shosha, Dr. AI, Engineer Khalid. Engineer Khalid, please, I'll call you later after the space, or maybe when you just let me know, so that I know, because I was not privy to what you guys discussed this morning on your meeting. So thank you so much, Shosha, and for everything you are doing here. It's not a small case. It's not a small thing. You have this aspect of the discussion. You may not know what it means. We need to change the discussion. We need to get a discussion that's different from what we have had over the last 2 or 3 weeks. But more importantly, is that you have heard down this place. That's the first thing. Social media cannot be taken you can't take it away from us. This what we're going to fight here. We are doing everything possible within the on the ground and everything. But thank you so much for holding down here very, very well, right? And I'm privileged, sincerely, I'm privileged that on Saturday, um, he's a big man, and I called him. I told him what it is and everything. He said, "Okay, don't worry, give me a time." When I sent him time, he did not receive the message on time. I use WhatsApp. He did not receive the message on time. So by the time he opened his WhatsApp, he already have another. He didn't know what I was privileged for him. So he said, "Okay, send me for that time." You know what? He called me on his own to say, "Thank you so much. Please give me another time, and I will be there." That's what he told me. "Give me another time, and I will be there. Make sure you are a week older than the time, so that you will not be clashing with other messages. And when you send me the message, call me to add to it." This is El-Rufai speaking and saying that I want to be with us on Twitter very soon. So please don't stop what you are doing. They are hearing from you. They are hearing you very, very well, more than you can imagine. They call the Twitter. They want to know what you guys are thinking. They want to know your mind. They want to know your thoughts. They are very, very interested in what you guys are doing. Please don't stop what you are doing. Joshua, thank you so much. Anjana Khalid, thank you so much for that Jide guy that came here. He's a confused being. He's my friend. He's a confused being. He supported the Obi 2023 election. In some part of 2023, he supported the Obi. Some part of 2023, he went with his people. At a point, he became a Yoruba Ronu. Later on again, God delivered him. He has come back from there. He's not telling you that he's supporting Atiku. But he's my friend. It's just one of the things that makes young man a young man and all that. So please, you want to entertain people and make sure you hear, like you people are heard the space very, very well. Yeah, God bless you. And Ibrahim, thank you so much. I enjoyed your discussion earlier. And it's quite very, very, very abounding for me and refreshing again. So, Angela Kalis, want to hold sway, social, as we are doing already. God bless you. This way I talk about entertain people, hear them, engage them, and more importantly, at the end of the day, they may not change their mind. But what that is sure is that you have sent the message to them. So there is not left for them with their conscience about what they want to do with it. Yeah. Thank you.
You are comparing someone that
Yeah.
Give off your mic.
Thank you so much, Odunayo. Thank you so much for the encouragement. I mean, this is what some people have been doing behind the scenes, making all these arrangements, trying to get these leaders come talk to us. I mean, very, very important. Yeah, when we talk later, we'll update you with the meeting with the national publicity national publicity secretary, what went down and where we stopped. So quickly moving forward, um, IIMS, IIMS, you've been waiting for some time. Daudu, sorry, we'll get to you after IIMS.
Thank you very much, engineer. Good evening, social Dr. AI. Good evening. Yes, I joined this space particularly because the discussion is about a man I respect so much and I adore, given the caliber of carnivorous animals we have as politicians in this era. Um, I will start by saying Malam is not a master strategist because, and you'll be wondering why I said so. But that word master strategist is has a lot of meanings. The first meaning it could have in this day and era is betrayal, in the context of Nigerian politics. So you need to be, and the last speaker, not Odunayo, asserted that betrayal, dictatorship, autocracy, lies, deceit, and all of those things that a typical Nigerian politician is known for. So if you want to be a master strategist in Nigerian political sphere, you need to do all of those things. When you tell people that you are going to do this, then you are not going to do it. This is the master strategy that people expect, not the strategy of connecting young people to do work, not the strategy of encouraging young people to participate in governance, not the strategy of making opportunity for everyone, not the strategy of sticking your neck to what you believe in. No, the strategy of rewarding sycophancy, the strategy of ensuring that nepotism is the order of the day. That is what they define. Because what is a strategy? What is master about what we are witnessing today? I remember 2023, we were told that Tinubu would bring the best of the best of the best. Nobody told us that it was class of 1987 that they will bring to come and school class of 2000 in a football match. And now this is what they are calling strategy. You have people who are not in tune with the modern day times and realities of Nigerians. You have people who have been waiting for opportunity to to siphon and steal money, because they believe Lagos has been contributing the fair share of revenue, and as such, this is the opportunity to reward Lagos. That is why they are doing what they are doing. So yes, um, Malam is not a strategist. But if we are going to talk about um, the ideal meaning of strategist, then Malam is. I remember I'm going to talk on my personal experience. This is nothing more to do with politics, but more of an experience because I lived through it. I was one of the beneficiaries or indirect beneficiaries of Malam's transparency. I had a friend who is a Jigawa State indigene, a dentist, by the way, and he called me one time and said I should help him out to apply for something which he didn't want to tell me. He thought I would be interested and I would be a competition, but anyway, that's by the way. But it turned out it was Kashim, this Kashim Institute fellowship for leaders that Malam was hosting. And I was like, oh, you're applying for this? He said, yes. I was like, oh, that's good. That's impressive. And I went to check on it, and I found out that I saw people from all over the country, young leaders. Malam was trying to do something revolutionary. Today, who is doing that? Who is it? Who do you have that is doing something similar to that? If that is what you call strategy, I submit to that. You know, let me move again. When Malam became minister in FCT, Malam was not just demolishing. That's why people will know that. I keep telling people that somebody did ABC does not mean you should go and do ABC. There are some things behind it that they don't tell you. So you need to ask. No be because person japa leave Nigeria, you go come say, oh, that one fit japa, me say fit japa. Maybe they have some qualifications and some things that they have. That's why they left. And if you try that same process without inquiring the nitty gritty, you might end up going there and suffering, right? Point is that people assume becoming Minister of FCT is just demolishing buildings. It's not. Malam is a quantity surveyor. In his early years, when he finished, he did work with the contractors that was responsible for planning Abuja. So you can begin to understand why it was easy for him to fit in. Not only that, he would understand what an urban city should look like given the master plan. So a wiki would never understand what a modern day Abuja should look like. Any of the other ministers would not, because if not, most of these guys are lawyers. In fact, some I've never worked in the field, because in Malam's book he said OBJ tried to even bring architects to understand the reality of what was happening when Abuja was becoming another Lagos, and they couldn't decipher. Now, El-Rufai was the person that was brought in to solve the problem. I remember those days you go to federal secretariat, you go see person they hawk granite inside secretariat. Like, this is a federal capital territory, for crying out loud. Before El-Rufai left, all of those people were no more. You would see shanties everywhere. All of those things were no more. And he didn't just come by, oh, demolish that one. No. He had a vision and a mission in his head, and he looked at the plan. And because he had worked on several projects, by the way, this is something that you would think it's like executing an architect's plan. It's not that anybody that will just do that. So that's why people, since then, people have been thinking to become a minister is just for you to come and demolish buildings. It's not just doing that. It's not doing that. One of the biggest things that El-Rufai did that helped Abuja, let me tell some of you, if you guys don't know, the satellite towns in Abuja contributed to the mess in Abuja. I grew up in one of those satellite towns. So you have Karo, Nyanya, and then all those Kuba axis, them, the other side, and all of those places. They were places that they were not sanitized. So you had people building, and they were structurally planned. They were in the master plan. It's not like they were not in the master plan. But people were doing anything and anyhow. In my own street that I grew up, just back of my house, we had a place where you had over like 5 churches, and they were not even proper buildings. They were like shanty churches, kind of, that were built in late 90s and late 2000s, just coalesced in one place. Then you had one small school. You can't even traverse that place. And this man came and he did the needful there. And today that place became the bus park that we have, the Abuja Mass, sorry, this transport company that was there. It's just behind there. Another thing he did, that place became the hospital, the Primus Hospital. If you know the Primus Hospital in Abuja, they gave that place to Primus Hospital. The area became different. Like, it became like one GRA. Even us that were staying there, we didn't believe that this place was like this, because this place was organized. How did it become what it become? So that's when, taking back now, I remember when we were young, because obviously when you see your parents cursing a leader, you just join them. I was like, hey, God forbid, people were cursing that man. We didn't realize. But just 2, 3 years later, we started seeing the result of what we are discussing. Abuja became safe. Abuja became one of those cities where Okada was even banned to make it better. There was urban mass transit, you had bus. That was like way back 2003, 4, 5. Today, we don't even have any of those things. This is someone who understands that Abuja master plan was in phases. As at when he came, he said the phases was in phase, Abuja was in phase 3. And it was supposed to have 3 million people, but by then it had 6 million people. If you sit down, ask Wiki all these questions, you know am. So even the land part of it, he had to step in, because civil servants were doing land, they were land grabbing. Civil servant will just look map, allocate 50 by 50 for himself. They were just doing that. In fact, there was something about Sodengi, one useless senator from my place that did 16 years with nothing to show. That person wanted to allocate some certain plot of lands to himself. Point is, he had to step in as the minister. And that's why it became under his office, because civil servants were abusing it, right? But these days, what do you have? You have ministers who think that being a minister is make you demolish, do road, and allocate land. You understand? But it's beyond that. That's why nobody can replicate El-Rufai's success in Abuja. It's beyond that. You need to study. And one thing you can admire the man for is, they just jump into something. He will study the pattern of the thing first, understand the issues. Even the so-called Southern Kaduna crisis and the whatever that started, he tried to understand what was happening before he brought this former chief of I can't remember, is it Azazi? I can't remember that man's name, to set up a committee when he became governor. These are things that people who are intellectual would do that for you. You understand? So if you go back to Kaduna, I'm sure a lot of people have said a lot of things. So I don't need to stress on that. One thing I need to clarify is Malam said, I've been seeing something about Malam, which I think nobody emphasized on it. His role in insecurity in Kaduna. Malam said at one point they built a mobile police barrack in Kafanchan just to curb the menace of the insecurity. Now, police didn't have a barrack. They had to. I think he said they gave 500 million. I think 500 million. And Buhari reinforced, late Buhari reimbursed the state their monies. And what they were doing then was every month between Zamfara, Katsina, and Niger and Kaduna, they were contributing 150 million naira to prevent the prevalence of cattle rustling, which was what gave rise to the banditry that was happening. Because then it wasn't banditry and it started with rustling and farmer header and what have you before it metamorphosed. So people were rustling cattle of headers and also in that process doing criminalities. So they were preventing that. It worked for like 3-4 months. But his Malam, the video is on YouTube, you can watch it. He said they after progress, after like 3-4 months progress of doing that, the governors all backed out. Of course, you don't expect Malam with his 150 million to say, okay, let's continue. That's how they stopped it. But he said if they had sustained that for like a year, that rustling thing would have been dealt with permanently and you wouldn't have had all these things. Nobody stresses, even close associates to Malam, they don't stress this point enough to show how Malam was contributing or ensuring that there was security. Malam is this kind of person that, from what I have deduced, he's someone that wants to give everybody the opportunity. I would be very honest, in the past how many years since I finished my university, I have not seen any state government open a portal and say everybody can come and apply for a job, even for healthcare workers. But Kaduna State did it during COVID. I think after the lockdown, everybody could apply. You could, and they made it so easy that you could even do an exam on your phone. Please, is there any state in Nigeria that you know that did this? Is there? So these are some of those things that nobody emphasized. Malam paid medical students. I remember, in fact, in my own school then, people were converting their state of indigenship to Kaduna. Some were getting, that was way back like 2015, 16. Then, because I was about leaving, people were getting arrears of 250, 60,000 naira. Medical students that were supposed to come back and work. When I mean medical, not just doctors, anybody that was in the health field, lab, nurses, radiographers, physiotherapists, anybody. If you had the Kaduna Medical Association, whatever, a student, you would get that money. And they got those monies. They were paid monthly afterward as well. The idea was for them to come back to Kaduna and work. Sadly, some of those persons never came back. They have their own reasons, anyways. Some have their own reasons for not coming back. But I did know that helped. So these are some of those things that nobody talks about. Nobody talks about them. Even within the Kaduna State University, he tried to bring medical programs by recruiting people who are capable hands and ensuring that he gave opportunity for the state to start up programs that were going to put the state to spotlight. There's only one area that I wasn't happy with Malam. I'm not going to say it on this space. That it has nothing to do with insecurity. Has more to do with education and some other aspect, but I'm not going to say it. But point I'm just going to say is Malam is not the ideal Nigerian politician that wants you to be a sycophant. I can already see it in his face. I can already see it from his actions. I followed him right from as young as I was. I went to Kano State. I will just round up with this. I went to Kano State. The first thing that struck me 2010 when I went to Kano, as the first time in my life, was I saw Konkwasiya written on the on the ceiling. I was like, why is a governor writing his name? Did he use his money? I was barely 20 years old, I think. And I could still think maybe because I was interested in politics, but I was shocked. And somebody told me that he was doing it because Shekaro, who is the former governor, no, 2011, Shekaro, who is the former governor, stole his project and claimed it as his own. That's why he wants to begin to write his name on the projects. And since then, you can see it has become a tradition. And this is why we tell people a lot of abnormal things have become normalized in Nigeria that we need to start re-educating our people. Things like that are not normal. Thank you very much for having me. God bless everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you speak, everyone will feel the passion, the energy, the enthusiasm. Let me put this out here for anyone that is wondering if maybe everyone here used to be in the same page with El-Rufai. Modibo is here, so he can attest to what I will say right now because some of his policies affected me directly. There was this link between Malali to Ngwandosa, which is not more than 2 to 3 kilometers. And that affected me. I mean, I called Modibo sometime. I said, Malam, Wemikuchi, what are you guys doing? Because I got a notice from the whatever, the construction people in within the administration that they want to take about 8 meters from my fence. But then, you someone that is supposed to cross between Malali to Ngwandosa, which is around 2 to 3 kilometers, would have to go and turn round to about 7 8 kilometers for him to get to Ngwandosa uh, from Malali side. But then later on, they did that route. They shifted my fence, chopping about 8 meters. I got a check for that. But at the end of the day, you come to realize it is for the greater good. I mean, it eases that link between this part of the state to the other part of the state. So it's not as if all of us enjoyed on personal ground, all of us enjoyed what Rufai did. But then he did the right thing. And I have no cries or any worries to that because it was for the greater good indeed. Even though the current governor is now claiming that he was the one that constructed that road. So that's that for that. Daud, before we go to you quickly, Ibrahim, 1 minute, then we go to Daud.
Khalid, aini bacci ma zan yi.
Yeah, what
Thank
is
you very much. I just want to appreciate you and appreciate Socials Dr. AI. I don't know when this space started, but I've been here for the past 8 hours or so. A lot of discussions, engagement, makes a lot of sense. Comment made by people. We just appreciate it. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Ayim, thank you a lot for the contributions. I just want to say this that if you want to talk about Mala, you cannot say everything about Mala. I know many people here are doing their best to say some of those things that Malam have done, his achievement, but they cannot cover it up. They cannot say all of them. Maybe when you remember some of those things that you are not mentioned, it's good that you come up and then make contributions to that, as you just did now, and then also appreciate the little that others have been contributing. But not everybody can mention everything that Malam has done. It's honestly not going to be as easy as maybe we might be thinking. Once again, thank you very much and good night.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ibrahim, for being with us. I mean, you addressed some of the concerns, some of the questions raised by the naysayers. But then, this is why we are here. I mean, we all have to play our roles in having the Nigeria that we want to see, Nigeria that works for everyone. I mean, we've been talking about Iman for the past 7, 8 hours, and when someone comes on, and it's like nobody has said anything about him. So this is people we want to have as leaders, not someone that I want to talk about Tinubu in the next 30 minutes. I've talked about everything that he has done with all his corruption. If I want to extend it, it's for me to start talking about his record, which he doesn't have. So it is well. So thank you so much. Daudu, how far? You've been waiting
Yeah,
for quite some time.
no, it's okay. And shout out to Big Social, Dr. AI, Engineer Khalid, all my peeps. I really, really appreciate. Speaking about Malam is going to be very personal for me. I have known Malam for the past 25 years. And Malam has been one person that he spots talent. But let me start by personal experience. The Save Nigeria group started in his house in Aso Drive. Not that he couldn't afford any other place and every other thing, but it was a welcoming place. At that particular point in time, that was when we started sharing books together. And it got to a stage that we were like, okay, with all he had done in FCT, he should run for president. Bello, who was quite young then, would always tell us that no, nobody has become president in Nigeria without being a governor. And that was when we started picking interest. And though he's a little bit younger than us, but he has always been a younger brother, and Zulki and the rest. Now, coming to the formation of the coalition then, as it was the APC, it was Malam, Shekarau of Kano, Dengiwa Umar, and so many other quiet people that they naturally don't make noise. They just start the job and they start small. Tunde Bakari is a pastor and one of Malam's closest ally. There was somebody, and Malam is a detribalized Nigerian, but most people don't know that part. His closest ally and his closest PA for over 30 years is one Mr. Peter. Peter is somebody that grew with Malam and met Malam on the streets of Abuja. Peter just used to be that guy handling Malam's laundry. And Malam opened a laundry shop then, far back then. That's why I said I've known Malam well. And he just wanted it to be sustained. He had younger brothers that were handling it, and the place wasn't making profit. So he came one day and told them at the end of the month, he was going to shut down the place because he can't continue removing money from his pocket to pay for a business that was ongoing. And Peter told him that, no, sir, this place is actually functioning. We make money, but this person will remove money. That person is going to remove money. This one is going to remove money. And that's why you don't always see money. He now handed over the place to Peter. Peter delivered on that laundry, and that laundry became an excellent laundry service. And one way or the other, Peter became his PA. It got to an extent that was nothing we needed, even when he was FCT minister, that you don't have to go and meet Peter first. Peter is a Christian and Idoma man. Next is Jimmy Lawal. People protested against Jimmy Lawal in Kaduna State. Jimmy Lawal was a senior counsel, a Yoruba man from Ogun State, and he was one of Malam's closest ally. Another thing comes to mind when Sanusi Lamido Sanusi was dethroned. Malam is somebody that if he's a friend to you, he's a friend in need and he's a friend indeed. He's going to appear at whatever beck and call. I'm sure he must have had it in different... He does these things quietly. He doesn't need to shout. Malam stopped psychophancy in Kaduna State. When he was running for governorship, everybody thought he was going to be sharing money and every other thing. Malam came with a different strategy. And when the government was made, he made sure that all political matters was handled by the SSG, that was the current Minister of Environment. And if you don't have any business in governance, you can't do anything. And that instituted the Kaduna Invest, which people like Nural, because for me it is the biggest talent for me with Malam is human capital development. That is the building people up, people that are sustainable today. I can point to 10, 20, 30, 40 people today that were single-handedly built by Malam. An example is maybe the Deputy Chief of Staff of Niger State now, Sadiq. He's a young man, less than 35 too, and he's doing great things. Ronches too,
used to be just a construction company. He has done so many things. And when Khalid, you are talking about your house around Malka Academy, that particular road, he actually gave that road to Kadra. And that was the Kaduna Road Maintenance Agency. And he said that if you guys are civil servants, you have engineers, people are always complaining that contractors always come collect this money and not. Why don't you guys do this on Gwendoza Road? And he gave it to Kadra, and I'm sure Khalid will testify the road got scattered, and that is when he stopped giving any road to Kadra again, Kaduna Road Maintenance Agency. There are talents like the Hafiz Bayeros, the Aleba Mulaifia, the very, very young boys. He now set up something again called the Kaduna Invest. Apart from Kaduna Invest that attracted more than 4.4 billion into Kaduna State, Olam Farms over 150 million investment, which till tomorrow it's still bringing funds. Mahindra Trucks, Tomato Juice. I can't just name it. I've been up and running, so I don't know that all these things have been mentioned. So I've been in and out of the space. Now coming to the youth empowerment, Malam single-handedly had a partnership, a tripartite collaboration with the Kaduna Business School, the state government, and the Bank of Industry. He gave out, which was supposed to empower 25,000 Kaduna residents, because in Kaduna State, there is no citizen or indigene. As long as you live in Kaduna, you are going to get everything a Kaduna indigene or a Kaduna resident has. So in Kaduna, there is no indigene, it's just the Kaduna resident. Once you live in Kaduna, you have an address in Kaduna, you can have access to anything. What did he do? He gave from 0 naira, and this started in 2016, from 0 naira to 5 million naira, non-collateral. The Kaduna state government will guarantee you as the participant can apply after passing with a minimum of 2.4 GPA, because that was your own collateral. Then you raise 100,000 naira if you wanted to apply for 100,000. If you wanted for 1 million naira, if you wanted to apply for 5 million naira, you make a deposit of 500,000 and they give you a 5 million naira check, cash, and you do whatever business you wanted to do. You just submitted your business plan to them. It was a 12-week program, Monday to Fridays, very, very rigorous. And that was how the Kaduna Business School, that was with the youth empowerment. Now he discovered that Kaduna was scattered. He started with the Kaduna Master Plan. The Kaduna Master Plan was a 50-year master plan that started everything. The rail line today that comes from Kaduna, from Abuja to Kaduna, happened because when they wanted to do renovations in the airports in Abuja, Niger State is a closer state. Kaduna already had something. And what did Malam do? Malam pulled out cash, tried to patch up the roads, in as much as the roads were very, very bad, made sure that the train was functional, provided security, and today it is history. Most of the developments and the growth in Kaduna today started under Malam. He revitalized it. He brought in young people. The person that was heading the Kaduna Internal Revenue Board was a very, very young guy, doctor, and so many other things. Malam has been someone that spots talent. A perfect example was when he came into government in 2015. The government house was maintained by Julius Baja. They were collecting massive amounts of money, and he was like, what do they do in this house? They take care of the generators, they take care of the water treatment facilities, painting and every other thing, and grass cutting. And Malam asked, is it that nobody could do this? And no Nigerian can actually take care of this house? And he told Hadiza Bala and gave her a matching order that she should find people that could do all of this, because the money Julius Baja was charging was too high. And she got vendors. I happened to be in some of the meetings. And till today, that was how Julius Baja was kicked out of Kaduna. And most of the people that are running the government house today were people, because it was like, Julius Baja does not do this themselves. They employ people here to do all of these jobs. So why don't these people actually give it to them, for them to be empowered, tell them what they need to do and everything. So what he just did was he brought in some civil servants, the people that were doing the jobs, and today's history. Malam cuts cost. You cannot say you went to the government house and met Malam doling out money to anybody. If you have a reasonable idea that you needed, he will give it to you. You wanted land for something, he will give it to you. When he became started the drive of having your C of O and every other thing, what did he say? He said he has spoken to all Kaduna State banks that anybody that has a C of O of Kaduna State, whether it was a land in the Millennium City or anywhere that was a new layout, you should actually borrow them, because he actually guarantees what the value of land is in Kaduna. So he tried as much as possible. The one thing always blows my mind when I remember, He made maybe a 3-kilometer, 4-kilometer road that was from UTC, for those that are familiar with Kaduna, to the government house. And it was a pilot project. And then Shehu Sani was the senator serving for Kaduna Central. And when he saw the pictures, he just came out without confirming, without asking, and saying, this cannot be Kaduna. And it trended then. I'm sure most people might have forgotten, but if some people might still remember. And he was like, this cannot be Kaduna, because he saw the markings that we see in UK, we see in Dubai and every other things, and saw traffic lights and everything. And the rest is history. Malam, for one, does fights to finish. He does not start something and stops halfway. At the particular point in time when he wanted to raise revenue in Kaduna State, he went to Abu Zaria. And Abu Zaria is a place that accommodates maybe over 100,000 people. And they were like professors and everything. I spoke to their Senate. Why do you have a federal institution here and you people don't pay your tax to Kaduna State government and this and that and that? And they were like, what does Kaduna State government do to them? There was this project called the Zaria Water Works. It had been on for over 20 years or 30 years, started since the Makarifi time. And they were like, you don't give us anything. There is no light, there is no water, there is nothing. So what are they paying their taxes to Kaduna State government for? For all they care, let them continue removing it. He went to the federal government, spoke to Pai, did every other thing, came back, told them that he would come back again, and he left ABU that day in shame, came back, made sure Zaria Water Works worked, made sure they had a 33K line, and there's always light and electricity in the ABU's area, and started an independent power grid, though that had not taken off till he left. And they had light, good light from Ketco, had water, and the next day he came and said, can you start paying your tax to Kaduna? And they happily started paying their tax to Kaduna, and that's how he raised revenue. But people just see Malam. The other person that comes to mind who is a very, very young talent is Nural Khalil, who is the current special advisor economic to the governor of Katsina State. When Nura came, he was assigned to Kadifa. He went there to serve. He wasn't familiar with Malam before then. And they were like, okay, this is his exploits and everything. And within a very short period of time, I'm sure the rest is history. But who discovered Nura Khalil? It was Malam and every other person. And he has a passion for working with both genders. Today, the head girl that they call in, that Akwabi referred to as the head girl of the Tinubu's government, who is Bala Usman, Hadiza Bala Usman, she was his chief of staff. He groomed her and everything. Same with the Tijo, budget and planning. Before now, you get contracts in Kaduna State, you don't execute it. Anybody, I'm sure Khalid is a contractor too. Before now, you get a contract in Kaduna State, you do the job, you get paid. Later, they started bastardizing it. Today, you don't even know where the jobs are. Malam created a full tender board. You go to the tenders board, I'm a beneficiary. One of the 255 permanent healthcare centers in Kajuru, one in Kajuru, out of the 255 we got. And what was it? You qualify, you didn't need to know anybody. Once your papers were complete, you had the APG, you had everything, Malam would give you the job. He doesn't care to know who you are, where you were coming from and everything. All you needed to do is deliver on the job. And that was the kind of person Malam was. And Malam is Malam is somebody that fights to finish. And that is why this battle this person has picked a fight. I'll take an excerpt from his book, The Accidental Public Servant. He spoke about one Sunday, and I'm sure most people might not even remember. He said that as a 7-8-year-old in school, he got to school and the Sunday was a big guy, so the guy bullied him. After the guy bullied him, ate his food, what did Malam do? Malam said every time during break time, once Sunday opens his lunch pack to eat, he will carry sand and go and pour in his food. He said after he did it for about a week or two, they now saw Sunday crying one day because Sunday was hungry that day, had played and just wanted to eat his food, and he came and put Sunday. That was when the teachers called both of them together and said, you stop bullying Malam, you to stop pouring sand in his food. And that is the kind of thing and that is why people say that when Malam starts to fight, he fights to finish.
Sorry to interrupt you. Marlon did not stop. It took there 2 months after that.
So, and that is who Malam is for you. Malam is somebody that he doesn't care where you come from. I particularly have an interaction with him. The Kaduna State Residence ID card was something that we should have been able to do. When we came on board as very, 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 very young boys. When I mean young boys, Malam gave me this is my 10th year in the Kaduna State government, but I've left maybe since 2 years ago because since the Ubasani came and the witch hunting started, we just chose to abscond. But till today, I still have a Kaduna State government house ID card. Malam was that person that would be like, okay, what are you, an engineer? You guys can take care of this, you can do this, you can do this. You are sure you can do it, and he delivers on it. Malam does not need you to come and greet him. I can tell you that throughout the campaign, after I just saw my name on the campaign list and presidential campaign council. I did not ask for it. I did not say this. Mukhtar does this, he does this, he does this. Answer Sunenka with Jalal and a couple of other people. You just see your name in places and they'll be like, okay, this is what I've been told to do. I can't remember the last time I've gone to meet Malam to go and greet him and say thank you for any other thing. But I know that when the day comes that he actually needs you to do something and they remember that you are the best person to do that thing, you definitely get that call. You don't need to come back and give Malam Goros that thank you for doing this to me, because you can't even take it to him. He's not somebody that you can say this is it. I still point to it. I challenge anybody. There are over 500 people on this space that says that this is the gratification that Malam has collected on one job or the other, or this was the influence that this person did. When he was governor, he actually exiled his son from Kaduna State, Bello. Bello had to take up a job because he didn't want him meddling in anything. Obviously, as Nigerians, we always find a way, one way or the other back, but he would actually not accept you as his child or any other thing. Everybody knew where they were sitting and where you needed to. But so Malam is not that person that you just come and bulldoze or bamboozle. He's somebody that is going to hear you out, no matter what stupid idea you have. As long as you have his ears, he's going to hear you out. He's going to tell you the best way to do it, the best way to go about it. And if he feels he's not going to do it there and then, Malam is not going to tell you to come back on Tuesday or Wednesday if he knows he's not going to do it. He's going to tell you there and then. I don't think this is a wise idea. As I was speaking about the Kaduna resident ID card, after we made a beautiful presentation and every other thing, the next thing he just asks us, do you guys have because Kaduna State government does not have money now, do you guys have the resources to start at least 30% of this job and everything? And we're like, Baba, no, this is just an idea we have. I was like, no, we should go, grow, do other things that are smaller, and when we can, we'll take up bigger opportunities. And that was how we went to partner with the Nigerian NIN, the Nigerian Identity Management Agency, and that's how they got the job. But we were the first to pitch the idea to him, and he was like, it's very, very good. I'll go back to the issue of this phone stabbing, snatching, and everything, the Sarasuka boys and every other thing. He told everybody, if he catches your son, everybody will call out their king and warn them. If they catch you or catch your children, I'm sending them to jail. When he did it for, I think, 2-3 months, everybody sat up. During the whole 8 years of Malam, nobody dared try and foment a crisis. There is a particular mosque on Wharf Road, because when people begin to say Malam is a bigot, Malam is this, Malam is a religious extremist and everything, we just sit and we laugh. Because Malam is somebody that there is a particular place on Wharf Road, that's after Hamdallah Hotel, after Old Doba Hotel, very close to Fort Oil for those that know Kaduna, was a mosque that most, whether you were a young man or an old man, everybody came to that mosque to sit or pray or have it. It was more or less a chamber where after you finish praying, you guys sit down and just and everything. And development was coming. And Malam said he was going to demolish that mosque, and everybody thought he was nuts. You cannot demolish a mosque. This. I said no. It is on the right of way, and he demolished it. Malam was governor, you needed a permit to make noise, either as a mosque or as a church. During COVID, he did what he did. So many people were angry about it. He shut everybody down. I think Kaduna was the first state to try to shut down everybody, and they shut everybody off. No prayers, nothing. Everybody was angry. We did. You dare not protest. Now, Malam is not somebody. He doesn't take things with kid gloves. If he tells you there's curfew, there's curfew. If he tells you that, okay, you're free to go out, to go out. And that was how Malam was. So, for me, when I see people speak about Malam, and Malam holds no grievances and holds no grudges. Because Malam, till today, he has his boys in government, and you don't see them resigning or beginning to fight because they are fighting their principle. He gives you wings, fly as far as you can, go as high as you can, and he holds no grudges, no victor, no vanquish. Tomorrow, yes, with the help of Allah and God, Hadiza Bala Osman is who she is today, but who discovered her, who brought her to limelight, who gave her a first job? Amalam is somebody that if he has started working with you or he works with you, for the next 15-20 years, there is nothing anybody can speak to him about you. It is until you prove him wrong by himself and he sees that fault in you, but you come and gossip and say this or that or not. No, there are things that Malam does that we know about that we cannot speak on spaces because it's a public space, but it's just somebody that it will be very, very lucky. He's somebody, when he was supposed to be appointed Minister of Energy, it will interest everybody on this space to know Malam had started working, had brought people, had brought technical guys from around the world they had spent money developing a blueprint for the energy sector. This was something he did. And when he wanted to fight, as he always says that he fought with Yaradua and where's Yaradua or whatnot, you just have to exile Malam, because you shouldn't have Malam in a country when you want him to fight. You don't fight Malam with him being present. He's going to defend himself and he's going to say as it is. And Malam, yes, nobody's perfect. He's a little bit temperamental. He's somebody that doesn't forgive once you have wronged him and you have gone a wool. He's somebody that fights to finish. Fine. That is one of the... And being a first-class head, 15, 20 years after, when we speak about our leaders in Nigeria, we just tend to gloss over it. Malam made a first class in 1981. Malam went back in 2015 and the 2010, 20 and rounded up and finished with a 2-1 again in law. So when we speak about Malam, he's somebody that is sciences and this is pure arts. And he has gone to excel in both parts. And I'm sure very soon he might get his doctoral degree or whatnot. But Malam is somebody that is not even going to push it into you that he's a brilliant guy or he's a brainy guy. He's just going to allow you flow the way best way you have. Ubasani was in the basement in the government house. He was political. He wasn't one of the top 5 or 6 people. He wasn't even the 5th, 6th closest to Malam during the administration. Yes, they had worked for a long time. They both know each other. They are classmates and friends and whatnot with others. The others like the Cat Farmer. Now, Malam opened something that was called the Kaduna Facility Management Agency called Cat Farmer. Cat
Sorry,
Farmer,
sorry, before you proceed, as you
yeah.
mentioned, as close as Ubasani was to Malam, when Malam came governor of Kaduna State, he understood that he needed people that have the capacity to build his vision for Kaduna State. And for that sole reason, Ubasani was nowhere close to governance. He just let him be the let's say,
Political.
yeah. I mean, he brought young people with bright minds that he never
The likes
encountered.
of Mini Baby, a Yoruba girl from Ilorin, Christian, as in, do we want to begin to name them? As in, Malam opened agencies in Kaduna that started paying people properly. That's what they call Cat Farmer. It's called the Kaduna Facility Management Agency. How was Cat Farmer born? Everybody begins to speak about cost. And when Malam got into Kaduna in 2015, they said that they were spending 6 billion or one outrageous money on diesel for the state. And it was like, is it the guest houses and the government houses and where that is consuming over 6 billion? And he set up the Kaduna Facility Management Agency and he became a quarry. That was the first pioneer MD. And in the first year, they slashed the price to 50%. That agency facility started from a private office organization with less than 20 staff. And after they cut cost and everything and they had made enough money, Malam gave them the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Local Government Office and told them that there's nothing the Chieftaincy affairs we are going to be doing there. And these guys are actually doing more work and better work and employed young graduates. I think their minimum wage then was about 120K or something, and paid them as professionals. If you're an engineer, he was paying up to 150K. Started the Castelia. In Kaduna, you rather FRSC was banished during El-Rufai because it was like VIU couldn't do anything. It was Castelia. But if Castelia should catch you without without your seatbelt on, you know what it was. Everybody, the whole time Malam was governor, you don't hear Castelia or anybody that was in charge of anything, collecting bribes or doing any other thing. But today you can drive in Kaduna State without your tail light function. You can drive without a fire extinguisher. During Malam's time, he brought sanity. When I mean real sanity, you dare not break a traffic light rule, the traffic in Kaduna then. And he brought real sanity. When I mean real sanity, real sanity. So for those of us, is it waste management? Just name it. He opened the 300-bed hospital that was just commissioned. Malam did majority of the work. I think maybe more than 60 or 70% of the job in the 300-bed hospital that this man just came to take the glory. But it's fine. It lived through different administrations. The Malam gave urban shelter, which is one of the most expensive layouts in Kaduna State. And he gave them land and gave so many other people. Some people did not have money to come and complete it. Some of those places are opening up. For those in Malali, like Khalid, he will tell you what Malali looks like. And today, you cannot get a 2-bedroom house in Kaduna State within Malali and Gorimi less than 2.5 million and so on. Who brought value to all those lands? Those places were shanties. and he has sanitized everywhere. Some people feel that Malam is an elitist, but Malam will tell you something. Not everybody needs to live in the city centers, and that is why there is the Rigasa, there is the Rigachuku, and different places. And he opened up different layouts in different places and gave lands to almost anybody that cared to have. You just needed to bid for it. Let me rest at this point in time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Daudu. It's not as usual now.
En-
Um,
engineer, just a second, please. If you notice that we
Ele, I can't.
appreciate it if you give me engineer, can you hear me?
Ele, we can't hear you. I mean, maybe it's your network. I saw you've been going in and out of this space, but still your network. Not we can't really hear you. So before we get you back, let's move the mic to Umar Misalati.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Uh, am I audible, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening, and this is a really enjoyable space. I've been listening. I was thought of going back to the listeners because everyone has been saying most of the things that I needed, I wanted to hear or needed aid. But then again, everyone who has followed Malam for a while must have something different or unique to say about him. And for me personally, I've followed Malam for as far back I could say. Didn't follow format to try to know what his yes and his writings and stuff like that. Since during that time he used to write every week in, I think it was this day newspaper. Maybe before then there was a newspaper. I forgot the particular newspaper, but he used to write column articles, weekly articles in the this day newspaper. And that was a period that I really enjoyed because he was discussing about governance and analyzing a lot of stuff happening in the country, analyzing the budgets of state governors, what they have in their budgets, what they are doing right, what they are doing wrong, and suggestions to make them better. It was a series that really opened my eye into Nigeria's budgeting systems and how any governor that is really willing to work can easily implement policies and manage their finances to impact on the people they are governing. And when Malam became governor, I already knew what Malam was going to do. It's like I could easily predict his next move because I have followed him long enough to know how he thinks, his ideas, and how he would go about implementing them. So when he balanced his budget to become 70-30 against recurrent to capital expenditure ratio, I already knew he was going to achieve that because I have read his articles analyzing the budgets of at least nothing less than 15 state governors, different states. And I mean deep analysis. Um, Now, Malam has, fortunately for him, and hopefully fortunately for Nigeria, has leadership qualities that is very rare to come by. And what do I mean by this? Uh, it's easy to find people who are intelligent, like they have the brain capacity to to excel whether academically or in life or what have you. And then you have you also have people that have guts, that are fearless and can confront any issue. And also there is another quality, the ability to execute. These three things, uh, it's easy for anybody to have one of them or two of them, but it is very rare to combine the three qualities, to get all these three qualities in one person. Unfortunately for Malam, he has the intelligence, very exceptional brain, and just like the last speaker said, he doesn't brag about his intelligence, and people really do not know the extent of his brain capacity. There was a time, Nigerians are easily carried away by words, and when they listen to someone like Sanusi Lamido Sanusi speak, it was very common for at least in northern Nigeria for people to rate him as the brightest or most intelligent person out of northern Nigeria, to a point that Sanusi Lamido Sanusi had to write an article and compare himself with Malam, and ask people to please not even compare his intelligence to that of Malam, because it will be like kind of an insult on Malam, because Malam was is his friend, still his friend, and he knows him very well and he knows his capacity. Malam is a very intelligent person, coupled with the fact that he also has the guts, and then he also has the ability to execute his ideas. Many intelligent people can have the knowledge, but when you put them on the field to execute something, you may get a poor result. Malam has ticked all the boxes, and maybe in Nigerian politics, actually, I read his book, The Accidental Public Servant. Immediately it came out in 2013, and there was something the former president Olusegun Obasanjo said to him, that he was kind of assessing his character to him. He said, you have some things about you that are a disadvantage to you. He said to him, you are intelligent. That is a bad thing to be in Nigeria. And he said, another thing that works against you is that you're intelligent. So he is intelligent, he looks intelligent, and he does intelligent stuff. These are these are variables that politicians do not want to be challenged with, or to be challenged by. An average Nigerian politician wants to work with average people, dummies that they can easily control, that they cannot be challenged by, and that they can easily promote and control. If you look at the trend of our governors in Nigeria and who they put as their successors, all of them are always attempting to put someone they can control. So it's not about competence, it's not about ability to deliver. That is why it's not by fluke that we have the kind of leaders we have. It is the people operating the system. We have less of people like Malam and more of people like the politicians we have. Okay, so naturally it is an environment that is very tough for people like Malam to operate in, and there are very few people like them in the system. I think when I was listening earlier, I think it was Jide or something, trying to compare his Malam's Malam as a politician I could remember. I can really remember very well when during the merger talks of 2013, and like someone rightly said, if you would mention the champions of that merger after Buhari and Tinubu, the third person you have to mention is El-Rufai. Buhari relied on El-Rufai to negotiate for CPC to go into that merger. Okay? He relied on his intelligence because they had to do away with certain people out of to pursue them out of the CPC to be able to kind of come to this table and sit down, because you had people like, let me tell you something, the main reason why Buba Galadima and the likes are not in the or on the on have not been on talking terms, I would say, or on the same page with Buhari, had to do with that merger. Because at that time, there were the people surrounding Buhari and they were kind of giving him this conservative advice that is not, taking him anywhere. People like Malam had to come close to Buhari to really show him that, this politics, you have to apply some mathematics. You cannot win this presidency without having an alliance with a bloc from the south. And that was how they pushed for the merger. Malam was part of every step of that negotiation. That is why when now Yoruba, what do you call them, the Ronus or Batidiots that are now giving credit to Asiwaju for that merger, I just laugh, because if you followed the events that time, I mean, anyone with a long memory that can recall the events that happened that time knows what transpired. It was never a one-man show. The credit went round. You cannot give one man the credit for what happened that time. So I cannot say all the things I would want to say about Malam this night. I know so much about him, to be honest, because I've followed him for a very long time. I've studied him. He is my main political mentor. He's the one I look up to in Nigeria in politics and governance. And I hope that his his contributions to Nigerian politics and governance has not come to an end. I really pray to God that he has a big role to play into the future of this country, and may Allah spare his life, give him good health, keep him safe for us to contribute to this country, because believe it or not, this country needs a reset. This country needs a kind of foundation to be laid that will that will be developed over the coming decades. There is a kind of resetting that needs to be done, which I thought, because in 2023, I used to be a card carrying member of the APC. I worked to actualize the coming of this unfortunate government, not passively, actively participated in the coming of this government, which from the get-go, within a few months, I realized it was not going anywhere, and I had to jump off of the ship. Uh, you know, I really thought Asiwaju would attempt to do to Nigeria what they are able to achieve in Lagos. I understand that, of course, you can't give him all the credit for Lagos, but then you can't deny him the role he played. Let's be fair and honest. He made an attempt to improve Lagos. Okay, even though if you look at it, the way he made the state a one-party state, a kind of almost a kind of monarchy, is not good for the state. But then there is an observable progress in Lagos State. So I really thought in my heart that Asiwaju would come on the national stage and attempt something like that, because if he had attempted to do that, Nigeria would have seen a certain kind of progress, not what we would want, but Nigeria would have a sense of direction. I did not consider any other thing other than that when I supported Asiwaju, and that is why it was easy for me to jump off of the ship the moment I saw that that was not what is going to be attainable. Because from the caliber of people being appointed, especially from northern Nigeria, I saw that it was politics from day one. Even before Malam, what happened to Malam in the National Assembly when during that clearance, from the moment the list came out, I knew that this man is just is more of politics than governance, and it was a very very disappointing moment. I have never made a wrong political calculation in my life like I did in 2023. But by the grace of God, that is water under the bridge. We have moved on, and we would correct it in 2027. This issue of calling this tag of master strategies that they have tagged on Asiwaju, it will be demystified. I worked in the campaign closely in 2023, and we've seen the loopholes, we've seen the flukes, we've seen the weaknesses, and so when some of their you can call them slaves praising them, giving them praises as if he's some kind of god, the time will come that he will be demystified. My only prayer is that Nigerians will have the energy similar to that of 2015 to be able to cast their vote and defend their votes. If votes will count in Nigeria, and I hope it does, and we will make the effort to make it count, Asiwaju will not come back as the president of this country. I think I should pause a bit here. I have a lot to say. Let me pause to
Yeah.
allow
Engineer, please,
others
can I just add something?
to
1 minute, then I
hope
would
if
finally
I have
just.
some weapons I can come back again and contribute. Thank you very much.
All right.
Can
Thank you so much. I mean, you can't exhaust all the
can you
points
hear
that
me now?
you want to say about Malam El-Rufai. So, I mean, if you want to measure the capability of somebody is when you give him the proper task. I mean, we don't know much about Lagos. We heard some things about what Tinubu actually did in Lagos, but then we'll measure him with what he did with Nigeria. I mean, you want to make reference to El-Rufai, you check his track record from BPE to FCT minister to governor to what he's doing with the coalition. It is there for you to see that this man has the capacity. What do you have to say? I mean, with Tinubu. I mean, if there is only one thing that anyone should hold on to with this coalition is the fact that El-Rufai is part of it. This gives me hope that if we succeed, Nigeria will change into where we want it to be. So thank you so much for your contribution. Iams,
Yes.
Can you
So
hear me now, engineer?
Sorry, Ele. Let me just add this thing. I know you are itching to
Wait,
speak. Sorry,
I
Ele.
use my network has been very
Okay,
bad
fine.
and it
You
has
can
been
go in.
throwing
I'll
me
wait.
out. Engineer.
I'll wait.
yes, Ele,
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, engineer, for the opportunity to speak on this platform. You guys are doing a great job. This is what at least Nigeria need to hear. It is high time for some people that are blind on the truth about the Nigerian politics should have an insight of who the person of El-Rufai is. I will not go that deep about El-Rufai, but I just want to emphasize, I want people to understand one thing. If you should remove politics of money and thuggery in Nigeria of today, when it comes to competence, intelligence, political sagacity, with the exception of thuggery and money, Kwankwaso cannot be compared to El-Rufai. Bola Ahmed Tinubu cannot be compared to El-Rufai. That is a fact. And I want to reiterate the fact that because there is a propaganda that is being used nationwide against Nasir El-Rufai, of the fact that the Tinubu administration did not make him a minister because of some security, whatever, believing that he has some security reports on him that stop them. That is not the truth. We all know what the truth is. Tinubu and his Lagos boys, and those boys, Yaro boys, he decided to appoint as minister from the northern Nigeria. They talked to him. They let him to understand the level of political sagacity and intelligence of El-Rufai. He's not a person that you have in your administration and you have your ways 100%. It would never going to work. I want people to remember there is no human being politician in Nigeria that El-Rufai respect like the President Muhammadu Buhari. May his soul rest in peace. But what happened at some point when they want to do the money change? We know what exactly happened. He went to the extent of suing them in court, opposing a government that he fought to put in place with his life. He decided to take them to court to show the world that this particular policy this government is putting in place is not the good thing for Nigerians. So definitely that what happened with his ministerial nomination. It has nothing to do with any security report or anything. Lagos boys and those boys he gave ministerial appointment from the northern Nigeria. They categorically told him, this boy you are bringing into your administration, you cannot have your way 100%. And that is not the way Ahmed Bola Ahmed Tinubu played his politics. He has always been a one-man show politician. He pays for the service, he pays for the way to be paid to him, and he used toggery. These two things has no, you can never find in Nasir El-Rufai's political record. Using political talks to win election, neither using money to win election. And that is the backbone of Ahmed Bola Tinubu's political movement. Daudu, please, I want you, if you are speaking next, I want you to explain something. This narrative that is in the media that Nasser El-Rufai has a thing against Christians, Nigerian Christians. I know where the story came out from. It's from Southern Kaduna. Please, is there any way you can detailly explain to people how those narratives started and what is the truth about what actually transpired, where the animosity started, and what which spread all over the nation to a lot of people from southern Nigeria, looking, seeing Nasir Ahmed Rufai as somebody that is anti-Christianity. We have to speak about that. People have to know the truth about that issue. Nobody is saying El-Rufai is perfect. Yes, he has his shortcomings, but there are a lot of things that are being completely changed, far away from the truth of what happened. So please, I want either Dodo or engineer yourself, please. This is very important. People have to know who is El-Rufai. How does El-Rufai see Nigerian Christian? I heard some people narrate some how he has some PAs that are not Muslims, but that is not enough. Please, I want if somebody can categorically explain the true
I'll help you on
situation.
that when you submit.
Thank you very much. I saw submit. Daudu. I trust you and I believe you will do justice to that. But once again, to round it up, I want people to understand in this Nigeria of today, remove toggery in politics, remove money in politics. When it comes to intelligence and political sagacity, there's nobody like Nasir El-Rufai. I saw submit. Thank you.
Yeah, before I even touch on that, there was something I remembered. Nasser El-Rufai in 2019, people wondered where Ashiru's funding came from. Bola Ahmed Tinubu sponsored Ashiru. Nasser El-Rufai did not hold that grudge against Mr. President, though he had his camp. There were times that Fayemi was frequenting Kaduna. Amici too frequented Kaduna. Oshibanjo too, they had their closed door meetings and whatnot, and he was trying to find who would pick. And in those meetings, it will interest you to know that he dealt with even the very, very young of us, asking questions. He will just throw you the questions. What do you think about this? And you just give him his answer, and he just smiles about it. He either gives you a nod or he just shakes his leg, and he's always walking barefooted. Now, Malam did not hold a grudge against him for funding somebody against him in 2019. They finished. He knew about it. He had his facts, and he let it slide. When the choice of Obasani came on board, if you would remember, Dangote came to Kaduna State shortly before the election. It was during Salah, and that was when Sanusi was deposed, and he brought Sanusi, and it was then that we used to pray Muritala Square, and they said that Sanusi was the king of Kaduna State since there was an emir in Zaria. Going to the emir ship with the new emir, the Sulba dynasty, those were people that have been wronged of their chieftaincy title for over 100 years. Malam went to read books about John Pardon and people and the history about them and got the true facts and made sure. And that is why there is no crisis and everybody stood their ground. Now to the issue of Malam hates Christian. Shortly before Ashuru started and every other thing, we don't know who got to who and who got to how. Bantex was his deputy governor. In and out of that, Bantex was ill, always traveling and doing one or two things. El-Rufai gave him a very, very free hand. But the Sokapu people got very, very angry because they always felt that Bantex wasn't delivering on the promises because Kaduna was a state that was run by military old generals. So it was a state that when subvention comes, you take some palliatory sums and go and settle men and settle boys and everything. When the issue of the crisis came, the person that you are looking for, Khalid, was General Matthew Luther Agway, who was the chief of defense staff, a high-ranking man, and he made him the chairman of it. Brought in the Christian Association CAN and brought in the JNI, and they were both, all of them were co-chairmen and every other thing. They did what they could do and nothing. So on the issue of when Bantex wanted to run, and it was very close to the election, and Bantex told him that he was going to run for Senate, if everybody can remember, in Kaduna. So he wasn't going to be on the joint ticket to El-Rufai because thinking that they had already perfected the plans and he was going to be losing totally. So instead of him to lose totally, let him run for Senate, he will become a senator. El-Rufai might actually fail. And with Bantex, they were friends since Abuzaria. And he was like, okay, if that's what you want to do, I give you my blessings, get the ticket and get the nomination form. Bantex ran that election, and that was when El-Rufai got mad and got angry and felt that, okay, what is this Christian population that they are shouting about? In 2015, they didn't give me more than this. In 2019, let me see what they can do. The worst they can do is that they don't vote me. If I perish, I perish. And that was when he went to bring Hajia. Hajia was a medical doctor that already worked with him in Kaduna. He knew her origin. He knew her a long time ago. She was competent and every other thing. And I was like, okay, there has never even been a female deputy governor in Kaduna State. So why not let's give another female a chance and let her come and show her worth? And she came, and under her, she had her ministries that she was controlling. She oversaw the Ministry of Health. She oversaw, I think, education, and I've forgotten the third ministry that was as in all approvals come from her office. And that was when he brought her in. So it was a calculated attempt to perish Malam. So immediately after that happened, he now discovered that, okay, if that is the case, and they held it against him because in the whole of the calculation, they felt that with all the permutations they had made, Malam was going to fail. And immediately Malam did that as a microcosm. And one thing people don't always see is that Malam is a kind of Nostradamus. He sees the future and he knew that, okay, if Jagaban was going to come, which northern Christian were they going to bring? The ideas, they floated some other ideas, but most of the people that were from the north did not have that core northwest values and everything. So that was why Malam even floated it. And meanwhile, he just wanted to prove a point, and that point he successfully proved. And that was why even when he was leaving, since he had done 8 years, he made sure that he foisted her, because he wanted the policies that they had already begun, because he knew that Obosani was not a policy guy, for them to continue the policies. And if you don't have a way to go about it, this person will tell you how we have been doing it and what way to go about it. Malam as a person is somebody that he does not forget, but he might forgive. He knew all the permutations. And I will tell anybody that cares to hear, Tinubu did not. Next, please.
Yeah, sorry for the interjection. This question with regards to what happened with Southern Kaduna, I
Yeah.
mean that predates from the colonial, even before the colonials came around, you know. But most recently, I mean, let's narrow it down from the crisis in Kasuwa Magani to Zangon Kataf to the Sharia fights. Modibo here, he's from Kafanchan, Southern Kaduna. Modibo, if you can narrow it down from what happened from Kaswama Gani to Zangon Kataf to the Sharia in summary, please tell us what happened and why you think this narrative has been painted around Malam El-Rufai. So tell us what you know, since you are from that part of Kaduna State.
Thank you, Khalid. Though it's a very lengthy uh, narration, but I think I will use my biological father's words. It is refusal to accept diversity, uh, injustice, and tribalism, which in all the geopolitical zones we have in Nigeria have similar issues. And these issues, some of them predate even the formation of what we are calling Nigeria. But let's narrow it down to Southern Kaduna. You know, Southern Kaduna is, even though it's a northwestern state, it is a northwestern state. It contains a majority Christian-dominated tribes, and for long, based on the permutations and the political arrangement we have during the military era, most of the people making decisions are getting positions in that regions are the Christian-dominated people. Because if you say you zone something to Southern Kaduna, automatically the perception is it must go to a non-Hausa Fulani who is from Southern Kaduna. And most of these Hausa Fulanis, some of them have been there for more than 400 years. And if you go back to there's this book written by one of the pre-colonial authors. It is called The Making of Northern Nigeria. He specifically mentioned that when the British first came to Nigeria, in some of the areas in southern Kaduna, there were no other tribes except Fulani herders. And you know, Fulani herders naturally, they don't stay in one place. They move around based on seasons. But when there are some tribes coming who originated from the Chad area, who come through the Borno, Yobe, Bauchi, down to some part of Jos and settle in southern Kaduna. And them being farmers make them to stick to particular places in southern Kaduna. And these Fulanis sometimes will go and spend years, even as far as going to places like Lorin and other places with good vegetation. So this make those tribes to claim Southern Kaduna as their own. So if you fast forward to after this from 1980 something, that was the first incident of ethno-religious crisis in Southern Kaduna. Then we have the 1992 Zongan Katab, we have that of Kafancha. So there are a lot of tensions among these tribes, which is normal. In some cases, you find out that the indigenous tribes are at fault. Sometimes it might come from the House of Fulanis in that region. But to be honest, House of Fulani in the region were dominated, even though the margin of the population is not that much. You know, before coming of El-Rufai, people used to think in Southern Kaduna, the population between the indigenous tribe and the House of Fulani is that kind of 90 to 10. But in reality, we are almost 60 to 40. Some would say 70, 30. So what happened? Like, for example, in Jama local government, which is Kafanchan, we have almost half of the population. But till date, even after El-Rufai finished 8 years, till date, as a House of Fulani, the only position I can get or I can contest is the councillorship. I can't contest for chairman local government. I can't contest for the state assembly or House of Reps or Senate. You understand this kind of thing. So the House of Planning committee have been marginalized because most of the leaders we used to have are politicians who doesn't care about equity, justice, and fairness there after winning election. So when we have governors from Zaria or Kaduna Central, like Makarpi, they always want to get the Southern Kaduna vote because PDP that then in Kaduna is not popular in the northern part of Kaduna. So it's easier for governors to align with the indigenous Christian and do whatever they will do to please them, even if it is against the Hausa Fulani community in those regions. But when El-Rufai came, he picked Bantex as the VP, and these people did not support him in 2015. So the question is, it's about survival, and El-Rufai now decided to pick Hadiza Bala. And what is the calculation? Hadiza Bala's Hadiza Sabwa, sorry, she is an indigenous tribe, but she is a Muslim because due to the living together for almost more than 400 years, there are some converts among the indigenous tribe. So he now study the statistics of both elections and other things. And you know this electronic registration, the card reader, exposed a lot of fake numbers. So that's when El-Rufai even realized that, oh, the indigenous tribes are not the numbers we think the indigenous tribe have is not true. So he now decided that since they are not supporting me, regardless I pick someone from among them or not, why not let me just harness the vote from the Hausa Fulani community. And what did El-Rufai do is not wrong according to Nigerian constitution. Because if you are picking someone, you just need to pick someone from a particular region. It doesn't matter whether that person is a Muslim or a Christian or even pagan. And it worked for him. So, and after winning that election, definitely El-Rufai need to need to pay back the House of Fulani community. Someone like my dad was a managing director, a post which he can't have 10 years back. as a House of Fulani from Jamal local government. And that provoked some sentiment. And with a lot of, these new media, social media have come with a lot of tension. We have people that are naturally bigot or tribalistic. So with that, the medias we have always go for a clickbait. So whatever rubbish is put out there, they don't care to verify, they don't care to check whether the story is true or correct. Example of that is when the Chocolate City chairman, in person of Audu Mekori, is a prominent case in Nigeria. He tweeted something that Fulani people have killed some people in Gidanwaya, and El-Rufai got him arrested, took him to court, and asked him to prove. And at the end of the day, the story was lie. So this is another example. I'll give you another example. There is this guy, Luca Biniat. He's a journalist. He used to be the regional Vanguard editor, I think. He wrote a story that Fulani headsmen killed a level 200 student studying in FCE Kidangwa. And by just taking this headline, automatically any same person will know look at Binyat is lying, because number one, FC doesn't use level like university, 100 level, 200 level, 300 level. And even the course he mentioned that the girl is currently studying doesn't exist in that school. And at the end of the day, the El-Rufai got him arrested, and he can't prove that. But some people, because in Nigeria we are very sensitive about religion, and this particular sensitivity affect both sides. We have people who are Muslim that are religious extremists, and we have Christians who are also religious extremists. So when they find this kind of news, they don't care to look beyond the headlines and do some even little research. Even Google can help you debunk some lies. So I think that helped to create the idea that El-Rufai hate Christian. Before, in Khalid, you can remember, I used to tell you I don't like the idea of El-Rufai bringing others. And I was even angry at some point, even after El-Rufai leaving power, that we have people like, we have Gerard, who is an Igbo, and I think he is an SA. We have all these people serving under Malone government, but they don't come out and speak about it. You can imagine calling El-Rufai bigot when in a Hausa-dominated state, his SA media is a Yoruba, even though he lives in Zaria. But these are things that even some of the most liberal people we think we know cannot do this kind of thing. So I think in brief, this can summarize the narrative of how El-Rufai had Christian started. Thank you, Khalid.
Ibrahim,
Let me just add to
uh,
this very briefly, please, maybe in 2 minutes. Another thing that really pissed the Southern Kaduna people was when El-Rufai came. El-Rufai was just about cutting cost. In Southern Kaduna, I think they had maybe a lot of chieftaincy kingdoms, and every hamlet had one chief and everything. And the Ministry of Local Government would actually have to buy a car, do this, send revenues and every other thing. And I was like, okay, how was this thing before? Because he just discovered that they were created and just kept creating and just kept creating. So what he did was that he set up a 13-man committee. They actually cut a whole lot of them, and got to an extent when there was crisis, he would actually ask the chief that was complacent. He actually, I think, locked a couple of them up because he actually had security reports that, okay, these guys were part of those that caused and foment trouble. So those were part of the things that actually made them angry. But instead of coming to say that you are angry because he removed your father as maybe a chief from his chiefdom and whatnot, and every other thing, and he has matched different chiefdoms together and made sure that, okay, they just had some first-class chiefs in a particular place. Since they have a first-class chief in Zaria, okay, they had another one in, I think the one in Jama'a, if I'm correct, or where, was supposed to be or in Kafancha. I knew that they were supposed to have somebody that was equivalent to the Serikin
It's
Zaria, to be first class chief from their place.
It's Kafancha, right?
Yeah, Kafancha. So they had a first class chief too in Kafancha. And since they have one in Zaria, they should just have very, very minimal people that everybody reports to them. But they wanted to have maybe like 30, 40, or 50 and coming. Then El-Rufai cut it. So cutting it off was cutting people's livelihoods, cutting how they were eating from government for free and eating free cash and everything. And instead of them to make it okay about you have taken my position and everything, they just made it more, as everybody in political sensitivity made it, that this was hate against the Christians. But for him, it was just like, what are you doing to all of these people? These things are still concerning security and everything. Let's have enough people that we can cater for, take care of them properly, give them proper palaces, give them proper place, give them a befitting place. Because every 10, 20 kilometers, somebody was there that was a chief and everything. And El-Rufai was not somebody that was going to go and meet royal fathers, to go and consult and kneel down and carry bags of money to go and meet them. He just did what was right. If he was going to do a road in a place, or was going to come and renovate the primary health center, he had already done everything from Kaduna. He just tells you that you move to site. Once you move to site, like for me, I was in Sanga. I was in Sanga for months and everything. But before now, they'll be like, okay, no, it has to be, maybe if you are getting that contract in Sanga, you have to be from Sanga. It has to be an indigenous. And the consultants that he used were people that were from all walks of life. So those are the kind of things that were making them feel that, okay, the free cash they used to get, they don't get it again. The contracts that used to be there, because maybe previously, if you are supposed to renovate a primary health center, you just give it to the chief of the place. He gives it to one of his first sons. The guy comes, does a shabby job, leaves, and that is all. The whole money has gone down the drain. Next year, you people reallocate it again. And those were the things that El-Rufai cut. So the sentiment was just because people became hungry and angry that, okay, this guy does not like Christians. And people tend to forget what he was doing in Zaria and the other part. But just because you don't come out to shout, and because maybe he's your person and every other thing, that is it. The emirship tussle in Zaria, if you know how deep it ran, somebody that had not been there, his father was not, his grandfather, great grandfather was the last person that was emir. You give it to them. What are the people that have been ruling for the last 100 years? How are they going to feel? But nobody saw that as any challenge or anything, or him being against Hashi or being a bigot against Muslims. Everybody took it, swallowing the bitter pill like that, and everybody has come to live with it like that. But if you have done that in Southern Kaduna, everybody is going to rise up and tell you that no, he's a hate against the Christian and every other thing. So for those that actually think El-Rufai hates Kaduna, please go and read about the Zaria Emirate tussle. When last this person that is currently sitting, ambassador's father, His Royal Highness grandfather or great grandfather, was last the emir, and what El-Rufai did to correct that wrong of over 100 years old. And those are the kind of things that El-Rufai did. He just tried to bring sanity back. But instead of people to say that he has brought sanity back, there's another John Fulani too that was peddling lies and everything. I'm sure most people too here know John Fulani. Those are the kind of things. So some people, there's Dr. Crooks too, there are people that hate his guts. He's not a perfect guy. There are things El-Rufai has done to Rod, because for me too, when I went to get a contract for resident card and everything, we felt we know him, every other thing. If it's some other people, they'll be like, okay, give them 70% of the contract, some start the contract. If we mess it up, no problem. He was like, you're not ready for this time. People don't have the capacity to do it. And government is looking for money. And that was how we lost it. So people should just tend to know that El-Rufai is not a bigot. He has never been one, and he will never be one. There is Mini Baby that lived in the government house. She was one of the strongest people in the government. People did not even know her name. She's Yoruba. I'm sure, as this coalition evolves, we'll actually make sure we bring people to come and say what they know about the man El-Rufai. I'm sure after Saturday, and we have brought him on the space and every other thing, we'll start bringing his proteges and let everybody, mostly those that are Christian, please kindly check all the people that are beneficiaries and most of the winners of the Sir Kashim Ibrahim Fellow Institutes. Most of them are not even from Kaduna State. Some of them are Yoruba people, some of them are Hausa people, some of them are Igbo, some of them are, and some of them are Christians. And they were picking only 16 people or 15 people, a very, very small number. But you can always verify, as they always say, as the obedience, always check it, then get back to us. Thank you very much.
Lastly, Ibrahim, Ibrahim, can you hear me? Engineer, please just give me a second. I just have a feeling that this particular topic we are discussing now is very, very important, as it's one of the major factor that playing today in Nigerian politics, that is reducing the light of Nasir El-Rufai. So Ibrahim, I just want to ask you this question. When it comes to citing projects, when Nasir Rufai was the governor of Kaduna State, Well, how true is this bias that he did not do much for the Southern Kaduna people because they are Christians, and he choose to do side most of his project in the part of Kaduna State where they are mostly Muslims. And secondly, how true is this fact that people, not even fact, how true is this propaganda going on in social media that since Nasir El-Rufai sees finish his tenure as a governor of Kaduna State, the Southern Kaduna people now found peace. And there's another belief that the present governor of Kaduna, Sani, is the reason why there's a peace in Southern Kaduna. And the second factor is the fact that Nasir El-Rufai is no longer the governor of Kaduna State, and that's the reason why there's a peace in Southern Kaduna. I just want you to clarify these factors. Citing of projects and the reason why there's peace in Southern Kaduna today. Is it because El-Rufai is not the governor, or is it because Sani is doing something different? Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. First, I'll start with the citing of project. You know, when El-Rufai came to Kaduna, Kaduna was generating close to nothing when it comes to IGR. And you know, that time Nigeria was struggling with recession
11 billion annually, actually, less than 1 billion per month.
Okay, exactly. So, and you know, there is limited resources, and El-Rufai came with huge plan to build what we call modern Kaduna. So, you need to ration the citing of project. But what are the records? In his first tenure, before even Kaduna Oba renewal, before Zaria Oba renewal, the first town to get its township road rehabilitated, reconstructed with street light, with solar street light. I think that was the first time that we start seeing government project with state government project with street light. Was Kachia? Where is Kachia? Kachia is in the heart of Southern Kaduna. I think one of the third biggest and largest town. At that time, El-Rufai didn't go to Zaria. He didn't even start Kaduna Oba renewal in the Kaduna metropolis. It was in Kachia. You understand? And when he's starting the statewide Oba renewal, targeting most of the large towns, he picked Jama'a, Kaduna Central, and Zaria. And Jama'a is in Southern Kaduna, is like the capital of Southern Kaduna, Jama'a local government, Kafancha. You understand? That's two examples. And let's go to investment. The biggest investment El-Rufai brought to Kaduna was cited to Kagarko, the African Steel Project, close to $600 million worth of investment. So that will be more job, more revenue for that local government and for Southern Kaduna. The biggest market built by El-Rufai is also in Southern Kaduna. It is in Kasuwa Magani, Kajuru local government. The one that Yemi Osimajo represented led President Muhammad Buhari to commission with a mini solar grid in a rural local government in Southern Kaduna. And if I can continue to mention things like that, you know, we are dealing with people that some of them have never been to Southern Kaduna, but because it suits their narrative, they support whatever is being pushed out against El-Rufai. Then remind me of the second question, please. Apart from certain of project, okay, security.
Yes.
Security. This question it might lead me to to prison or court with the state government. But let me try and watch my words. In Nigeria of today, any free-minded person will agree that the Nigerian media we have today is for the highest bidder, is for who is going to pay more, so that I will push a narrative that suits him. Believe me, there have been killings, there have been kidnapping, there have been even communal clashes throughout these 2 years of Obasani in Kaduna, in southern Kaduna. You understand? In fact, today, caught me anywhere in Zongo Kataf local government, there are some House of Fulani people that can't go to their farm. There are some Zongo Kataf people that can't go to their farm. But you can't find this anywhere. If you go through our timeline, maybe try checking MJ Tire account, you will see time to time he is reporting incidents happening in various parts of Kaduna, but you can't find them anywhere in media. I have a lot of write-ups sending to trying to contact a lot of media houses, but once you tell them it's about Kaduna, that's the end. No one will contact you again. I don't know, are they being paid? But there is something fishy. I can categorically tell you that the insecurity currently, the security situation in Kaduna as of today is being underreported by Nigerian media houses. And I challenge anyone, if someone think we just don't like maybe Ubasani, or maybe because I'm Hausa Fulani from southern Kaduna, he should come down to Kaduna. I will sponsor a tour to some of these affected areas. You understand? If Ubasani is a master of peace, we still have people that have been displaced by 2011 post-election violence that happened. You know, up in the north, it's CPC against PDP people, but in southern Kaduna, it takes a different narrative. It was the indigenous people against Hausa Fulani communities. My dad, my grandmother's village is in Madaki Amatsirga, the famous waterfall village in southern Kaduna. The whole village was wiped out. I personally lost 18 family member, but in total, more than 300 people, I think, were killed in that village. Till today, they can't go back to that village. They can't go back to the farms they owned for over 200 years there. Why haven't Obasani resolved the issue between the Hausa Fulani and the other tribe? If truly we have peace in southern Kaduna, we are not just asking the right questions. You understand? Even the kidnap and rescue thing that is happening in Kaduna, NSA always coming to Kaduna that they have rescue people. Why can't we prevent even the kidnapping happening? So we are not asking the issue of security. I don't want to say much, but there's a big lie that is being selling to us by our media houses. I don't know what is their motivation, but that's a lie. Please remind me of the third question.
Okay, the third question, there's also this narrative that El-Rufai was paying the Fulani bandits or whatever they call it during his tenure. He was giving them money, and people were against it. That how would you be giving criminals money not to attack and all that for peace to reign? So
Okay.
I
I
just
got
want
you.
to understand what that particular incident, did he actually pay them the money, and does pay that money payment, was it in good faith, or what was the circumstances around that whole issue? Because it's
Okay.
another.
Okay, I
Yeah.
got you. You know, the issue we are having today in Nigeria is, one, We don't differentiate between Fulani headers, Fulani bandit. You understand my question? Yeah, when I think is it Daudu that mentioned that when El-Rufai came, he set up committee from Azazi to Matthew, Luther, Yusuf Agwai. If you don't know who is Matthew Luther, he's an indigenous Southern Kaduna Christian from Jaba local government. And Azazi, I think he's an Igbo guy. These people, part of their recommendation was that in 2011 post-election violence, there are Fulani headers that were doing their annual migration from north to south. And they were caught up in that crisis and they were killed. Their cattle were rustled. Everything was documented. You can Google the Sakamoda genocide report. Sakamoda is Southern Kaduna Muslim Ummah Development Association. There was a documented report. You can get it online. Over 1,000 House of Fulani communities in Southern Kaduna were wiped out. Zonkuo local government used to be a mixed town in Southern Kaduna. Today, even if tomorrow you go there, you will see the houses, the mosques that were burned. Even in that report that was published by Sakamuda, there are pictures of prominent people from those local, those communities that supervise those genocides. So, and throughout Jonathan period, there was this battle between the Sakamuda and the Jonathan. It used to be against Jonathan government and Yakowa's government before Lamaran came. And these people didn't get justice. And everyone knows it is the nature of a Fulani header. When he's been attacked, there will always be a retaliation. It is natural. You can't change that. Since we can't change that, there is nothing the government will tell these people not to retaliate, because imagine you don't have anything but cow. You travel from Adamawa to southern Nigeria to rear those cows, and one day someone just come and kill them, kill you, or kill your people and rustle those cows. What will you do? Because you don't have anything. These are the things that created the mess we are in today in Northwest. Because some of these Fulani have been victims of injustice, and when they don't get justice, what will they do? They are not educated. They will pick God. So El-Rufai in an interview said that, I think if I'm not misquoting him, that based on the report, they learned that this thing happened, and in order to prevent further retaliation, if you are angry because your cows have been roasted or your people have been killed, you pay compensation. Even good luck, and it's not El-Rufai that started. Naturally, even good luck Jonathan, at the end of the day, he lost at the West African Court of Justice, whereby Nigerian government was asked to settle the Sakamuda people. But you know, Sakamuda is based on the people that House of Fulani people settled in Southern Kaduna. While those Fulani El-Rufai is talking about are transiting from north to south to grace. So they are not in Southern Kaduna. So when that compensation was paid, they were not included. So what did El-Rufai do? Okay, let's pay these people for their loss and move on. Is it a crime because you've been offended, or you lost a property, or you lost your loved ones and government protect you? It has been done everywhere in the world. This is not the first time, even in Nigeria, and it's not El-Rufai. And what we are mistaking is when El-Rufai said Fulani headers, people think they were bandit. As at then, we don't even used to call the word bandit in Nigeria media. It was cow rustlers or other things. You understand? So the notion that El-Rufai pet bandit, but go back, come forward to after around 2017, 18, 19. Among the governors we have in Northwest, El-Rufai is the only one that is against paying ransom. Even when Katsina state government did a amnesty program for, if you remember, Buhari Daji, the first amnesty program that was done by Masari, El-Rufai was against that. That's when they have the fallout that the other state refused to continue paying that 150 million to stop cow rustling, because most of them were paying ransom. And if you remember the train attack that happened in 2021 after the APC convention, there are people that are part of El-Rufai government. There is the former MD of Cat Farmer, who is I think Eyebu. He spent, even when the MD of Bank of Agriculture paid ransom, other people are paying ransom. The yearbook almost spent the whole period until when federal government managed to rescue those people that those in El-Rufai government that are being captured were released together with everyone, because El-Rufai have a policy of non-negotiating with terrorists, because those that attacked them were terrorists, those that used to kidnap were terrorists, but those Fulani he paid were not terrorists, they were headers, and there's nothing wrong in that. I think I've answered your questions.
Yes, you did excellent work, Ibrahim. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Modibo. You see, this is why it's very
And
important for.
so just want to call it briefly. Kayebu spent more than 3 months in captivity, and Cat Farmer was the people that were making all the facilities in Kaduna work. But he
No,
said that the director operations
Daud,
should continue.
Daudu, please, can we stop using the acronyms so that a lot of people will not cut farmer and what I
Okay,
think it should be.
Kaduna Facility Management Agency.
All right.
Engineer,
Engineer, if you talk
let's
now.
continue.
Yeah.
Oh,
El-
Daudu. Sorry, Daudu, continue. Sorry.
No, Iams, you can go. Don't worry, no worry, don't worry, trust
Okay.
me.
What
yeah,
I
my
wanted to say were just two, three
out
things.
of
But as the conversation progressed, I just thought of some things.
Can
The Can you
I?
hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna drink engineer. We can hear you.
All right. So I
So
just wanted to say, I mean, for clarity, you see, this is why it's important for us to talk about these things, because a lot of narratives have been pushed out there, which I think Modibo Ibrahim did justice in bringing us up to par with the reality of what what has happened. I mean, the narrative, what people have what people have been made to believe was that El-Rufai was paying terrorists and all that. But then, people only read these things on the surface. We don't really go deep to understand what is actually the issue, what happened, why some of these things occurred, why he did what he did. But now, hearing what Modibo had to say, I mean, it paints an entirely different subject to what we are talking about. And this is why this is important. I mean, to ask these questions and for people that actually know, people that are from those part of Kaduna State to address some of these questions. Very, very important. And I think we have much more clarity with regards to this particular issue of El-Rufai being an extremist and all that. I mean, that's total lie. So, Iams, please. I mean, you've been waiting for quite some time.
yeah,
And
yeah. I'm okay. It's just that
was that the double mute? Iams, you are muted.
yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I did quick forget, so that's why some things I just want to like see them before I forget. Regarding Mr. Ele's question as well, you see, there are some handles. I have been saying this thing on social media. When people come on space on social media and they are tweeting, always find out their motive first. It's either they're doing it for something else. Just look out for the motive. It will show itself out. It's either they are psychophants for something, they are wanting international donation or whatever or grants. A lot of those handles that were pushing all of those narrative, from what you can deduce from what Modibo said, you would understand that there were people that were aggrieved politically with Malam, and there was no way that they could push it, so they had to hide behind a banner and push these things. Right? It's just like what we're seeing in Lagos. Then you had people that were doing these things because they wanted international grants and they need to amplify some of these things. I'll give you an example. Dr. Croc is one of those persons. I'm not gonna be apologetic saying this. Dr. Croc is someone who grew up in Plateau State, right? But he is always delving into anything that concerns these three states, Nasarawa, Kaduna, and Plateau. And he will tell you he has been saying it on spaces. You understand? And when you begin to understand the motive, it's not because they care about the people that are caught in this conflict, it's because they want to push a narrative. You would believe me with this point I want to make now, that look at this guy they call S.K. Fasson. S.K. Fasson made a tweet, I think 2 months ago, when they started this coalition talk. And there was rumors that Peter Obi would align with Malam and the likes. People like S.K. Fasson tweeted that for them, the middle belt has never enjoyed any form of inclusion since the OBJ era. So they are enjoying this government. You now begin to understand, if you connect what S.K. Fasson said, I don't know if he has deleted it, but it was on his timeline. You will understand that Modibo is not actually lying, right? Daudu is also not lying. That one of the major reasons of why there was anti-El-Rufai sentiment from the southern part of Kaduna was purely because of politics, not because some of them cared about what was happening, but it was because of the fact that some people were aggrieved politically, and this is very dangerous for us, right? Another thing I want to also state here is that El-Rufai made a very wonderful presentation. It's on YouTube, about the insecurity and what they've done. You can check it, it's there. It's just because you people are, I don't know, you could have even played for people so that they will listen. He said exactly what Ibrahim just said. They realized that some people were aggrieved, castles were rustled, they sorted those people out. But over time, criminals now began to sprang up. And these criminals, they are not part of those persons. And they had to now begin to tackle them. And that's when if you remember, engineer, I spoke about the 100 million naira that they were contributing between governors for security and all of that. Malam said it, because after that whole compensation thing, they realized that the set of people that were doing all these atrocities, they were actually not people that were aggrieved. They were criminals. And that's why he now took a stand and said they are not negotiating with anybody again, because these ones are criminals. You understand? So I wonder how anyone will now come on social media and tell you that Malam is supporting bandits when since 2020, in fact, he made a radical statement by saying they are going to carpet bomb. He is proposing to President Buhari that they should carpet bomb these guys. They know where they are in the forest, right? And another thing that Ibrahim said that people are think maybe people might be taking with a pinch of salt is, if you stay in the axis of Zamfara Katsina, you will realize that they don't report news, right? An incident happened right in front of my eyes, and I was hoping that I would see it in the news. I didn't see it in the news. I didn't. And then it kicked to my head and I said, wow. So that means a whole lot of things happened. Because I work in the hospital, there are instances where they brought an empty bus at one point. And I was hoping I would see that thing in the news. Empty bus. That was like 3 years ago. The driver was missing. They had kidnapped a lot of people. Some they stolen. I didn't see it in the news. Then I began to understand that our Nigerian media, they behave the same way. I'm sorry to say, our Twitter sphere behaves. Any trending topic, anything that catches the attention of people that is full of drama, or that's what people love to report. They don't want to talk about the real issues. They would never report. The only insecurity they will report if it's happening in southern Kaduna, some part of Plateau, because they know it will generate some emotions. The reason why they are not reporting Southern Kaduna now, because Southern Kaduna people, most of the aggrieved persons have been compensated with 1 or 2 political posts, so they are not going to say anything. So why report on it? But wait, if you change the seat, it's the same thing. So my point is that whatever, if you are even doubting what Modibo is saying, just understand that they are underreporting the these things, and it's deliberate. So if you want to believe whatever the security is telling you, yes, maybe Abuja Kaduna Highway might be safe to some extent, but it doesn't even change the fact that there are things happening in other parts. And another thing that people are ignoring, Malam Ubasani, the former governor, negotiated with bandits. They had a negotiation with bandits. Yes, I'm saying it. If it was El-Rufai that negotiated with bandits, it's on the news. I'm not cooking anything. It's there. Even if you guys remember, there was someone that was caught on the Daily Trust reported something about one guy that saw his kidnapper in the mosque, and the guy was telling him that he has repented, that they negotiated with some of their leaders and some of them, and that's why now he's driving a bike. Please, if you guys remember that story, it just happened 4 months ago. That's part of the negotiation. So if you are wondering why there's peace, it's not because El-Rufai, it's because El-Rufai didn't want to negotiate with criminals. And people like this are negotiating with them. And that doesn't mean that there's peace. So I'm just stressing this point for those that genuinely care. But like I said, agenda with agenda. And if you remember again, during all these things, when all these things was happening, El-Rufai was seen as, because he represented APC, he was that person. They need someone to villainize. And then there was this sentiment about Fulani and extremists, and so it was a whole lot. It was easier. And like I said, there are certain people that their career drives around projecting religious crisis in the north central axis. That is what they live for. There's one called Zari Yusuf, there's one called Crocs. These people, that's what they live on. And that's why when this coalition talk started, most of them said they were anti-coalition, anti-Peter Obi joining that. They were not doing it because they want to say, no, they were doing it because their relevance will be waned. People that they were insulting, they can't join, and they've been compensated. So they know that if they just allow that coalition to continue, probably they have a better chance. And that's why Tinubu is taking all the chances that he needs, because he wants to please this supposed people that are on social media that are not even reflecting the true reality of what's happening. But again, I'll not dwell on all those things. People have said enough. If you want to believe, the facts are there. The last thing I just want to say is, I want me an El-Rufai friend. I admire the man because of certain qualities that he has shown. If you truly admire, if you love loyalty, you would love Malam. If you guys remember when Sanusi was deposed as emir, he was one of the few persons that took him and brought him under his feather and protection. This is true friendship. Not only that, he used Sanusi well for Kaduna State. I think he was chairman of their investment committee or something. I can't remember, but I know Sanusi was part of their economic team. So Malam stood by my Sanusi Lamido very well, and even during the 2023 election, you could see how he stuck his neck the most. Not because he was the biggest person, not because he's the head boy in the governor's forum, but because he believed in what he believed in. He believed that a northerner had done 8 years, even though he doesn't subscribe to zoning, but it was only right that he goes to a southerner. And that's why he was even going to take the government of the day to court. He knew that some people were cajoling or were playing on Buhari's innocence and using the Naira redesign as a coy to do whatever they were doing. This was one of El-Rufai was one of those persons that stuck his neck for Tinubu. Let's even say the way it is. He struck his neck, called out some names in the north. Until today, some people are not happy with that fact. That is the kind of person you need close to you. That's the kind of person. El-Rufai is the enemy you also want. Because if he says, I don't like you, I don't like you, but we can work. Not someone who will turn around and stab you in the back. And I think this is a very important, it's people of the past will say a honorable enemy, because it's not someone that will tell you that, oh, no. These are qualities that are lacking. And if he sticks his neck for you, he will stick his neck for you all through and through. Loyalty is something very special to him. If you read his book, you would see it. He wrote that book almost 12 years ago, but it still resonates to him up to today. Like you can still feel it like as if he wrote this book last year. That's because that is what defines him. And I will just say this thing. Daudu made a point about Sunday, the bully. In that book, not only did after the teacher reconciled them, he kept chasing Sunday, despite Sunday beating him. Sunday was bigger. At some point, Sunday got tired. Sunday's uncle had to go and meet El-Rufai's uncle. Sunday's dad, sorry, had to go and meet El-Rufai's uncle in their house in Kaduna to report what El-Rufai was doing to his son, because the son got scared. At that point, they asked, El-Rufai's uncle was shocked and said, how are you telling me that this I've forgotten the name they call him, was the one, this Smalley was beating this this intimidating this the big person. I said, the boy said, yes, he's intimidating me everywhere I go. I see him, he doesn't allow me have my lunch, etc., etc. And then Rufai said it was that moment he realized in life that to have permanent peace, you need to stand up to the bully. So if you think that El-Rufai is backing out from fighting Tinubu, you are joking. I'm telling you guys, you are joking, because he is strategic right now. He's out for whatever that he has planned. And for me, I would always say I pity one person more in this whole thing, Obasani. Thank you very much, because Obasani, I know, even if he comes back 4 years, he has lost the battle. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Nice one,
Ayo.
I
Um,
engineer. I just want to confirm something from Daudu. Daudu, please. Is it true that Uba Sani has taken over Nasir El-Rufai's popularity in Kaduna State?
I would refer you to 3 videos circulating in the media. He was in Kaduna 2-3 weeks ago. He went to Rigasa. Rigasa is the largest voting population as a ward in Nigeria. He was received warmly. He went the biggest. Let me tell you the strategic fight that is happening in Kaduna as we speak. Obasani is not even only at war with El-Rufai. Obasani is at war with some other governors, current APC governors that feel betrayed. But time will tell. But I'm going to mention one name to you that might run in ADC, the guy called ABG. When you say ABG's posters, I'm sure you would understand what I'm saying. But I'm sure nobody might have this information I'm giving you, or maybe on this place, or some people might have it and keep quiet. Obasani is shaking. Reports have been going to Mr. President on Kaduna. He is even trying to escape to become the VP so that he doesn't see what is coming for him. So that is the biggest negotiation that is on the table as we speak. So many things cannot be said on spaces. If El-Rufai's popularity will test it in 2027. I would interest you to know, I'm sure you have seen Mukhtar Baloni's resignation, the former Kaduna North local government chairman. You've seen some other people. Some other people are not even doing their resignations now. They are waiting to chop till a particular level. When you trust Nigeria, some people want to get the most, but those that of them that are honorable have started backing down. If you think Mukhtar Baloni cannot bring Kaduna North, show me a local government chairman that in Kaduna North that has done more for Kaduna North than Mukhtar Baloni, the young man, the 34-year-old, 36-year-old that just left the position and was vice chairman at maybe age 32 or 33. The good thing about El-Rufai is that all the people that work for him politically have been placed in different places. Lukman, the former PGF Director General, former Deputy National Chairman, Northwest APC, that resigned first, that was blowing all the alarms and everything that made them make Abdullah Demo resign and Omishore and everything. Who was giving all those hits? Those are the guys that are back on ground. If you want me to send pictures, I'll send pictures to you. The politics is not played by making noise. Politics is done underground. Those of them that okay, let me give you an example. In Kaduna State, if you have 10,000 naira, you have health insurance cover. It's called Kachima. It is the health insurance that every poor man has, and you can go to any hospital in Kaduna State. Remember, I said any hospital. I didn't say some hospitals. There is Frontiers, there's Garkwa. Just name that hospital with that insurance of 10,000 naira per. I think it's 10,650. I can't remember exactly how much it is, but I know it is less than 20,000 naira. You have health insurance that
Please
covers you
kindly
for a full year.
clarify who introduced it.
You said?
Kindly clarify who introduced
El-Rufai introduced it. It is still working
it.
till today. It is a function of it.
I
It
said
has been taken to Niger
clarify.
State. It is El-Rufai that introduced it. It is currently efficient. It is currently working. If you pay your cash, if you pay your insurance, you can go to any hospital, drugs, surgery, whatever. Those are the things that he did. There is something that I want you to just maybe briefly, anybody that cares to check, go to Bello El-Rufai's page. When you hear him saying that he has paid for 200 people for surgeries and this and this, it is that Kachima, that Kaduna State Insurance, with partnership with so many things. The same El-Rufai brought Belinda Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation to Kaduna State. The 255 primary health centers in Kaduna State have been off the grid since 2016. For anybody that cares to hear, the Kaduna Supermodel Schools, he built his capacity in that same Rigasa I'm speaking about. He had built a school that can take 12,000 students, primary and secondary. School feeding was one of the best things that happened in Kaduna. Don't worry what I was doing, because you dare not. People were tailors that were getting to sew uniforms. See, there are so many things that El-Rufai did that they felt on the ground. Yes, there are some people that are aggrieved. If you're aggrieved, you're aggrieved. Like Kali told you, they took 8 meters off his fence. There are people that, but he's going to march. And so it is now that he has left that everybody realized that this guy actually was more of service. You know, they always say a prophet has no honor in his house till he gets out. If you have a brother that is a malam or a pastor, be like, who is this guy? But when he goes out, you now see people adore him and worship him, be like, is he not the same guy that used to sleep here that would fart and everybody would leave the parlor for him? That is the kind of it. So it is now that people actually know what malam was doing for them, and who malam really is. So, and the good thing was that he's not even part of this government. So all malam sins is just like it has been forgiven. People don't know what happened and how Ubasani became governor. Quote me, Atiku already won Kaduna. The 3 senators from Kaduna State are PDP senators. Out of the 9 House of Rep members, apart from El-Rufai son and maybe 2 others that won their election under APC, the remaining are LP and APC and PDP House of Rep members and senators in this. He came back in 3 weeks. Malam was going to people's houses in the middle of the night, in the morning, everything. Speaking to people and begging. They went through the 255 words again in that space of that 2 weeks, and he delivered Obasani. Then Obasani repays him with this. Don't worry, they're waiting for him at that junction, and we'll all see that junction. I'm sure he too knows. What he's doing is he's gathering his war chest. He's gathering all the money and cash that is out. But as all of us, for those of us that participated in politics, if Monies was election, I think would have been president long before now. If Money makes election win, some other people, Jagaban should have run since 2011 or 2015. So I'm sure everybody's going to see the D-Day when the D-Day comes. May God spare our lives. I pray I'm alive then too. I pray all of us are alive to be able to see what will happen. Thank you.
I am.
Yeah,
Sir,
I have a
hold on.
engineer.
Hold on, please. Someone has been here since, and we've been going back and forth with the questions. So, Engineer Okizi, please, if you can speak to us, let's hear from you. Engineer Okizi, are you with us? All right, so let's move on because I feel we've been going back and forth with the questions, even though Ele is trying to answer all these questions that people have. But then, I mean, it's really right that we allow a new perspective to the discussion. Talking about new perspective, Moshood, are you with us? Moshood, okay, we'll go to Lukman.
Go give that dog food. Engineer.
Okay.
Final.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Lukman.
Uh, I actually have nothing much to say. I just want to appreciate you guys for actually hosting a space as like this, because honestly I am still a student of leadership. I'm still in my university days, and I see Malam Nasir El-Rufai as a mentor. And I don't really know much about him. I've read his book, not really completely, but I've seen a lot of things that I am amazed, and I want to learn from. And I do want to urge you guys to please and please keep on hosting spaces like this that will keep on exposing the the bad things that the plotters are plotting against him, and also exposing the good sides of him. Thank you so much.
Okay, Lukman, since you're a student of Malam, Malam has two other books called These Times, Volume 1 and Volume 2, and those are his services in the 8 years in Kaduna State. This time.
Okay.
So after reading The Public Servant, this times Volume 1 and 2, and if I anywhere around Kaduna, I could always give you my as a loan to return it.
Okay, maybe when next I get to Kaduna. I base in Abuja, but I'm from Kaduna. All right,
All
sir.
right,
All right,
you
sir.
see,
I'll actually follow you up and maybe chat you so that we'll be in contact. Thank you, sir.
yeah, you see, this is interesting.
Engineer Khalid, I think I would send him those books to him for free. Even
I
if
beg
he's
give
in
us
outside
Thank
give
you
us
so
country.
link.
much.
I beg more quick
Thank you so
connect.
much.
Modibo,
Thank
I
you
think
so
All
much.
right,
Modibo,
sir.
you are
All
the
right,
one that
sir.
even
Thank you so
posted
much, sir.
accidental civil servant that I got the link last time. So if you still have that link for these new books, thanks.
Yeah, I have the hard copy for now. I can reveal them to you. Just send me your address after this space.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. I don't mind purchasing them. Don't worry. Thank you.
We give those books for free. You must collect.
And after reading, we'll grill you and ask you questions with what you've read. You know that thing we used to do when we were in secondary school. They give you a passage for you to read, and then you come and
You know,
answer some.
engineer, I'm a very slow reader. In fact, that accidental civil servant, I'm still 25%. In fact, the book is interesting. In fact, that's when I realized maybe today Tinubu started in corruption. There's this particular place that, anyways, I don't want to. I've been speaking. No need. But there's a particular place that El-Rufai mentioned his days in PP when he mentioned a company called Aaron. Tinubu was involved in something that was happening there. If you are interested, go back there and read. You'll be fascinated. Maybe today Tinubu studies in
You know,
Maybe today.
people are lazy. Just give us the highlights. I know it has something to do with the refinery oil issue.
Okay, let me. So you guys remember when Tinubu said they were trying to? It was when. Okay, so Lagos then electricity was on the exclusive list. The government was responsible for that through NEPA. Now Lagos wanted to like do their own generation and stuff, right? So then it was Bola Ahmed Tinubu that was the president. So anything economy was under what's his name, Atiku. So it meant that you can't go and meet the president for issues like that. It had to be Atiku. So but what these guys did was that despite the political difference of party, Tinubu and Bola Ige, the late Bola Ige, had this document they signed. They managed to bypass Atiku. They went to OBJ. OBJ signed it for them, and it was supposed to be a bloated contract to a contractor named Aaron that was going to do something that NEPA was responsible for. I didn't really understand that intricacy, but by and large, what they were going to do is they were going to it was a contract that was going to put Nigeria in debt, just like the P&ID that we saw that Nigeria had to fight off for years, something similar. And this was a company known for doing things like that. So that continued. The Nigerian politicians came, they signed document, not minding what was in that document. El-Rufai said they met him. Some even met him and said, "Just sign this thing. It's nothing." He said, "No." Anyways, they did what they want to do, and it turned out that there was something in that document. How did Malam find out? What Malam did was that he got some firms to look at the document, because in Africa, when we have voluminous amount of document as contract, people will not read it. They couldn't, and time was running out. So I think he got some international firm, and they scrutinized the document, and they found out that there was a problem with that document. Anyways, the summary of the whole thing was that El-Rufai brought it up to OBJ. I think OBJ, he made him understand that this was not going to be in Nigeria's favor. This company is a hoax, and it was Tinubu that brought that whole idea. They cancelled it. I think El-Rufai said 2 months or 3 months later, that company got bankrupt. It was listed as a bankrupt company. So if you go back to that place, you see Tinubu's name mentioned in that. If you even have a soft copy, just type Tinubu on your PDF. It will take you to that particular place. So maybe today Tinubu start this in Chagori, whatever, where they insert themselves in a system that they would continue earning for life. Thank you.
Jamboree, Tinubu and corruption are 5 and 6 now. You see, his problem with El-Rufai didn't start yesterday or in 2023. It goes way back, because
When they wanted to claim as a minister, and Sudengi said he should bring 54 million naira, and he went back and he actually told Atiku, and Atiku said that just go back to be cleared. Don't worry. And in that same accidental public servant, he said he doesn't know whether Atiku actually paid the money for him or not, but what he knew that he was cleared to become. And they just thought that because he has been in BPE, he must have stacked money. So since he's becoming the minister of FCT, it is a tradition in the Senate. You have to bring that Ghana must go. And I remember the figures because it was 54 million naira. Another perfect example about El-Rufai, and that happened during his campaign in 2015 when somebody brought some exotic vehicles for Nasir El-Rufai's campaign. There was a plot of land, a piece of land on Zaire Crescent. I've forgotten the name of the school now. I used to remember the school in Maitama. And it was allocated to, I think, the Australian embassy or a particular diplomatic institution for a school. And those guys did not develop the place. They just fenced it and locked it up. When El-Rufai came, he revoked it, asked that is there anybody that they knew that could develop the place and build a befitting school there. And they brought an Igbo chap to him, and that Igbo chap built that school and tried to see Malam on countless occasions, and Malam rebuffed him. The only time the guy could pay back that debt was when he said Malam was campaigning and he came to do what he did. That is still in the accidental public servant. He wrote the book before he started his campaign. He'd never met the guy. He did not know the guy. He gave the guy the C of O. The guy paid the normal 5 million everybody pays, and the guy built a befitting school. And he said anytime he passes the school, he's always happy and proud of himself. And so many things like that. And all those people that had 10, 15, 20, 30 lands that they had already cut to themselves, He revoked most of them, reallocated them to people. And there are districts in Abuja today that people don't know about. There is the Katampe extension, the diplomatic drive, which I stay in. Katampe extension was just bare land. It was just rocks. El-Rufai opened up so many other districts that maybe I cannot remember. But I remember Katampe extension because in 2010, 2011, there are maybe like 15, 20 houses max. But today, Katampe Extension is one of the choicest areas in Abuja. So we can go on with Malam. Malam has done this and done that, but the problem about it is that he grinds everybody's axe. And another thing that makes people angry with Malam is like the last interview he had during that currency redesign, when he spoke about when he had an interview in Hausa and said, why need that in jail? That means who are the elders in the north? They are the new elders in the north. He didn't sit well with so many people until today. Some people hold that grudge against him, but he had to face it. Can everybody remember when he wrote a letter when Abakari was still alive to Mr. President and said that the cabal was formed? El-Rufai was the first person to raise an alarm of that. El-Rufai has still said an allegation very recently that 100 billion is being deducted from the federation account every month and nobody's saying anything about it. Nobody has been able to rebuff it convincingly or say anything about it. El-Rufai knows his enemy, he names them, he says it as it is. You either like him or hate him for him. El-Rufai is somebody that is either you love him extremely or you hate him extremely, but there's no middle ground for Malam. Thank you.
Yeah, like him or hate him, I mean, he's the man, and we stand by him. So that's some of the things we'll talk about L5. We have a new speaker. Hey, Chu, why are you not sleeping? Okay, maybe Hichu is here to sign his attendance.
Engineer,
Yeah,
I'm just curious. My own is just to think of questions and asks, which I'm very happy to do because it is shedding light on a lot of things, right? So now my question is to you, engineer, and if any other person can contribute to it, I will be very happy. We all know the truth about the movement that led to electing Ahmed Bola Tinubu as a president of Nigeria, most especially in the northern part of the country, right? Based on the election result, it's clear that I think Tinubu had over 5 million votes from the northern part of the country, and specifically from the northwestern part of the country. He had over 3 million votes from the northwestern part of the country out of the 8 million votes he got. So I believe that people in the northern part of the country do not know much about Bola Ahmed Tinubu prior to his uh, stand to contest as the president of Nigeria. Yes, I know he has a normal political popularity in the northern part of the country. But who are the people that sold Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the northern part of the country? We all believe Nasir El-Rufai and Ganduje plays a vital role for Tinubu to be accepted among the northerners. Some people are of the opinion that the northerners accepted Bola Ahmed Tinubu because he's a Muslim. But if you remember, we had two other Muslims on that particular election, and to everyone's greatest surprise, Tinubu ended up having a lot of votes because of the influence of Ganduja and Nasri El-Rufai. So I want you to elaborate on how valuable El-Rufai is to every politician that wants to gain ground in the northern part of the country, if you can.
yeah. So you see, when you talk of L5, um, always align yourself with winning whenever he's on your side. You go back to the days of Muhammadu Buhari, who had been contesting from 2003, and he was not able to gather the spread across Nigeria. And when El-Rufai came to the picture, he had the likes of Muba Galadima and the rest, and they've been doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. But then when El-Rufai came into play, and he played him this, Buhari had retired, he had resigned politically, said he was not interested in anything Nigeria again. He would just go and face his family. When El-Rufai came in, and then he made Buhari understand, late President Muhammadu Buhari, may God rest his soul, made him understand that in Nigeria you actually need at least two regions for you to win the elections. You have to combine what you have in the north and then get something to consolidate in the south for you to have a pathway to winning these elections. And that was how Buhari nominated El-Rufai to be his face with the discussions with the likes of Tinubu and the rest of them. And eventually, Buhari won the elections. El-Rufai played a key role in combining the north and the south for Buhari to emerge. He also contested for governor in Kaduna State, and then he won. But most importantly, El-Rufai is a party man, and he's a loyalist. Whenever he wants to fight, he doesn't fight halfway. He fights full. People like me and other people in the north, we don't really know much about Tinubu. And even as of today, this is someone that from the stories I've read recently, the man is his father is even from Borno State. He's not even a Yoruba person. He's a Kanuri man. That his dad was an Alpha from Maiduguri that migrated to the Oshun or which state. And then he married some woman, and then he gave birth to Tinubu, which is not even his real name. Nobody knows his actual name. And then he left his parents, and then he was adopted by a woman, Mrs. Mogaji, and then he moved to Lagos. And I don't know how he he's now the prodigal son of Lagos. So nobody actually know who Tinubu was. I mean, I've been to Lagos severally, but I can't really see what he has done, particularly in Lagos State. But then we trusted El-Rufai because Tinubu had no any visibility in the north. All stories and stories, but nothing concrete on ground to actually state that what we are hearing is actually true. But then El-Rufai understood that in politics, first and foremost, because you need to understand why that coalition of APC worked. First, you need someone that can win an elections. And among all the candidates, even though he was not the favorite, but in APC as at then, it was clear that Osibanjo was not ready to go all in for that fight. Amici didn't have that spread all across Nigeria. So, and El-Rufai thought, I mean, as a northerner, like he said, we are northerners, and we are civilized, or let me just paraphrase. So he understood that power needed to shift to south, and then he fought tooth and nail. He wanted it to be with Amici or Osibanjo, but then he did all the calculations, and then he saw that the best person that could win the election was Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And after Tinubu emerged as the candidate of APC, it was a duty for him to campaign and work for his party. But there was no any real momentum in the north, if you remember. Nobody was actually fighting. It was just few people here and there. But it was when El-Rufai picked up that fight, that was when Tinubu started seeing a pathway to victory in the elections. And El-Rufai fought, he campaigned really hard. It was strategic with the whole northern movement. At the end of the day, Tinubu became sellable in the north because I don't see anyone playing. Ganduje was fighting, but he didn't have that clout. He didn't have that numbers with him for him to contribute really much in the election. So I think El-Rufai was actually the person that fought because when you look at the blocks of votes that we have in Nigeria, number one is the Northwest, which has the highest number of votes. Then that will follow with the Southwest, which is where Tinubu came from. Then you come back to the North Central, you go back to the Northeast, go back to the South, then you go back to the Southeast in that order. So they had to bring out all the numbers where the bulk votes were supposed to come from. And then El-Rufai did all that for Tinubu. And you saw how Tinubu performed really, really well. Even states that Atiku won or PDP won in the north, you would find out the margin is very slim. In states like Katsina, it was a 20,000 votes margin. You go to Kaduna. I mean, all these places, Tinubu he was not actually winning, but he was getting 46, 47, 48% of the votes. And that was the biggest factor for him to emerge as president in 2023. Even though me personally, I don't actually see it that way. From my own perspective, it was the opposition that handed it over to him because Obi was on one side, Atiku on the other side, and then the votes were splitted. Even though he rigged his way, if these two people were on the same side, I mean, even with the rigging, Tinubu would not have found a pathway. But you see APC people coming to tell you it's a master. What strategy? What strategy? In a working country, we are supposed to have a, a run up to the elections. I mean, because you can't be a president with 37% of the votes now. At least you need 45 to 50%. We at least get half of the country that believe that you are going to do something in Nigeria. But you have 30 something percent and you are the president. We are supposed to have a rerun in that election, even with that region. But then this is Nigeria, and that's why whenever I try to picture a pathway for Tinubu in 2027, and it's very difficult to see where the numbers are going to come from. This elections is for the opposition to lose. Only if opposition is not united, that's the only chance that Tinubu might have. But other than that, who is going to bring those votes? Even as you mentioned, Ganduje. Okay, Ganduje did something. Ganduje is now coming out to say that he's apologizing to people in the north for bringing
Say that
Tinubu.
they say that one was rumor, so that's not true. I saw a video of him today, Seth, watching the Kano APC summit. So I think that's not true on that. On that,
Oh, but Iams, regardless, um, even if he didn't say that, but we could see how Tinubu is going with his politicking right now. I mean, going to Kano, denying access to Ganduje said he read on a newspaper that the president was coming to Kano. Like nobody informed him, and he's supposed to be the leader of APC in Kano State, or to some extent, you can even say in the Northwest. But the president was coming to his state. he had no information. The party chairman in that state, he was denied. Even Badr was trying to smuggle him into the conversation, but security they blocked him. So I mean, regardless whether he said that or he didn't say that, it's very clear to each and every one of us that
You,
Gandhi.
you know, I like the arrogance that come with APC Southwest. They, this is what I said this thing in one space. You know, people think that Northerners we are just like cattle. So if one person just swing thing like this, all of us go just go. You understand? So they just believe that you can just buy the leaders and that's just it. Ganduje, despite being a governor, could only muster 500,000 votes. You understand? With the rigging, with whatever, it goes in a state that is one of the most politically conscious states in the whole of the third. I dare say that there's any state that is more politically conscious than Kano State, and then you expect now that things are not even as they don't even have that. They don't even have does Ganduje have to go and show as Tinubu's project. The only thing they can even do is what Barrow Jibrin is using. They don't have anything. So how are they going to use that to campaign? You understand my point? So Tinubu understands that Ganduje has no relevance. So that's why it's easier for him to begin to sideline him. And in fact, I saw this one sycophant called Ayofe, that guy. He was posting something. They've already agreed that they will lose Northwest because they are saying from governors have supported Northwest to what did they even put? Tinubu will get some votes in Northwest and Northeast. He will win North Central, South South, and Southeast. You understand? So me, I can't say who would win
South,
this
South,
election,
East,
but
Southeast of all places. How?
me, I don't know. They are banking on the hatred that maybe they think people have from Southeast have from Alam, so it's going to rub. It's going to rub on. Or they are
Yeah.
banking on Southern presidency. I think that's what they are banking on. Whatever it is that they are banking on, the thing is, not Western politicians. They don't have anything that they are going to use. They've been sidelined, and the politicians are even stupid. They can't even cajole for projects. If I were Tinubu, the first thing I would do is I know that my people will always vote for me because of tribalism. We know. What you do next is focus your project on regions that would campaign for you, the Northwest.
It,
It would have been
I,
easier for them if
it,
it would have been
even,
easier.
even the Ronus now, I hear that there are factions in the Ronu
Why
camp.
wouldn't there be? Why wouldn't there be factions? What would you? This man took all the project to Lagos. If he had done some things in Kanu, wallahi talahi, he would have gotten he can get a lot of votes because they are diehard APC people. But even those APC persons, it's at state level, not at national level. You understand? If I were Tinubu, this is what I would do. But what he was playing the card of let's use North Central. They think North Central is one homogeneous zone. Let's appease these people, then ignore the other persons. That's what they are banking on. But again, like I said, they can keep doing what they want to do. But the mainstay is there is no single politician in the north today that will tell you that he is controlling the sentiment of people and who they should vote. They never born that person. He never still did. Even Kwankwasia that they are addict fanatics. Sorry, they are zealots and fanatics. Eh? Kwankwaso cannot look them in the eye and tell them that. That's why when there was rumors that they would join the PDP, some of them they started writing long epistle. You know, guy, you want to take explain and give people. There's no way that the government, the federal might that is intimidating them, that has been intimidating them for like 2 years, you are joining coalition with them. How? So Tinubu needs to. Tinubu would have to give them more than just concourse so because joining their party or sacrificing Ganduje before they would agree. So I don't see him winning any votes in the. He might get 25%, but trust me, people are angry. People are angry, and this APC Southwest people, they think it's politics is just here. Stop being a sycophant and accept the reality of people. Thank you.
Daudu, Daudu, you have been quiet a little bit. Let me just bring you in a little bit. Engineer, I beg, no vex. Daudu,
Hold
I
on,
just I
hold on, Eli. Before
all
we
right.
bring, yeah, let's hear from the new people that just came up. Um, HO, I think you came in first.
Yeah, greetings, everyone.
Yeah,
Sorry,
madam.
good evening. Good evening from here, and
Yeah, good evening.
good morning in Nigeria. At least I'm glad I'm hearing my permit me to say my children and my uncles from the north here, and I'm also glad that my children, when I mean my children, I mean the younger generation and the vulnerable that have been deprived for too long. And as I listen to you, everyone, I'm glad we are beginning to understand. But we still need to understand more. And what do I mean by that? I heard one of my brother or my son saying they did projects in the West. Which project? Is it the 700 kilometer that they barely gave us 30 kilometer? And even the 30 kilometer, a video is out today of one of us that went there. The thing is already breaking. Erosion is already eating it. Is that what you call project? They've deceived us for too long. Too long. And I don't want us to believe in this their narrative. You see, to me, there are only two tribes in Nigeria. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. And me and my children belong to the tribe of the oppressed. In the camp of the oppressors, they marry themselves. They are the ones that are in the political realm of Nigeria. The evil leaders, you will find them in the north, you will find them in the south. In the north, they lie to them. They say education is haram, and yet their children, they go out to the same Western world that they despise so much to gain education. They gain their master degree and they come back home. They don't stay there. They come back home and they are the one heading all offices. All offices. They are there. And yet the average northerner, because they've lied to them that education is haram, they make them believe.
Madam, I don't know where you are getting this impression from. All of us here, me personally, I'm a northerner, and nobody told me education is haram. Education is not allowed. And I went to school. So, if you want to talk about our topic, because we are talking about El-Rufai, we are very glad to hear what you have to say. But other than that, I mean, you are taking us out of topic, and that's not where we want to go. Thank you. So go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, we can.
I want to draw my conclusion, okay? I know where I'm coming from, okay? I know El-Rufai. I know it's that incident. I'm only coming to draw a conclusion. Most of the killing we have today, most of them, those informants, those who make supply to the banditry, to the terrorists, some of them are among us. And the question is, why are they doing what they are doing? These are some of the youth that we've deprived of education, and we make them to go through their marginal school without formal education. They grew up to become a teenager. They grew up to become youth. And they now find out that the society has
All right, I think I've heard enough of what you have to say. Um, someone tried to warn me that you are IPOP. I should not allow you to speak. I said no. This is a democratic space. We entertain everyone's opinion as long as you want to talk on what we are discussing. I let it slide. But then he told me that you would cast at the end. I said, no, me, I want to hear what you have to say. But this is where you are going. We have issues with all these things you are mentioning all across Nigeria. We have it in the north, we have it in the south. All the regions, middle belt or north central, you have the same issues. So
Engineer, please, before you continue, I just one sentence before you end the space. Please, can you correct some those people that are writing Erufia? Please, I beg. That in they boil my kidney. That Erufia where they write. They touch me. It's not Erufia, it's El-Rufai. It's not Erufia.
it's just like the issue of some people saying Davido and Davido. I mean, you can't take that away from them, even though you want them to say Erufai, but
But
then
at least they are writing it well. Which one be El-Rufia?
Ayus, calm down, Jerry.
Just 1 minute. Let me add this, Engineer Khalid. To the issue of education, when El-Rufai was doing the public schools, when he renovated public schools and made sure that public schools, may God bless the soul and rest the soul of Professor Nock, the then Commissioner of Education. He was my lecturer in ABU too, and he took him from health to education. El-Rufai took his son, his biological son, to Capital School. The boy went to the school for over 2 years, till when they started staging, what's it called, beggarly behavior and bullying the boy. I think that's when the boy left the school. So El-Rufai led by example. His son went to the public school that renovated, the capital school of Kaduna, and was in the capital school. And you can fact check us on this, as they say, go and verify.
Yeah, go and verify.
Daudu, please, can you
So,
clarify on the reasons? Because a lot of people were saying he just did it for gimmicks. Did you say
No,
beggarly
what?
behavior? Like, what were
Yes.
the
What?
reasons,
What?
please?
What was
I thought it
happening
was
was that
insecurity. Please, what
no,
was
no,
the
no, no.
reasons?
The reason was that his Auntie Umi's son, his third wife's son. So it got to a stage that anytime the boy is going home, apart from his homework, he will have requests. This one said this one, this one said this one, this one said this. So the information that they were passing through a boy that was less than 7 years old was very, very, very detrimental and psychologically not, as in that's something we should pass to a teenager. So the teachers will say this, the students too will ask for this, his classmates does not have food. When the boy goes to school, he literally packs food apart from the school feeding program for maybe like 15, 10 people. This person's socks is not good, this one wants shoe, this one wants that. So the thing just the left to verify, the boy would have continued like that because he said he survived it. But the mother was the one that said, she tata gaji. Because whatever he said he wanted, the father made available. He should go and give the people he wanted to give, his friends he wanted to come over, and every other thing. But she could not just stand to maybe the class disparity or something, like as it is. And Antiomi is even in Egypt now, so she was just more of an elitist. But for him, he didn't care at all because he said he went to Kawo Primary School without shoes and everything, so nobody should tell him shit. So that was how it was solely her choice. So that's how. So insecurity was not there. There was always people stationed there. Capital School had people on guard all the time, so you couldn't come and attack or do anything stupid there. But that was not even the issue. It was just the beggarly behavior and the boy being terrorized and told to do things that a young boy, less than 6, 7 year old, carrying year 4, 5, 6, 7. So that was just what they were doing to him. They were always asking him for things and everything. So it just became that he was a source of income to some other people. So they just had to cut it off after like a year or two. Because
You
even
mean
boys that were bigger than him in other classes too were always coming to track him for other things too. So the boy never just had, he was growing faster than his age. So that was just it.
Yeah. So you see, even this feeding program that you mentioned, that was actually deliberate. You know, during El-Rufai's tenure in Kaduna State, there was a police that was set up. All they do is patrol the streets. Any young boy or girl they see in the streets, they send them to schools, track their parents.
They were called the Edu Marshals.
Yeah, the Edu Marshals. They were arresting the kids, putting them through schools, then going after the parents, charging them to court for being negligent with the education of the children. And that school feeding program that you saw, it was deliberate. I mean, you could have so many reasons to attract these children to schools. One of the reasons you keep seeing them outside is maybe the parents could not cater for them. You don't have what to feed them. It was deliberate that, okay, if it's food that you are looking for on the streets, okay, now you go to school and we'll feed you. I mean, so many things that Airfry has done with regards to education. And then, okay, quickly, let's go to corruption hater. Oh, Sinemo. Corruption
Good
hater.
morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
Social energy and everybody here. Dr. D. The thing, I voted for El-Rufai twice in Kaduna, Abuja Road in Ligasa. And then I can tell you now that for you to call the, if you are thinking of collecting power from Tinubu 2027, I think the strategy is how to win, not how is no, people. Somebody came and he started discussing about he's not going to get vote from North Central. He's not going to get vote from this thing. He's not got him that they want to pass. Say they must vote. Governor, they must do governorship election.
So sorry, correction hater. Please, can you please specify? Are you from the middle belt?
I'm from,
I want to relate it with the fact that you voted for El-Rufai
I'm
twice.
from, I'm,
It's a
I'm
big
from the
information for
middle
people.
belt. I'm from Mokene, Kogi State.
And you voted for El-Rufai twice.
Yes,
Continue. Thank you. Thank you.
I get it now. So I think people should strategize on how to win elections, not discussing about Tinubu. Tinubu will not get votes for here. Tinubu that is silent. You don't even know his strategy. He's not coming out to tell you his ways of how to win the election. Nobody even know. Somebody came and say, okay, he's want to give vice president to Kashim Shetima. People don't even know that man. That man is so silent that is very dangerous. Now, what is happening in Kaduna now? If I will tell you, to win election and then Tinubu is there at Aso Rock, you have to plan. You have to make sure that people, you see, in Kaduna, people that are coming out to vote are the elderly people, and this thing is what I witnessed in Kaduna for many years that I've been in Kaduna, in Abuja or Rigasa, because in Rigasa there we have the highest district, Igabi local government. Do you get me? We do have the highest vote in Kaduna. So it's elderly people, all those things. Is the message really getting down to them
So
that okay, this government is bad, this
sorry,
thing is bad?
sorry, corruption hater. Do you know the councillor in your ward, Erigas?
No, I don't know him, but I left Kaduna.
What
I'm
about the
not.
chairman?
Eh?
What about the local government chairman?
I don't know. I don't know those people now. But if I want to know in the next, if I just call somebody, they will tell me their name, everything.
So it's only El-Rufai that you know after voting for him twice. You don't know the
Um,
members of assembly or members of reps. Anyone that you know.
Oga, all those people like the other guy that El-Rufai gave appointment in CBN. What is that? His name, sir? All those people, is the people we worked with before. So I left immediately. Do you understand it now? I don't know the people that are there now. Do you get it?
You didn't vote any El-Rufai. You won't come preach APC agenda for a year. You don't find it
You
out.
can print. I'm not APC. I'm just telling you that you don't come online and discuss about like the other time. You just see Labour Party people discussing Tinubu will not get this, Tinubu will not get it. Tell us how you are going to allow, you are going to win election that Tinubu will leave Aso Rock
Man, I
2027.
tell you
What is
that
your
good, I
plan?
go Tifa and put her for DG
Do you
first.
understand it now? No, be say like the other everything. Tinubu is planning this, is planning this. What is your own plan to remove Tinubu? That is what I want people to discuss
Sauke
about.
mana shi.
You understand? It's not they will just come and say Tinubu this, Tinubu is doing this thing, Tinubu is doing this
Malam,
thing.
this place go rowdy.
See, Oga,
Yawwa. Yalla
this
baya za a ci ɗan riga sama kana Hausa baya jinka.
this is not APC space. You said you vote for El-Rufai twice. You are from Regasa. You know what Regasa? Regasa is like Kano State. I don't know how someone is speaking Hausa you don't understand. You don't know your councillor. You don't know your local government chairman. You don't know your member house of assembly. You don't know your member house of reps. You don't know even one appointee in El-Rufai's administration, and you are here telling us you voted for the man twice. You want to push your agenda. You can go to it. We allow people to come and speak respectfully, but then we don't allow you to push any agenda here. We are for El-Rufai, we are for ADC, we are for coalition. Before you want to talk, it doesn't gather around this. We don't have time for that one. Let us continue what we are doing, setting the record straight, clarifying the agenda APC has been trying to push. That's what we are doing. If that doesn't sit well with you, well, good luck with that too. Because APC is not helping anybody. I don't know how APC is improving your life. Then you wasted about 3 minutes of our time. It's okay. We will just continue. Uh, okay. Mohammed. Okay, Mohammed is not here. If I call you, you are not around. I want to bring some people up. Dr. Udo.
You
Sorry,
dey
Doc.
hold this thing, they
You
mute.
mute us now. You mute us. Engineer, I just want to ask that guy one question. Shey
Shiva Amabe.
person shey una go come tell the wetin be in interest for the strategy of how to defeat Tinubu? Like why he want know?
Engineer, bring Mohammed up. Na Kasoke she and it was muted.
Now the reason why I request for the mic be
Mohammed,
that
yeah, back up
you
there.
want make we tell you our strategy, but you say Tinubu quiet, you don't know his strategy. In the crease. Engineer, well done, Jerry. You drop the verse.
Ims they talk say una no dey go to una no dey go school, so you go tell your secret for public now.
Oh, I don't know why these people they're too underrated also. Eh? Oh,
Malo, Emlo.
Khalid, am I going to speak or who are you bringing up next? I
let me
won't go
Engineer,
speak.
engineer, engineer. When I hear a definition of the kiki, can I?
Gaskiya da kiki ne na fu.
Guys, kuya kudidala. Uncle Yinka is here. Energy. How far now?
How you doing now?
We full ground though.
Politics.
Yeah,
Nigerian politics is crazy, oh.
yeah.
Well, because I joined this space, then I went out again. I'm not sure whether it's social space I did. Where is my good doctor? Not Doctor Odo. Where's the actual doctor? Oh, what's the name of this my doctor with the UK? Oh, ah,
Keneke.
Keneke is not in UK. It's in US. It's in US.
I be they
The
find Dr.
professor.
AI.
Which AI? Which artificial intelligence?
Me, I been they find this my guy, Dos Santos Stone Show.
I need the real
In the
doctor.
speaker
The Doctor
station.
Udo, meet your mic. What is
Hold on now, they find
oh
Stone
this
Show.
this doctor from
In the find
Kaduna
Trump
State?
this
What is
morning.
his name? Oh
Are you saying that Doctor, our
Now
great
Dr.
doctor,
Crocs
Doctor
in the
Udo,
fight be that one. Now Dr.
they
Crocs
say
in the
Doctor Udo,
fight.
no be Doctor Udo, Abego, our great doctor, Abego. Make you
Doctor
calm down for them
Udo,
before I go
Doctor
mute you.
Udo. What's the name of this my good elder brother from Kaduna that is
Now
in this?
Dr. Crocs in the fight.
Dr.
Ah,
Aminu, Dr. Aminu.
Aminu,
God bless you, Doctor Aminu. I need Doctor Aminu on this space. I need Dr. Amino on this space. Politics is crazy. I cannot take any of you serious again. Any of all of you, I can't take you serious again because I don't understand. Because it's not even on APC space. On this space, don't tell me about El-Rufai no less than 2 months ago. Now, basically, now you're telling me that everything you told me 2 months ago is a lie. Is a lie, is a lie. I should forget it. And you're just giving me new information about Rufina for the past 3 hours that I've been anonymous just listening to this place. Like I tried to request Mike, I was stopping myself, I was struggling.
that's it. Wait, they
Why?
try cook. You go born.
Engineer,
But
They try
as we give you that opportunity to make you talk, right?
no,
As we,
no,
if
no,
you
no.
Uncle Yinka. How far now? You see, you know my guy. No can do wetin they eject people from these speakers. You could tell us how AEC is going to win this election. So, make I no press your neck. So,
with that
Anyways,
14,000 votes,
yeah, Uncle tell us
no say
how you
AAC people no they coalition. No, so Uncle Yinka just the talk remain small. No, they talk anyhow.
anyways, I want to respect you guys in coalition. May the force be with you. But this one way now they cook. Make you cook and softly, or cook and softly. Cook and softly. Um, well, lots to be said. Because now, how do I even want to take you as serious again if you come up with something in the future and tell us that this is it? This is the state of this nation. This is the
energy,
state
we are
of
not
this
here to
particular
convince you.
state. Yeah, I'm not confusing people. I'm just stating the obvious. Like, well, let me keep quiet. Let me keep quiet. AI is here. Dr. AI is here. I know he hosted space with his fellow people 2 years ago before election on El-Rufai for 2, 3 days. I was on those spaces listening to them.
No be me
I
and you,
cannot
no be me and
I
you.
cannot reconcile
Energy.
it.
See
I
me here. I
can't.
never die. You, I
Ah,
see this.
which one AI?
You understand?
You are God.
Yes,
Thank God,
no,
say
no, no.
space
Say
are
for 2, 3
recorded.
days, and go and play the thing.
Space
Energy
are
player.
recorded. Space are recorded.
Go and
I'm just saying, make
play. Say
una
2, 3 days.
listen.
Energy.
He don't repent. Even if Naim, he don't repent. He don't repent, he don't see light.
Once you come to ADC, all your sins are forgiven and
No,
washed
no.
away.
About the Rufai, he don't repent.
Ah,
But
God.
me, Sha, I have been
I
consistent
Ah,
have
God,
since
God,
never.
morning.
God, God,
You
God, God,
understand?
God. I don't
You understand?
die.
Forget say this
I
thing. No,
don't die on
no, no.
this space. I don't die on this space. Well, I will respect you guys
Energy.
with
You
this
are
your
not a guest speaker.
coalition.
If you know this thing, I will just carry you go. We will just mute you for there. I carry you go listener section.
No, I am done. I'm done. No, I want to respect myself. I'm done. May the force be with you guys. May your
Amen.
coalition
You
prosper.
don't
Amen.
need
Energy. We
to
don't need your
respect
prayers.
yourself.
Energy. We
Amen.
don't need
Thank
your
you.
prayers.
You don't need to respect yourself. Because now you want talk. If we talk,
Odogu,
if we start
I
with your
go press your
surrender,
neck for
Engineer,
here. I go press your neck for your
Engineer,
sake.
I
but then
beg,
leave me and you.
it's
But
my
then leave me and
bedtime.
you.
Engineer, please, it's my bedtime. Can I have the last 1 minute? Let me just round up, please, so that I can go to sleep.
Again,
Um,
Steph,
Daudu,
you
that
don't
I've,
talk fast.
no, no, I'm shutting
Yeah,
down
good night,
completely.
guys. Me, I dey go sleep. Good night.
So,
Right.
Daudu, there's this fact that an average Obedian does not like El-Rufai at all. They don't want to hear that name. So if it should happen that in coalition at the end of the day they decided to give Peter Obi the ticket, who do you think in northern Nigeria that can sell Peter Obi to northerners more than El-Rufai, if there is any? Relate it with these two names. To these two names, Dirty is there, and of recent they've started mentioning the name Tambuwal. I just want to I want you to advise them at this point who is El-Rufai and what El-Rufai can do to that ticket. Thank you.
Now,
Okay.
Dr. Yeah, I go to answer that your question, but
Okay,
you know
okay.
what?
Thank you, guys. You see, number one, we've been talking about that. So, yeah, right. So they're coming to the realization that last worst case scenario, right? The ticket is, let's say, is given to, let's say, for instance, hypothetically, then given to P2B, and the big question is, okay, who will sell P2B to the corner, to the north, and all that, right? We know the answer, right? That Baba, I don't declare now. Before it was, be that you, blah, 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 blah. I don't clear now. So you realize, see, that guy know to get this thing. So, Tamboal, well, you understand, Tamboal being able to hit the superstructure that APC used, right? So, I know the superstructure that the APC used. And the VP also tried to also reinforce that, but El-Rufai was also there as well. So the game changer, everything falls back to El-Rufai. So he understood the game. He was right there. The package, so at least with him and some other people, they were able to sell Tinubu. Not that okay, Tinubu was really sellable in the north. It's just that okay, we don't want to tell ourselves the truth, right? So Obi did this, Obi did that in Anambra, some northerners, blah blah blah. That trying to that he said they should carry maybe some ID card, blah blah, all those nonsense. And even when Tinubu was a governor of Lagos State, it's still clear for our mind. Don't be so forget to some northerners and key northerners, OPC key northerners, waiting Tinubu do when he was a governor. It's in the fresh out for my memory. Oh, being even the quarter of all those nonsense and rubbish that they talk about for not even if for an Anambra, even though I don't even believe it. May them give you proof and evidence. Go and check the OPC clash with some northerners in Lagos when Tinubu was governor, and how did he respond to that? Right? Obasanjo had to relocate some of them to there was this village. There was this village or this community is a boundary between Lagos and Ogun. I was there. I went there. I saw those people with my two eyes. I was in that community. You understand? So one of the persons that can actually sell PO, like real so that can translate into voting. There's one thing to sell someone, and it's another thing to also get it to be translated into voting, into votes. Are two different things, right? So it's El-Rufai. He can do it, right? And he knows the superstructure in the north that they use. Even the Tinubu was not really the ideal, but for the party's sake and all that. For the party's sake, he was like, okay, if I know that Tinubu was sellable, right? So if El-Rufai wants to do it, he has already even started. I just saw one of those guys has started talking about P2B in his I don't want to hint at it because some people, some of the APC guys are also here. Some of them are anonymously blah blah blah. I can't leak our things. So everybody knows the structures, he knows the superstructures, he understands the game, and he knows who PO is. You understand? That's why whenever there is a gathering or so, whenever I see them together, if there is a gathering, both of them are attending, you see them holding hands. They are comfortable with each other now, right? So if you notice in the last 3 or 4 months, you see them whenever they are in an occasion, they are together. Either they hold hands or they are sitting together, and that tells you something. They are cooking something, right? And we know that APC guys are cooking something in their covens. Some weeks back, I entered their spaces in the middle of the night, like witches and wizards. They were cooking something that if El-Rufai, in a peradventure, if he is giving blah blah, you understand? Because they plan ahead. What they will do to the marketing, we're watching them closely. The Northerners are not stupid, right? And also, so to sell OB requires the Northerners to take the message and to their people. He doesn't have to do all those things back and forth, like, going to maybe to a state like 10, 3, 4 times. No, 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 you understand? The Northerners will get the message, you understand, some of the people, and they will take it to the people. Radio station, TV station, wherever it is that is there, the structure, the superstructures, everything. Hey, look, siyasa akazuka, lokacin siyasa akabuga, amma this is it. We apologize, blah, 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 and all that, but this is it. He did this, he did this, he did this, and he didn't do it. They know how to sell it. So the Northerners will sell P2B. He will not even have to bother to sell himself. P2B is known. They know who he is. You understand? So hope that answer your question.
Let me add to it.
Okay.
Uh,
Daudu, sorry, please. Let's take the new guys. Eli has been asking questions since 7 a.m. in the morning. Mohammed, please, let's have you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm so glad to join this space. One of even the thing that fascinated me, that attracted me to this space is a topic about the Malam El-Rufai. First of all, me, I am not a politician, but I so much love him so much in the sense that whenever he was giving the administrative, it deliver 100%. I see what he did in Kaduna. In fact, it even makes me becomes a lover of Kaduna so much because of his heart he put down there. There are things people doesn't know about him. He just like when Tinubu was trying to come up back then, I was happy I was in Kaduna State that time because my wife is from Kaduna, but is late now. May I also continue rest in peace. So, who was the reason why I knew Kaduna and I became to love Kaduna City, even though my wife is no more. So I still have a lot of things, connections in that state, and I love that state so much. So fast forwarded, I warned people about Tinubu. They didn't know much about him actually, and me, I'm a Lagosian, and I used to have some friends around me then. So I told you they say because of this. So I say a lot have been said with so many speakers, but kudos to him. There's something you people say that I value a lot, that I respect a lot about this Malam El-Rufai. And that's what dignifies him so much, which is that if he's in for you, he will fight for you, no matter what. And at the same time, if it's not for you, or maybe there's an issue, he will say it to you clearly. He's just true to someone, he's true to himself, he doesn't betray, but when you betray him, he will let you know. So I'm happy this thing come up and everyone get to see the true color of who is Tinubu is. I told people, I said, if wasn't Malam El-Rufai, Tinubu wouldn't have even won in the north. So forget about the other people they're calling this man, what's his name? Gaduje or something. Who's Gaduje? Who's Kwankwaso to compare to Malam El-Rufai? So just it gave me so much glass to for me to hear a lot and many things that I didn't even know and I see a lot of speaker who shed a lot of light on his personality and so many things. There's been this agenda people have been selling, this propaganda, why, what, how he did this to the southern northern Kaduna and this and that. In fact, that part really makes me happy a lot for uh revealing a lot of things that people doesn't know. Well, I might not know much about Kaduna anyway, but for the few times I was there, uh, and because I'm a businessman as well, so and because of the infrastructure that man put up there, and I can know what it has attracted a lot of company and even international investment that are brought down there. Cut me well, I have been so many parts of northern state, but till today I've not seen a governor or someone who can outstand that man in all area of political, both administrative and anything. So kudos to him. And anytime whatsoever coming or anything regards to that man, I'm always pleased. I'm always happy to join because he's someone I love so much. Thanks to Engineer Dauda. I think we are following each other now. Thanks to all those people who really educated us most and those that we are not even know much about him. And for the Tinubu, he just put himself because I'm glad everyone started to see him. We know who he used to is. There's one language we used to even call him Lamba in Lagos State. We all know him. He's someone that he's not a truthful person. Everyone knows that. We know. So when people always say that because of what he did in Lagos, I'm actually asking people that, what do you know about Lagos? Is it the same Lagos that we will grow up, the same Lagos that we know? People say because he do this, he do this. What did he even actually did? We know people who put Lagos in where he is today, and everyone who comes since Tinubu became the leader of Lagos State. We has never let anyone who has a good work, nobody that have a good work to do that he allowed them. Look at Ambode. Even Fashola also faced the same thing. It was just little things that were different from Ambode. So if people want to hear things, but I'm happy for the coalition that's going on now because, like I said, I'm not a politician and I'm not even willing to be part of politics. But however, we are still in Nigeria. We hope for good things, whether you're a businessman or irrespective whatever you are. Governors still play a major role in anything you're doing, and that's why I'm in this coalition, and that's why I'm in support of anything saying about this man because of the way he drive politics and the way he feel like things should be things should be done. The Nigeria should enjoy the good politics, and that's what is always advocating for. Not that he's interested in any political or maybe because what people saying is grief because he wasn't giving minister, and it's beyond that. So thanks all of you, and thanks for the opportunity for me to speak because I actually when you put me on there, I was trying but you mute my mic, so and I feel like I've had enough. So it's just about for me to go to bed, and I see that okay, you have already accepted my request. So greeting to everyone, and may Allah be with all of you. May Nigeria succeed. May Tinubu fall 2027. Inshallah. That's my prayer. Thank you very much. And thank you for
Yeah,
the time. Mm.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mohammed. Sorry
Yeah.
about I did
So
try
Engineer,
mute. I
engineer,
was
before someone you understand, right? What those are Ronu guys used to say that he laid the foundation for 4 years,
uh,
8 years that he laid.
foundation.
We
Which
leave him like you understand
foundation?
that he laid
Who-
the foundation.
Which
Ask them
foundation?
what
Hmm?
single project, primary, secondary school,
What
nothing.
single
He laid the
project? Even
foundation.
when he
I
was
beg,
when
Mohammed,
he
can you tell
became
us more about that? I beg, please.
okay, so we know people that the person that really designed Lagos and even the vision they didn't even follow it. That was Jakonde. You understand? Since it was in the era of Jakonde, This one they say he lay foundation. I didn't see one of single project Tinubu did, even when he was a governor. And someone mentioned about the Togri life. Yeah, I was very happy that person has actually read more about Tinubu. Since when Tinubu became a president, that is when the value of Lagos has changed to the point to the life that you have to be Togri before you can become anything. Because he himself, not that he even have a good record. Nobody even know the primary school he attended is never value. Okay, look at what is going on now. Take this Nafisa for example now. I'm still looking over 24 hours now, going to 48 hours. I've not heard one tweet for him or congratulation for him. That's to tell you who he is. You understand? But look at these young ladies, they just this African Nation Cup and the Tigers. They even train, even congratulate, even give them motivation. But look at this girl that put Nigeria on the map. This girl that brought the pride of Nigeria. And you know why I was even so happy, so much excited about Nevisa? She doesn't even come from South. She doesn't even come from East. It come from the part that they say they don't go to school, they are mala, they are this, just like one woman was trying to say rubbish that I'm happy you cut him off. You cut her off. Do you understand? Look at that. For the old president, the one. So we know who he is. He's not that it doesn't make any foundation. Let me just even be clear about that. And someone who was following the foundation which Jakade was laying, what did he do? They have a problem because the problem was that the money was supposed to be remitted to him. And this guy said, if I should be giving you all this money, Lagos need money. I won't be able to do project. So because he played the master role, like, okay, I'm your boss, I bring you in, this and that, they use the way. If you look at that this international airport road from Oshodi, that Oshodi project, that was one of the plan by Jakonde then. Jakonde has all this and he put them in the facilities. And even Tinubu was supposed to even continue, was supposed to do that. So counting down to the times when Tinubu was even governor, where we are all both alive and young Faban in Lagos, you cannot even mention one project this man did. So when people now say, sorry, my Suleiman, my friend, we were together at this place. What was it called? They're close to my house there. This what is it called? This Kabbalah. So it was like, Mohammed, why are you not liking Tinubu? I said, don't worry. Shout me Lagosian. I'm telling you, you will see it. He said, but among all these contestants, he's the one that capable. Look at what he did in Lagos. I said, will you not? Just like if I want to argue about Kaduna. And the good thing is why I'm even very happy that I always have something to say about Kaduna is that when I was coming from my wife then, El-Rufai was not then governor. So I knew the state, how the state it were then, and I know how it's been transformed during the El-Rufai. So I have a whole lot to say, but even then, I don't think because I'm not a Kaduna, but for the few time I can compare, I say, but still there are some things I cannot argue. Even when I know because I'm not a fool, you can tell me more. But when it comes to Lagos, let me know because even Lagosian, they didn't like Tinubu. Lagosian, the real Lagosian. Nobody likes him. It's always like propaganda. You will say things to people. He do this, people, because he always use, if you are about to do the top risk, everybody know who MC Oliomo is now. It is assassination, and anytime they had this plan to kill somebody, the guy must have already perfected his plan, and he will travel today and they will execute the person maybe the next day so that no any traces will go to him. And even this guy self, MC Oluomo, I have a lot of his own younger brother that were even colleague in my profession, the work I'm doing. I'm a shipping company. He doesn't even talk to him. He always even say, my brother is a killer. So everybody know how this guy do things. So Tinubu is never value in education. He never value. It's always about target, target take over. No matter what they do, no law will own them because they all work for him. And the hardship he brought to Lagos, and the same thing he's trying to introduce. I caution them and say, hey, you people will not say anything about task. You see this task, this using Agbero task, this, is it not what is bringing now? People cannot go out respectful to end their days, even in front of your own house. Agbero will still tell you that this is, you have to pay this task, where the money is going to, who's the, I don't know. So stop. I'm happy a lot of people have come to see it now. That's my own happiness, because the northern people, then in the part of north, most of the north, even among those elite politicians, they don't really know, because I seen that no most of them know Lagos very much. And even the development they saw in Lagos, it was even enacted, and trying to follow the footsteps of Jakode, which is begin from Fashola, then this man to the challenge of Ambode. In fact, when nobody was even the sure that Bose was becoming a governor, we all even afraid because of kind of person, his personal life. He loves show, he like to do party, and he loves the person will be using our money to go party. But to everybody, it took everybody surprise what he did, because he has to challenge that Fashola, because that continuity. And what makes Fashola also had that was because Fashola is not that is not a full politician guy. He doesn't know, but he's someone that he loves Lagos, and he have to pull this thing work. And then they had the problem too. The reason why it wasn't big during the Fashola was that they have to sell the market. They have to use the part of what he did to do the campaign. And again, I think Fashola somehow had still have a little romance with the headers, those people in the party, like, okay, he said to them this and that. And if everybody even saw the video, say, when Fasola even tell him direct that, Baba, you are biased. We have all this record there. And then when this guy even come, this guy even have to change, because there was even the issue Fashola had with this guy, Ambody, the money that Obasanjo refused to pay Lagos State. Yaradua released the money, and it was during Fashola. And that money, what did they do? He had to ask somebody as a general accountant of Lagos that had to diverted the money to him. That is when this guy even pick an offense. He wanted to even sack him to spoil his record. So, but they settled that within the party, being that he is their godfather then, actually. And that's why he promised that, okay, I cannot work with him. Fashola stated that because of that kind of, they didn't even know how this thing being done. So when it comes to corruption, talking about corruption, cheating on people, you're using capitalism, using people as capitalism, that's who he is. And that's what he has been is showing. Well, since this man emerged as a president and nothing has been done, seated him as a president, I've already knew what Nigeria is going to face as a Lagosian. So I try to make sure that I focus my business or my revenue in some other part, because I know what you're going on. It's now coming out, everybody starts saying, it wasn't even up to a year when my friend was saying, Mohammed, you were warning us that time, but that's from Kaduna. I said, I told you, you haven't even seen anything. I said, the reason why I'm even pitying a lot of people is that I pity those people that their salary earner. Me as a businessman, however, even if it will affect me, I will strategize the way the economy is. I will still live. But you see, those people that earn salary is those people not pitying. So Alhamdulillah, it has come. Tinubu is a cost to Nigeria. Is a cost that it shouldn't have happened to Nigeria. But my happiness is seeing this. My happiness in Malam taking this fight now, and I believe in his strategies. I believe in the capacity. He have done for many. He did it for Buhari. Then he did it for this so-called ingrate, I mean ungrateful person. I don't know how to describe him. So now he feel maybe because of the money he has. I told people, I said, now I'm happy the way this thing has become open now. Everybody are open high. So he will feel that maybe his money, as is usually pride, that it is his money that brought him. I said, okay, now we will now see that money. He will spend the money and spend the money 2027. I will not stay win. People will say, no, no. I say, well, there's a one proverb, though I'm not Yoruba, I was only born and brought up in Yoruba. I'm an Igala, Kogi State, but all my life I was born and brought up in Yoruba land. But there's a one proverb Yoruba always say, because they say "Èèyàn ní ń bẹ lẹ́yìn òrò tórò fi ń ké." Is people that will actually support you for you to get something. You cannot do things on your own. They will now see the mighty and the blessing of El-Rufai, who he is and who is not. The man, in fact, I was very, very bitter about how this man was being treated. And alhamdulillah, we're going to see in 2027, because that fight is took upon now. It now makes me now showing concentration, I mean, interest in politics, because I really want to see the end of Tinubu, honestly speaking. It's not a blessing to Nigeria. The whole Nigeria are feeling it. My brother, Nigeria is feeling the impact of this worst corruption government. It is who have been in one top position or the other can testify this. Our people are suffering. People are hungry. I know Nigeria have never been having the history of bad, good leader or something, but this one is too much. On a very daily basis, I can't how many people, and there are people you can't even run away from. It is how we are going to continue. People who have never even used to that life before, such a things have not. And I say, we won, but you people don't. But anyway, God just want to teach us a lesson, and God will help us, and inshallah El-Rufai and the coalition, they will succeed, and we will see the end of this era. He goes of selling lies. He goes of saying this and that. I used to tell people, as a Lagosian I am, and as a traveler I am, as a international business I am, I say, look at the Lagos state you people were even complaining and compare with that kind of revenue coming out from Lagos. Look at the position, look at even the present looking of Lagos, and you say Lagos is that very dirty state. Yeah, you can't even compare Lagos to Johannesburg. That is South Africa. You can't even compare Lagos to this Senegeli, this present Kigali, that is the capital of Rwanda right now. You can't even compare Lagos to Kigali as we speak. So tell me what Tinubu have done. Is it the states what Lagos supposed to be? If truly this man was an architect of Lagos, like you people are giving me the praises, if not that they are taking the money to their pocket, and everyone knows this. And he has never had all these good advisors around him. Those people, Lagos boys, as you people call them, and that's what they are. There is loyalty, they talk about the infrastructure and everything. Lagos is even behind. Honestly speaking, me sometimes I feel more comfortable within this time that El-Rufai did in Kaduna. Every time I walk, is it that Muritala Square I want to talk about? Is it? We tell me every part of that. When you move now, you see what they call infrastructure. That's what infrastructure means. That's what they call infrastructure. Look at the IGP of Kaduna now. Compare even to the Kano. The Kano, where we know is the most commercial this thing. When El-Rufai, but I don't know about present. When El-Rufai did that, it was topping Kano, the whole Kano. Look at infrastructure. When you move, when you attract some investment, that's what they call. How many places will you count like that? Is it same Ikeja that we have know that nothing has been changing for decades? Is it same? Tell me, what do you want to even mention in Lagos to even compare the 8 years of El-Rufai, the changes that tremendous transforming in Kaduna? Honestly speaking, this man, he has nothing to say. And this is what people will keep understanding. And I love people to exploit traveling, even if it's not your, even if exploit traveling will make you have a lot of knowledge, education, educate enough so that when people will come and tell you this, you will know that this and that. I will even employ people to go to Lagos and see what I don't know. Me for me, maybe because I've been there for long, I'm in Lagos, I don't know. But I'm currently residing in Abuja at the moment anyway. I'm not really long there, but my business in Abuja, but still my company network, everything, every other activity is still done over there. But take it off from there. That man, so in conclusion, that man didn't do anything. He's not the architect of Lagos. In fact, he never even implement anything right. And for those who have the willing to do things, he will never let them do it. It's either he cut them out or he send assassination after them. So that is what it is. It's not for everyone that he didn't build Lagos. Tinubu didn't build Lagos. Not even, in fact, during his own government sef, there's not even one thing that will say this is done by Tinubu or this is being commissioned by Tinubu. So everybody can go and check with Google now. Even if you are not living in Lagos, you can even put it on your phone, type it that okay, what major project this man did when he was governor. So that's my submission. We actually won there, but we thank God. It's actually a cause. I knew this, I foreseen this because the moment it was announced and all the efforts trying to remove him from there, and he still found a way they remain then as a Nigeria president he did. I knew all these things will happen. So, because we as a businessman, we have to strategize. We know that some of this is going to happen. So that's why we will still keep grinding by now. But it's still by the special grace of God, not by our power, not by our. We want better Nigeria for all. And they advocating for the coalition and a better Nigeria this man is pushing. And me, personally, I've been in love with this